Let's go, coaches. Angalia kama mwenzako ametoa jasho. Kama hajatoa jasho kuna tatizo. Muangalie vizuri. Kama hajatoa jasho mwambie atoe hiyo makeup kwanza. Atoe hiyo makeup kwanza. Halafu naomba tu fill up. Hiyo video ionekane vizuri. Naomba tusonge kidogo. Just move forward. Let's congest not congest, but let's populate the space so that the video can come out really dope. I request to keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. At least 2 steps. 2 steps forward. DJ Space on the same vibe. On the same vibe. On the same vibe. Okay. We continue the aerobics. Let's go. No. The other one. The same vibe. The same aerobics, the one that was playing before.
Until I can't breathe. Shaking, falling onto my knees. Now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come help. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Just like a moth drawn to a flame. Oh, you lured me in, couldn't sense pain.
Let me take it a notch higher.
Your bitter heart cold to the touch. Now I'm gonna reap what I sow. I'm left seeing red on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover, move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe.
Aerobics. Oh, ndio hiyo. Oh, wanasema ndio hiyo iko
sawa. Your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come help. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Needle in the thread, gotta get you out of my head. Needle in the thread, gonna wind up dead. Needle in the thread, gotta get you out of my head. Needle in the thread, gonna wind up dead. Needle in the thread, gotta get you out of my head. Needle in the thread, gonna wind up dead. Needle in the thread, gotta get you out of my head. Get you out of my head. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. Now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come help. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, bleed until I can't breathe, shaking. pieces. I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come help. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches.
If I were an only child, I would be a lonely child. Baby, we've got nothing to lose. I'm standing tall in my own shoes. I'll take this chance, I'll make this choice, I'll right this wrong, I'll raise my voice if it means we'll be together for a while. I've never had a doubt, but for you I'll take time out. I'll push his love far away from me, and then I'll be completely free. I'll give up my security for just the possibility that we could be together for a while. But if you said jump, I'd say how high. If you said run, I'd run and fly. Just for the chance, just for the moment, should the moment pass us by. And if you ask once, I'll tell you twice. I'll ignore the world's advice if we could be together for a while. Now you're taken by your strength. I thought about it at great length. I thought that I was happy now, but there are things that I found out. Happiness means great things. I'll sit here till that telephone rings and we could be together for a while. Oh, but if you said jump, I'd say how high. If you said run, I'd run and fly. Just for the chance, just for the moment, should the moment pass us by. And if you ask once, I'll tell you twice. I'll ignore the world's advice if we could be together for a while. We laughed down my guy, we laughed down my other friends. They'll all think I'm crazy, and you know I'm crazy in love with you. And everyone's best won't do. They'll say my hopes will not come true. I'm taking the chance because you only live once. If you said jump, I'd say how high. If you said run, you know I'd fly. Just for the chance, just for the moment, should the moment pass us by. Yeah. If you ask once, I'll tell you twice. I'll ignore the world's advice if we could be together for a while. There are no guarantees, but if it means there's even a possibility, then I'll give up whatever it takes. I know I've made mistakes before, and maybe just another closed door, but we could be together for a while. And if you said jump, I'd say how high. If you said run, I'd run and fly. Just for the chance, just for the moment, should the moment pass us by. If you once, I'll tell you twice. You know I ignore the world's advice if we could be together for a while. You can say jump, I'd say how high. If you said run, I'd run and fly. Just for the chance, just for the moment, should the moment pass us by. And if you ask once, I'll tell you twice. I'll ignore the world's
crown. All the rock handles like Van Axel. I shake for this man you can't get next to. The genuine article, I do not sing though. I sing though, if anything I bling yo. JC in the range, crazy deranged. You can't figure him out like, hey, is he insane? Yes sir, I'm cut from a different cloth. Texture is the best fur, chinchilla. I've been dealing with chain smokers, but how do you think I got the name Hover? I've been reading, the game's over. Fall back young, ever since the label changed over the platinum. The game's been a rap one.
The fun has just begun. Top, atop, atop. Sure. One. Let's go, coaches. Let's go. Let's go.
Easy.
Hey, hey.
But that's how it goes. Millions of people living exposed. Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love and forget how to hate. Mental wounds not healing.
Let's go, let's go. Break your sweat, break your sweat. Breaking sweat, breaking sweat.
She don't care. Smooth as silk, cool as air. Ooh, it makes you wanna cry. She doesn't know your name, and your heart beats like a subway train. Ooh, it makes you wanna die. Ooh, don't you wanna take her? Wanna make her all your own. Maria, you've gotta see her. Going insane out of your mind. Regina, Ave Maria. A million and one candlelight. I've seen this thing before, in my best friend and the boy next door. Ooh, for love and fool on fire. Oh, coming from the rain, she's oceans running down the drain. Blue as ice and desire. Don't you wanna make her? Don't you wanna take her home?
1, 2, hey! Follow the leader! Follow! Let's go! Make it great!
Regina, Ave Maria.
Let's go!
A million and one candlelight. Don't you wanna make her? Don't you wanna take her home? She walks like she don't care. You wanna take her everywhere. Ooh, it makes you wanna cry. She's like a millionaire, walking on imported air. Ooh, it makes you wanna die. Maria, you've gotta see her. Going in and out of your mind. Maria, you've gotta see her.
Let's go!
Going insane and out of your mind. Regina, Ave Maria. A million and one candlelight. Maria.
Worry. Let's go kick track off. Let's go. Ja. Sing it. Ready.
When tomorrow comes, I'll be on my own. Feeling frightened up.
Jump it.
I don't know.
Jump it.
Tomorrow comes.
Jump it.
Tomorrow comes.
Jump it.
Tomorrow comes.
Wapi nduru yako? Karibuni sana, take a seat, take water. Chukua maji. Chukua maji. Thank you, coaches. Both coaches. Thank you for the good aerobic vibes. Pata maji. Iteremshe kidogo pressure na jasho.
DJ graba daba, alafu cheza doba. Ikibamba sana unapulo mara saba. Uokovu, ninashika kushinda jaba. Bila jasho na jibamba niko soba. Araba baba baba, alafu leta raba. Bad vibes, tunarabe dila raba. Wakisikia hii song, wajue ni baba. Wakipiga TikTok, wajue.
Okay, je.
Takuwote mavitana.
Maji
siyo tanga. Hakuna kung'ang'ana. Isi tunatoka hapa bila jasho. Bila jasho.
Bila jasho.
Isi tunatoka hapa bila jasho. Raundi tupige ruti 11.
Okay, chukua maji, enda kwa tent. Go to the tent. Go to the tent. Shikilia DJ. As you take your water, kindly let's go to the tent. Let's go to the tent for the official opening. Twende kwenye tent pale tafadhali. Take your position at the tent. Ladies and gentlemen, take your position at the tent. As tunakula lami DJ space. Kula lami.
Timeless, do it. Raundi tupige ruti 11. Hey, I go. By the name Jabide. Tafu, tata.
Kama jora, sikatai kutumwa ninepe na kanyaga. Hataka kuna njeve, hata upande jet hauwezi fika heaven. Lazima uwe na Christ man, piga ruti
Odi wa mtaa, uko na dream ya kuwa star. Haiwezi meka umeka, pasi ya mkaa. Focus ile inafaa, kanyanga na utapa. Wala
Safi DJ Space, hold it up. Yes, we're right here at the Ministry of Works grounds inside South Sea, Ketrako. Staff Medical Open Day, Wellness Manenos. Karibuni sana. Thank you all for the aerobic set. Thank you our coaches for that good vibe that you've given us right there. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to start with the national anthem. DJ Space, you're going to give us the instrumentals. I request all of us to be on our feet as we get the instrumentals for our national anthem. All the three stanzas in respect to our great land, Mother Kenya. DJ Space, once you're ready, drop it from the top. All the three stanzas of the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, put your bottles down in honor and respect to our motherland. DJ. A clap offering to our creator. Clap offering right there. Thank you. We remain standing. Thank you. We remain standing for the honors on this day. Word of prayer from Engineer Odede. And we'll also have one Ahmed M. Sheikh to do for us the Salah. Engineer Odede, welcome. Engineer Odeda, is he around? Any other person can take that up, please. Thank you. Very fast. Then Sheikh Ahmed, if you're around, you can move closer. Welcome.
Good morning. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Lord Jesus, we come before you. Thank you so much for this day, Lord. As we come as Ketrako family, we want to put everything in your hands today. Lord, be with us today. Today is a special day. We want to physically see our bodies, how we can manage. And Lord God, as we do this, we want to pray and put everything in your hands. In Jesus' name we pray and believe.
A better amen will do. Amen. Thank you. Ahmed, Sheikh. Karibu.
My name is Musa Omar. Okay, I'll read the first chapter of the Holy Quran in Arabic. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in Ihdina siratal mustaqim siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim Khairil maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amen.
Amen. Makofi. Asante. Now we can take our seats. Asanteni sana. Thank you for allowing the presence of our Creator to guide us in this particular day. We say thank you to all of you for sparing time to join us in this event. Very well. To ensure that the production is going live on our Ketrako Facebook page, the events coverage team is requesting with all humility that we move to this side from the center part to that other end so that the live stream can be seen clearly on our Facebook page. Kindly, thank you. Yes, very swiftly, it's a wellness day, kwa hivyo tunakuwa wepesi, tunasonga teke bila kuwa na mshike. I'm your MC for the day, Vincent the Trainer. You can call me VTT. We are glad Epic Vast Ventures is in the house, and we are also very glad for this other opportunity to be with you yet again on this May 26, 2023 for another Staff Medical Open Day. They say that if a client invites you the second time, it could only mean two things. Do you know those two things? One, it could mean last year we did a bad job and you are giving us a second chance to redeem ourselves. Are we here to redeem ourselves? Perhaps. I like that. Second one is we did a good job and you want us to do an excellent one. So where do we stand? Tutajua leo. Ambia mwenzako kitaeleweka. Si kimeanza kueleweka tayari? Very well, we want to say thank you for the committees that are represented here, and I request kindly for all the committees to just stand up kindly. If you're a member of the different committees in Ketrako that were planning this day, from road safety mainstreaming to all the other committees. Naomba tusimame. All the committee members, popote mlipo. Committee members, tusimame. Let's wave to our colleagues. Tuwapatie salute. Very well. Committee members, we acknowledge your efforts in putting this day together, and we say thank you. Among ourselves, we also have a number of our leaders. I want to acknowledge our general managers in the house, starting with Regina Kimboy. Let's give a big shout and applause to Regina Kimboy. Then we also have another GM in the house, Dr. Lawrence Kimondo. Dr. Lawrence, makofi yake iko wapi? Very well, welcome our GMs. We are glad to have you. We also have managers in the house, the different managers. Where are the different managers in the building? You can wave, the different managers, you can wave as well. We acknowledge your presence. We are honored to have all of you right here this morning. Without further ado, I want to welcome our General Manager, HR, to come and give us our keynote address to officially begin this 2023 Wellness Staff Medical Day here at the Ministry of Works South Sea. Makofi yake akija kuzungumza na sisi. Makofi, makofi, makofi. Welcome. Let me sanitize this mic so that you can proceed.
Thank you. Good morning everyone. Good morning. Watu hawakukunywa breakfast leo? Don't worry. I can see a tent somewhere there inasetiwa. So today we are here to do our medical camp. It's an annual event that we organize to make sure that our staff get a day off to be able to come together, to have a wellness day, go through medical checkups, have entertainment. Like today we started here in the morning. We saw those who are fit. Kama mimi, sindio? Yeah. So those who managed to finish the activity that was there, give them a clap. Wale kama mimi hatukumaliza, we need him to come back to Kawi and try to tell us. I saw Mildred, Lydia, who else? Maingi. Bwana, si mtu fanyange Friday afternoon hapo nje. Sindio? We need to start that. Matilda, you need to tell us exactly how to do it. I cannot even last for like 2 minutes ati hivi hapana. Hiyo ni ngumu. So today is a day that we have to make it happen. We are not giving lectures today from HR. Sawa. It's just an open day. We have to celebrate. We have to thank God for the goodness that He has granted unto us from last year when we had a medical camp. Today we are here, and what we are trying to pass and encourage staff is that, one, it is important to know your status in terms of your medical wellness. We have our service providers who have come today, so please take advantage of today. We have brought services closer to you. I know when we tell you to go to hospital, you don't go. So today we have brought those services closer to you so that you can be able to go for those medical checkup. Attend it. It is important to know, and it will actually save your life if it is something that needs to be attended to early enough. So last year we did a checkup. Around 80 staff managed to do a comprehensive checkup last year. So today we want to see quite a number of you participating. Unfortunately, I can see headquarters, we have 310 staff. That's the number of staff that we have at the headquarters. If my mathematics gets me right, we are not more than 50, let's say 60. So that's a story for Monday. We need to know where others are. I only know of a team that is out in Mombasa, Naivasha, and of course the MD was supposed to be here today with the management team, that is finance, DNC, legal, but they've gone for Senate committee. Today they are appearing before a Senate committee. So they were trying to make sure that by 11 they are done so that they can come and join us here. So wale wengine mutext rafiki zenu wakuje, wafike hapa. Eka. Yeah, there are two teams in Eka we saw when we were doing the interviews. So I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for creating time to be here. We have a number of activities that we have lined up today under different service providers. Number one is that we have a team from our medical service provider, that is Amara and Madison. They are our service providers. They are the ones who have held us in terms of medical. So they will give us also a brief talk, but they have a tent. So in case of any attendance that you need, you can go there. We also have National Transport and Safety Authority. They are here to give us a brief talk also. We have NACADA. Then we have National Council for Persons Living with Disability. We have State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. We have LVCT. You can do the testing. We have DCI team, that is Directorate of Criminal Investigation, on personal security matters, so they are here today. We have CPF, they are also here today. The main aim also is to make sure that we actually achieve our cross-cutting performance contract targets. They are very important as an organization. You've also noted that going forward, the government have given comprehensive evaluation for state corporations. Starting from the evaluation of this financial year, there are measures that they've given, and Dr. Kimando is in charge of performance contract. So the evaluation, I know for the last 3-4 years, KETRACO, we've managed to get good. This last financial year, about 1 mark for us to go to fair. We were actually, I think, the last team in the Ministry of Energy, despite Ministry of Energy doing very well. So as we do these activities, it is not that we are doing for purposes of just doing. First, we are encouraging the wellness, mental wellness for our staff. Secondly, we also have to achieve the company performance contract targets that have been given to them. So for us to be able to continue operating as an organization, for us to be able to achieve and make sure that the contract for our CEO, by the way, starting from this financial year, it is based. We saw the circular that came from the head of public service and the cabinet. For a CEO to get his contract renewed after 3 years, they will base it on the performance of the company. So let's work together as a team, as KETRACO, to deliver on our projects, to be able also to deliver in terms of our mandate as an organization. We have played a very critical role since KETRACO started, and we commend each and every employee, because no single department or directorate can work without the assistance of the other. HR cannot perform. We are a cross-cutting directorate. Finance is a cross-cutting directorate. But we need to make sure that we are supporting our mandate. Mandate means the 3 technical directorates that are in charge of project delivery. Make sure that at least we are there to support them. And as we work together as a team, we will be able to deliver KETRACO. We will be able to see KETRACO in the top rank in terms of Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. So it is our responsibility as an individual. The culture that we have as KETRACO should portray up to our day-to-day operations. This is a culture that we need to encourage in our company. And as I said, if you see that a directive has been given, because it is not us, we had to sort approval from the Ministry of Energy, that is through the PS office, for us to be granted approval to come today out of our office, that we are here. But we see a number of us are not obliging to that request, that we are supposed to be here. It is a working day. It's only that we were told you cannot operate from your office. We are here to make sure that at least we attain what we are supposed to do. So let's not allow that culture to crop into our organization. We've seen organizations that have gone down because of bad culture. It is important that we appreciate and take responsibility for our duties. It is important to appreciate that we have an employer. Then going forward, we are able to do our duties and responsibilities and be able to deliver. So today, I welcome our service provider so that at least we can be able to start our activities. If the MD comes during any time, we'll be able to give him an opportunity to be able to say his remarks. On that, karibuni sana, enjoy. Today we are not going to say so much. If you feel like dancing, please dance. If you feel like screaming, scream. So leo tuko na DJ, tuko na MC, and I hope you are going to make the session lively. So on behalf of the managing director, I declare this staff medical camp officially open. Thank you.
Makofi, 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 makofi. Yes, tunyoshe GM wetu HR mikono, tumnyoshe mikono. Pe baraka, ongezee wisdom, ongezee nguvu ya mazoezi. Asikuwe akichoka akipanda stairs ama akifanya aerobics. Angushia moja. Asante sana. Nguvu ushapata. Kwa hivyo hautachoka tena. Very well, very well. Thank you for officially opening our wellness day, our staff medical and open day. We are glad to have you all right here. Angalia mwenzako uone kama ako healthy. Healthy inaonekananga kwa macho kweli. Uliza are you okay? Are you very okay? Iwa confirm by having a grip on their hand. Confirm kama hiyo blood yake inatembea mzuri. Pata hiyo uzito wa handshake, uzito wa mkono. Yes, very important. Blood inatembea mzuri. Yes. Very well. This couldn't have come at a better time. Today, mental wellness and general staff wellness is a key thing in our various organizations, and of course, let's take advantage of this and of course keep getting healthy, because healthy staff ensures that Ketraco is doing pretty well. As mentioned, we have our service providers with us, starting with Zamara representative, wherever you are. Big hand for Zamara. Kindly come and give us a brief. You've been taking care of us. The entire team is here. Kwani mmechoka kuwapigia makofi inaendelea mpaka wanafika hapa, alafu ndio tunakuwa tumewakaribisha vizuri sana. Team Zamara looking all very superb. Karibuni sana. Let me get the sanitizer, then you will guide us on going forward.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. My name is Lilian Mashuma. Have we interacted somewhere? That's a big lie. Joyce, they're saying we've not interacted somewhere. Kwa video, kwa email. I was here last year for the checkups. Hey, you remember? Yes. So you see, you failed me. Nimeambiwa pole, so I accept. So once again, I'm Lilian Mashuma from Zamara. We are the ones who run with your medical. And I'm behind also the employee assistance program, the mental health. You had a talk just the other day. I hope you attended. Yeah? You did, eh? So we'll continue doing more and more, not just for physical health, but also for mental health. I can talk a lot, but to avoid that, I'm going to introduce the team. I've come with my colleagues from Zamara. We'll be showcasing a few things on the side of pension. Then we also have a lady from Madison. I don't want to mention their names so that they do it quickly and return the microphone to me.
Good morning, team. Good morning once more. My name is Kevin Javan. I'm happy to be here today. So because of time, we do appreciate that you're giving us the business of medical, being the service provider. So besides that, Zamara is one of the leading in East and Central Africa in terms of pension. So I'm here to assist you. Maybe you have different pension from different companies. You wish to consolidate into one pot. We have it what we call VUNA, Individual Pension Plan. So if you need more information about it, we are at that particular tent. We shall assist you about our individual pension plan, on how to consolidate, on how to open the account, and how to contribute. Thank you so much for that.
Good morning. Good morning again. We are glad to be here. My name is Gloria Adhiamba War. I'm also part of the pension team. As he has mentioned, we have VUNA, where maybe you've transferred from one company, you've had different employers and you'd like to consolidate your pension. We have VUNA as a solution. We also have a solution called Fahari. This one gives you the option to save extra. We understand you already have a pension scheme, right? But in most cases, you also know that most people retire and they feel it's not enough, right? So what can we do about it? We can save something extra on the side as individuals. So we have a solution that allows you to start saving extra on the side, and you can save as little as from 20 shillings. So that means you don't have an excuse to retire and not have enough for your retirement. So thank you. Hopefully we'll see you at our tent if you are interested.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lois Ngene. I'm in client relations in Madison General Insurance. I know I've interacted with quite a number of you. And as the HR has said, please take advantage, get tested so that we can live healthy. Thank you.
We are so disciplined. We're not going to go beyond the time that we've been given. Now, we've also come with a team. There's the Equity Afia. They're right behind there. Maybe they can just wave or stand. There's Equity Afia. There's a team from Optical, iMods, and also Dental. Supreme Dental. So we are all at that particular, where you see Equity Afia, Zamara, we are all seated in one place as one team. Thank you very much, and I give you back the microphone.
Makofi yao iko wapi? Makofi. Tuanyoshe mkono, timu nzima nyoshia wao mkono. Tuangalie huko. Patia wao baraka, waendelee kutufanyia kazi mzuri. Nimeona kuna watu wanahitaji dental hapa, tuangushie makofi moja. Watu wa dental wanajijua. Hawahitaji kusema sana. Si ndio? Thank you the entire team. We also want to invite the PCF, of course you've been here, LVCT ever. Oh, PCF is here, right. PCF, then we'll go to LVCT. Makofi ya nimesema nini? Mwenye ameniandikia hapa amekosea sana. Ameandika PCF, kumbe ni County Pension Fund, CPF, Fulfilling Lives. Karibu sana. Good. Kuja hapa karibu. Wapi? Yes, here it is.
Good morning once again. My name is Leslie Choge and I'm from the CPF group. First of all, I want to thank the Kentraco team so much for giving us an opportunity to be here. CPF stands for County Pension Fund, as you've heard. We work with counties, but in the recent past, we've opened up to all the rest of the public. So we basically deal with pensions. Our core business is pensions, though we have subsidiaries that deal with different components. But today, I'm here to talk to you about our Mwamba Trust Fund. Mwamba Trust Fund is a welfare. You see how you have your benevolent, labda mkona harusi, God forbid matanga. Squeezy kuna matanga mingi na bahasha ama inatembeanga around envelope to different offices. Watu wakiuliza tuchangie nani, tuchangie huyu. Na labda we upendi Leslie kama ni mimi. Sasa utasema Leslie labda nimtolee 500. So our company thought of coming up with a product that brings equality amongst all the employees, so that you don't have to feel that I like this person, I don't like this person, maybe this person wronged me. So we make it equal. But it's not just for funeral expense. We do it also for birthdays, when somebody has a birthday in your department, so that we celebrate. I've seen you're a very good company. You're celebrating each other, even for you to have this kind of an environment where you're able to talk about mental wellness, which is something that's really bothering the society now. So during birthdays, maybe somebody's having a wedding for the child, we are able to help you manage your fund to be able to make your staff feel better. We also have the NSSF. We are branching off with a tier 2. With a fund. It's a pension scheme, so we are trying to make your life better so that you're maintaining the same standard. Unajua watu wakienda retirement, they die quickly, you know, and we are trying to avoid that, to give them good health. Sorry, you're laughing, but it's the truth. Look at people when they leave, because you're used to being in a busy environment, you have money every day, now you're stressed, you can't, maybe you don't even have a house to live in. So we are trying to make your life better. Yes. So to explain more, since I was given very short time, please visit our tent to be able to explain more to you, because we deal with pension, so that we can help you live a better life. Thank you.
Big hand for County Pension Fund representative. They are very keen to ensure that we live a better life. Who doesn't want a better life? Who doesn't want? We all do. So this is coming at a very opportune time to ensure that we are having the right people here, the right suppliers, to ensure that our wellness is all rounded. Our wellness is all rounded. Those who are registering, welcome. We are glad you've also managed to make time to be with us. Right now, I want to welcome the representative from the LVCT team. The representative from the LVCT team, wherever you are, welcome. You're here. Makofi ya team from the LVCT. Tutakuja kupima baadaye. Karibuni sana. Last year nilipima, nitaconfirm kama bado niko pale pale.
Last year ulipima weight, leo tunaomba upime HIV. Tunakujua. Good morning, team. Good morning once again. Kama unaniona nisalimie hewani. Oh, lovely, lovely. We all need a healthy life, isn't it? And that's the reason I try. Tuko na mrembo hapa.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Lillian. I'm the one who's supporting to coordinate to ensure that all of you are tested today. I've seen that you guys were doing some exercises hapa. We were wamesema about kukata weight. I wanted to at least come and introduce some of our team members, ili at least by the time mnakuja to the tents, you already know us. Sindio? Sikujuana ni vizuri. So that you also do not feel a little bit scared. Nimesikia kina Zamara wakijiintroduce na wakisema about a little bit of their products. So before I introduce the rest of the team, I'll be able to tell you a little bit about LVCT. So I know a lot of people know LVCT, the NGO, yeah, for the testing of HIV. Yeah, so LVCT Health has this self-sustaining arm, which is the LVCT group. We are the ones who are supporting with the clinic, and the clinic is the one who's actually here today to do the testing. So we have the Wema Integrative Health Center. We have the Wema Counseling Center, also to be able to take care of your mental wellness, not just to be able to give you counseling in regards to HIV, but also any other psychosocial support that you may need. Apart from that, we also have the Training Institute, and we also have the Wema Kazini, where we come to your offices and we bring the whole cascade from triage, nutritional counseling, because kufanya exercise ni vizuri, lakini watu wanasemaga abs are made in the good. Abs are made in the kitchen. That is the best place for us to try and get to our goal weight or to any goals that we want to achieve. So here with me, I have our two staff. This is Susan Lango and Aflin. So these are just two of our support staff who are going to be testing. We'll let them introduce themselves. Kidogo.
Good morning. I've been introduced, but I'll introduce myself. I'm Susan Lango, doing the HTS testing in Mekaribisho Wote. It's good to know your status.
Okay, hi all. I'm Afli Nongawa, so I'll also taking care of your counseling issues. Yeah.
We do have two more who are already doing some tests, and I think we will hand it over to our facilitator, who's going to be also taking you guys through the sensitization later.
Thank you, Makofi kwao. Yeah, so my name is Patrick Ndeda, and I'll come back some other time where I'll also show you how to use a condom, isn't it? How many of us know how to use condoms? HR hata wafuta hiyo hata HR hata kwanza hata HR ndio tutamtumia hapa kama tufundishe pia, si ndio? Yeah, so it is important for you to know your HIV status, isn't it? Kujua ni kujiamini, isn't it? Usipojua HIV status yako kitakuramba, isn't it? But today the services are here. Just walk in. Usiogope ati watu wanakuangalia. It's none of their business, isn't it? Just walk in there. Kama unaogopa kupita na mbele, pita na nyuma. Ingia hapo, jua your HIV status. We'll also have an opportunity to train you on how to do self-testing. Kwa wale wanapenda kwenda out kama mimi, ukipatana na mrembo ama mubabas, kuna vile unaweza support, kafanya self-testing, ukajua hali before you engage in rigorous activities, isn't it? We will learn today what are some of those rigorous activities. Ama namna gani, my friend? Situonane baadaye.
Makofi ya huyu gentleman, makofi yake iko wapi? Wewe unataka kutufundisha vitu hapa leo, Mko tayari kufundishwa? Makofi yake tena. Very jolly, very warm. Thank you. We are looking for. Tutakuja. Na sio weight peke yake, tutapima kila kitu. He has reminded me of some joke I had some other time. That in life there are how many things involved? Two. You are either a man or a woman. Now, if you are a man, you are? No. If you are a woman, you are safe. If you are a man, you are having two things involved. So ladies, sema safe. Ladies safe. Ladies wako na uoga. Haya, twende kwa men. With the men, how many things involved? Two. You either get to work in the military or you take a day job. If you take a day job, you are safe. But if you work in the military, there are how many things involved? 2. You'll either go to the battlefront or remain kwa kazi za kambi. Who will be safe there? Watu wa kambi. So if you remain in the kambi, you are safe. But if you are in the battlefield, there are 2 things involved. One of it is you either die, meaning you either shoot somebody or you get shot. If you shoot somebody, you are safe. Very well. Nipatie hiyo 5. Washashika rada. You are safe. But if you are shot, what happens? There are 2 things involved when you die. Of course, you are already dead. Your body will either be used for manure, itaachwa huko kwa jungle, so it will be used for manure, or the team will get you, then at least you'll be given a decent burial. Now, who is safe there? The one who will be given a decent burial. But the one who will be left for manure, there are how many things involved? 2. Your manure can either be used to make plants in the wild grow nicely, the flowers and the wild berries. But the other bit, it could be used to make trees grow. So if your manure will be used for the wild berries and other, vegetation, you are safe. But if your manure will be used for the trees, there are 2 things involved. One, you will either be cut to make furniture or be cut to make paper, especially tissue paper. Which one is safer? The furniture. So if you will not be used to make furniture, you are not safe. So there will be how many things involved? 2. You will have been used to make tissue paper, and chances are you will either be used by a man or a woman. If you are used by a man, you are safe. Ladies, hi. If you are used by a lady, there are 2 things involved. You will either be used on the back or on the front. If you are used on the back, you are safe. If you are used on the front, there are 2 things involved. You will either get gonorrhea or you get AIDS. And that's why LVCT is here today. And if you get AIDS, tutajua pale kwa tent. Sawa sawa? So, uliza mwenzako, which are the 2 things you are involved in? Anatingiza kichwa. Wacha tusonge mbele. Tuite nani? Tuite drug abuse. Naeleza watu wetu wa NACADA wako ndani ya nyumba. NACADA is in the house, and our representative officer from NACADA, Triza Mwangi, is in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Triza Mwangi from NACADA, Prevention of Alcohol and Drug Abuse. Watu wa Jaba tuweze kuelezwa kama Jaba iko sawa. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you? My name is Triza Mwangi from NACADA. I'm glad to be here. I think I know you from other quarters. Okay. Anyway, I get to meet very many people during trainings, so I am glad to be here. And we are going to be talking about alcohol and drug abuse. Just to sensitize you a little bit here. Okay. Sometimes I like walking, so I don't know whether you will allow me to walk around. Okay. Okay, thank you. So I am here just to pass some information concerning alcohol and drug abuse. I know that you have put a lot of effort with regards to the ADA indicator, and therefore we are just going to talk a little bit about alcohol and drugs. 30 minutes is a little time for me, but I'll try as much as I can to see what I can be able to share with you. Now, with regards to alcohol and drug abuse in our country, of course, the commonly abused substances in our country, number 1 is alcohol. And looking at the studies that we have been carrying out over the years, guess what? The prevalence for alcohol and drug abuse in public sector institutions, ministries, departments, and government agencies is actually higher than the general population. So what does that translate to? That we who work for the government are actually drinking more, are drugging more than the people in the general population. Why do you think that could be the reason? Yeah, disposable income. Yeah? Money, of course, we are guaranteed of our salaries, but right now I'm not sure we are guaranteed. But anyway, at Ketraco, you're guaranteed, right? Thank you for that. So, disposable income, especially from per diems, and I know you have carried out your baseline, if not a follow-up survey, and that is one of the issues that keeps on coming up, that people are exposed to disposable income, you know, tax-free money, and therefore when you're sent out for an assignment with your per diem, a good chunk of it goes into purchasing alcohol and drugs. Of course, that does not apply to everybody, but that is the reality. I am sure if you have been sent out for assignments often, you know that that is what happens. So, that is a risk factor. And what I may want us to discuss today is about risk and protective factors with regards to our workplaces. Do we usually have end-of-year parties? You don't? Okay. Do we serve alcohol in our corporate events? Like today, are we going to end with a cocktail? Nice. Let's clap for ourselves. You're not sure? Who is the organizer? We need to know whether there is a cocktail at the end of this. There is lunch. There is lunch. Thank you very much. And soft drinks. And the reason why I'm asking this is because that has been a risk factor in many, many institutions. You find that you're trying to fight alcohol and drugs in your institution, but at the same time, you're also providing, alcohol in your corporate events. But I'm so glad that Ketraco has adopted a culture of health and wellness where you do not provide alcohol in your corporate events. Nevertheless, I know that probably amongst ourselves, there are still those people who may be partaking of alcohol and probably other drugs. And talking of drugs, remember we have those substances that we consider legal and others illegal in our country. And the drugs or substances that are giving us a real problem are those that we consider legal. Which are those legal substances in our country? Alcohol, cigarettes, Jabba, and nowadays we have Jabba juice, yeah? You don't have to keep on chewing, yeah, there is juice. What else do we have as legal in our country? Unfortunately, shisha is illegal. Shisha is a banned substance. So in our enforcement activities, if we find you smoking shisha, of course we won't arrest you, but we will arrest the owner of the club because it is a banned substance. And why the Ministry of Health through the Tobacco Control Board came and banned shisha is because of the health consequences that shisha has. You know that one long puff that you take from the shisha bong is equivalent to 20 sticks of cigarettes. Yes. I can see there is a user over there. No, on a light note. So that long puff is equivalent to 20 sticks. That is equivalent to a packet of cigarettes. So you can imagine if you do shisha a whole night, you can imagine what you're exposing your lungs to. And again, the reason why the ministry came up to ban shisha is because we also discovered through our studies that shisha was being laced with other hard drugs. So you may be there enjoying, thinking that you're enjoying tobacco, flavored tobacco as it is labeled, but at the same time you're smoking cocaine, you're smoking heroin, you're smoking cannabis without your knowledge. So that has been happening. So how about the illicit or illegal substances in our country? Shisha is one of them. Cannabis or bangi. Any other illegal substances that we know of? Yeah, heroin. Lift, although there are still some issues surrounding lift and velo. Lift are nicotine, velo and lift are nicotine pouches that you do not have to smoke, you do not have, but you can insert it under your tongue or under your lip and just enjoy your dose of nicotine. It's very famous with ladies. There is also cocaine. Yes, is an illegal substance. So if you're caught by the police, in possession of, for example, heroin, cocaine, cannabis, you can be arrested and prosecuted for being in possession, not even use, possession. So kindly note that the criminal nature of handling illegal drugs can land you into jail. Now, when we talk about workplace, again, as we talk about our institution, it is important to note that those who are in the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Prevention Committee should now work towards reducing the stressors, the workplace stressors, while at the same time working towards increasing the protective factors. And some of the protective factors that we could be having as KETRACON, probably we may not be aware of that. One of it is the workplace prevention and management policy on alcohol and drugs. Your policy should provide for one, preventive education. And that's why, for example, I am here from NACADA to come and educate you on matters alcohol and drugs. Preventive education should be provided for. And this should not only be done for KETRACO staff, but extended to family members. I was told this is a forum for staff and families. So I'm hoping that their families, the other members are also represented here. So the workplace policy is an important tool because through that policy, you're able to drive programs and activities that will help your institution prevent or manage the issues of alcohol and drugs. And why we talk about prevention and management is because sometimes in other institutions, I don't know a lot about your institution, but in some institution you find that there are staff who are already affected by alcohol and drugs that need to be taken to a rehabilitation for help. So that is why we have this policy in place, because it provides for that you cannot now send someone away because they have an alcohol and drug problem. Remember, we have an Act of Parliament, the Alcoholics Drinks Control Amendment Act of 2015, that declared alcoholism a disease. And therefore, as an institution, before you think of sending someone away because they have an alcohol problem, you must demonstrate that you have done everything possible to help that person before you resort to disciplinary action. So therefore, it is important that you advocate that people get treated. And why we talk of prevention is because treatment is expensive. And if we can prevent people from getting to where they require treatment and rehabilitation, then that would be okay, because now it will be cheaper for you as an institution, and therefore you're able to prevent people from getting into addiction, and you're able to catch the problem early. When we talk about the cycle of addiction, you know, it starts like just a joke. People start by experimenting with substances. So you just want sometimes to get the thrill out of it. How does it feel like to smoke cannabis, for example? Yeah, how does it feel like to smoke or to, to smoke cocaine or heroin or any other substance? So as you experiment with those drugs, depending on the experience that you get, that will determine as to whether you continue using the substance or discontinue using the substance. However, there are those who continue using the substance, go into the social stage where they now start using more often, for recreational purposes. But remember, there are those factors that determine whether you become addicted to a substance or not. One of it is whether you come from a family that has got a history of substance use. Important that we also get to check our families. If you have a history of substance use in your family, just know that then you are at risk of becoming addicted to substances. And I know that back in the villages, you know of families that are referred to as ile ni familia ya walevi. Why? Because they are genetically predisposed to addiction, and because of lack of awareness, so they keep on trying on substances and they end up getting addicted. So it is important that we protect ourselves. Now, I know most of us are parents here. You also have got an important role to play in preventing your children from getting into substance use and getting addicted to substances. And there are many ways in which you can do this. First of all, you need to get involved in your child's life. Fathers in the house, when was the last time we checked homework for our children? Even with the CBC. Yeah? He says he's talking about every night. So this is something important that you need to get involved in. And we are not just talking about checking homework. Are you able to spend some time with your child every day? You know, studies recommend that you spend about 15 minutes per child per day. I know sometimes that's not practical because sometimes we work late, sometimes we get out of our homes very early when our children are still sleeping. But make a point of spending some time with your children. And sometimes with each child every day. If that's not possible, create some quality time to spend with your children. Why are we saying this? Because when you spend some quality time with your children, you're able to notice when there is a change in behavior. You're able to notice when there is a change, even in eating patterns. You know, sometimes children start using cannabis and you start complaining they are eating too much. Yeah? While they never used to eat that much before. So some of these small things are indications that could tell that your child is on drugs. Another thing is that you must spend some time with your child to be able to also notice some differences or some trends with regards to hygiene. For people who use cannabis, they have a problem with hygiene. And therefore, you will be able to note from the hygiene standards of your child. You can tell whether your child is on drugs or not. And of course, the normal signs like, having red short eyes, chewing on gum just to try and mask some odors from drugs. You may also need to check on whether they have got some paraphernalia that is related to drugs. Sometimes they even roll the bang in your own houses without you knowing. They have that kaflag that is used for rolling bang. They have the Rizla papers. Sometimes you find a spoon and a candle in your child's bedroom and you don't question that. They are actually chasing the dragon. That is a mode of administration where they burn drugs using a spoon and a candle and then they sniff on that vapor or whatever smoke that comes out of that. So you need to be very, very observant with regards to especially those who are parenting teenagers. The other thing is that we also need to provide structures as parents. When children are back home during holidays, how do they spend their time? Do they spend the entire day watching TV or on their gadgets, doing their own things? You need to provide structure as parents so that they know this is the time for waking up, this is the time to have breakfast, this is the time to do A, B, C, D, and also ensure that they're able to also complete their homework, especially for those who are still in schools. So very, very important that we're able to monitor and supervise our children's activity. The other thing is this. I know our children have got friends. Do you know their friends? Do you know their parents' friends? Important that you're able to tell, because sometimes we do not share values with, for example, our families. Yeah, so it is very, very important that you're able to establish those friendships and be able to monitor whether you have a common goal with that other family. So very, very important. So back to the workplace, we need to protect, and I'm so happy that you do not serve alcoholic beverages in your corporate events. We share that with other institutions and they ask, so how is it that you can have a party without alcohol? For us as a lead agency, we have had that for the longest time. We do not serve alcoholic beverages in any of our corporate events, including international conferences. So if you are to protect, because why we advocate for that is because if, for example, you have taken someone to a rehabilitation center and they are recovering from alcohol or drug addiction, and here you are throwing an end-of-year party with alcohol. So at what point then do you tell this person who is recovering that now they are not supposed to be participating? Because remember, there are issues of triggers. To them, the sight of alcohol alone is a trigger. And remember, this is free alcohol. So there are people who never get to drink these other days, but only wait for that one event where there is free alcohol. So kudos to Ketraco for not serving alcohol. The other thing is that as an institution, we need to continue steering up these efforts for alcohol and drug abuse prevention. When you, for example, have new employees or interns or attaches, make sure that you take them through the provisions of the policy. Because sometimes people carry alcohol, especially for people who carry backpacks to work. You know, they will carry alcohol and keep on sipping on a bottle, from a bottle of water, and you think it's water they are sipping while they have alcohol in there. So it is important that we are able to educate, keep on educating, especially the young people, on the risks and protective factors with regards to alcohol and drugs. So I think at this point I may want to welcome any questions or clarifications. But it is important that we continue with the efforts towards prevention and management of alcohol and drug abuse in our institution. Remember, management is for those who are already affected, but then prevention is for those who have not yet started. And looking at institutions, actually the bigger percentage of staff are the ones who do not use alcohol or substances. And many a times we usually think that young people are the most affected by alcohol and drugs. But look at what studies are saying, that we who work with the government or for the government are the ones who are most affected, are the ones who are overdoing with regards to alcohol and drugs. So any question?
Question, comment?
Now, before we move to questions, I'd like to also inform you that we also have got interventions in place, and you can share this with your families. We run a toll-free helpline. The number is 1192. For those affected by issues of alcohol and drugs. So we offer counseling through that number. It is toll-free, meaning that you don't pay anything to call. So the number is 1192. So you dial it as it is from your Safaricom line or from your Telcom line, and our counselors will be able to attend to you. So that is important information that you can share with your families or your colleagues. And we do not only offer this help to those affected, but we extend the help to families. We also offer one-on-one counseling, you know, in our offices. So you can book an appointment through that number and come and see a counselor one-on-one. So any questions? Hakuna?
Comments? Could be a comment.
Yes, yes, sir.
Is there empirical research to establish that addiction is related to some family background? Is there research to confirm that? Yes.
Okay. There are a few studies that are able to confirm that, but as an authority, we haven't done a study to ascertain. So from our national perspective, we haven't done a study to ascertain whether there is a close relation between genetics and addiction. But just as the issue of mental health also, if you, for example, come from a family that is predisposed to mental health conditions, mental health conditions, and addiction is considered a mental health condition, you will find that without proper education, without proper preventive factors or efforts, you find that you may end up also suffering from these conditions, especially when you expose yourself to substances. Remember, when you go to a rehabilitation center for treatment, very few people will be treated for substance use alone, because there is a comprehensive assessment that is done, and you will find people who have got alcohol use disorders also may be having some alcohol-induced psychosis, wazimu ile inaletwa na pombe. Or the people who are there because of maybe issues of tobacco, they will go for rehabilitation because they have got this other problem, but then it is also discovered that they have been suffering from depression, and that is why, for example, they have been using substances to self-medicate. So mental health is also key. That if you feel unusual, and it is normal to feel unusual, please seek for help. If you don't see a colleague in 1 or 2 days, if you find out that your colleague is now withdrawing, they do not want to talk to you, they do not want even to come to work, they feel like sleeping the whole time, please ask that person to seek for help. Because the issue of mental health is so real now, and we cannot continue to bury our heads in the sand with regards to issues of mental health. So these are conditions that are actually treatable. Treatable. And sometimes when these mental health conditions are diagnosed very early, you are able to live a normal life even after the diagnosis. However, with addiction is a treatable, manageable, though not curable. So that is important to note. That when you suffer from an addictive disorder, substance use disorder, alcohol use disorder, cannabis-induced disorder, just know that that condition may be treatable, it may be manageable, but it may not be curable. Because the addictive brain does not forget. And that is why people who are in recovery, even if they have not touched alcohol for 10 years, they will introduce themselves as, my name is Triza Mwangi, I am a recovering alcoholic. Why? Because they recognize that recovery is a daily struggle. You actually never get to an end where you say that I am now fully recovered. Right now, the vice chair of our board is someone who has been in recovery for long. And I know you know Anne Matthew. Anne Matthew has been on media since I don't know when. She is in recovery, and now she is our vice chair. So we are hoping that she's going to push these efforts further. Any other question? Yes.
Thank you, Teresa, for a good presentation.
You're welcome.
There is this Alcoholic Drinks and Control Act 2010.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still in force? Because you find that some of the key highlights was the operating time. During weekdays, the bars are supposed to open as from 5 to 11. Weekend from 2 to 11. But you find that they operate 24 hours. Yes.
Okay, we have been having a challenge with enforcement. The reason being, initially NACADA was the one that was licensing liquor outlets. But then this function was devolved to the county governments. And when it was devolved to the county governments, it meant that county governments were the ones who are issuing licenses to liquor outlets. Now, the challenge is that counties are out to make revenue. You remember a while back, 2010, 2011, 12, up to about 13, when we were doing licensing, we didn't have as many outlets as we have now. Why? Because we would even do public participation. Go to a community and say, we have 50 applications for bars, wines and spirits for this community. How many outlets do you want in your community? Then people would say, about 5. Then we end up vetting and licensing the 5. Right now, you will even find an outlet just next to a school. Because there is the issue of the 300-meter rule. Because before you license an outlet, then you also need to visit and ascertain where they really want to carry out their business from. We have an outcry from universities and tertiary institutions that right outside the institutions, we are having a number of wines and spirits outlets. And you know, the law again did not take care of that because it assumed that people who are in colleges are actually adults. But right now we are even sometimes having 17-year-olds, in college. Because right now, I think some children are able to learn very fast and therefore they are able to progress. So in the law provides for the 300-meter rule for institutions of basic learning. And when we talk of basic learning, we refer to kindergartens, primary schools, and secondary schools. However, it did not take care of tertiary institutions. Again, even with the operating hours, you find that sometimes they open very early and then lock the clients in there as they drink. Remember, as NACADA, we do not have a police unit of our own for enforcement purposes. So we still depend on other agencies, the police, for example, to carry out enforcement activities. And therefore, sometimes you find that the same police who go collecting returns from those outlets are the same police that we expect to enforce the law. So it becomes a challenge to us, but I know there are efforts to even make changes in that law so that at the end of it all, the licensing function is brought back to NACADA. So I think that will sort out a number of issues. Thank you for your question. Any other question? Yes.
Jambo. I have a question. We generally, as a country, especially in recent times, have an approach to drug matters that is quite negative. We use words like crackdown, banning, illegalization, etc. But to give a radical thought, don't you think that sometimes the case of legalization and finding a way to coexist with some of these things is actually more progressive? For example, alcohol has existed for nearly 10,000 years, and it's not about to go anywhere. Or if you look at the case of cannabis, if you look at countries that have legalized cannabis, Netherlands, some states in the USA like Colorado, Jamaica, etc., parts of Ethiopia, for example, there hasn't been a total breakdown in society. So if we take an approach of, total banning, almost making alcohol illegal, it's a losing war. It's a losing war. I think we as a country, we as NACADA, we need to find a way of accepting that some of these things, we have to coexist with them. If you remember sex education in schools, for example, or in 1999, the HIV, when Daniel Toro teacher Ramboy declared HIV a national disaster, you get to a point and you cannot turn a blind eye. You have to find a way of coexisting with some things. So it's a different approach, and maybe you can pass it on to the powers that be.
Thank you for your suggestions. Good. Even though as a country, I can see some.
Those who want to clap, just clap.
Yes, please.
Don't hold. You wanted to add on that? Maybe he adds, okay. Then you combine.
Okay.
Mine is a follow-up to what David has said. That radical thinking. First of all, I want to admit that I drink, but I drink milk. Oh,
you drink milk? Nice.
So as I make comments, nobody should assume that maybe Rotich takes Busa or Changa.
He takes Mrusik.
Yeah, so the radical thinking that we need to, the direction I think also this alcohol fight should go, is that why did Africa, especially Kenya, make our local drinks illicit? The Busa, the Changa. If all these others are licensed, why don't we think of, because since I was born, the chiefs, the sub-chiefs, the police, the APs have been fighting Changa and Busa, but it's still there. So let's think of that radical direction of licensing the production and the sale of Changa, or all our local brews. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. With regards to legalization of cannabis, I think in our country we already have a problem with alcohol. So I'm not sure we might go towards legalizing cannabis while we already have a problem with alcohol, the legal drugs. So I know there have been efforts here and there to try and legalize cannabis in our country, but I don't think we are there yet. And even for those that have legalized, they have got very strict procedures and even criteria on who, for example, can be able to plant some for their own consumption. But I think as a country, we are not yet there. With regards to those drinks are usually
I see NTSA is in the house.
Wale ambao hawabanduki penye divai, wanaokajonja kuonja divai,
makofi.
Moyo wao utatoa mambo mabaya.
Shikilia. Tunaketi kwa design hii. Kama wewe unakunywa kama Rotich maziwa peke yake, keti tafadhali, maziwa tu. Maziwa, yogurt. Watu wangu sasa nyote mnakaa na tunajua basi kaeni nyinyi wote. Kila mtu anakunywa maziwa. Kila mtu anakunywa maziwa, si ndio? Lakini tunapata wasia, very good advice right there, of course, just to ensure that all of us remain healthy, because when we are healthy, then we can follow on our daily duties in the right way. Right about now, I want to welcome our lady officer from NSSF to come and talk to us for a minute. Let's give her a big round of applause. Tumpatie makofi. Yes, and she has a bewitching gap like mine, so we will take a selfie after this. Karibu sana.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Violata Hissa. I'm coming from NSSF, based at in the Soleria branch as a compliance officer. I want to thank Ketraco for inviting us today to be part of this event. So I welcome you to our tent. come there for member statements, for member registration. We'll also be able to show you on how you can access your statements online. Maybe also take you through the new rates that were implemented in February, and answer any questions that you may be having. Karibuni. We are just there.
Makofi and Violata. Asante sana. We will come to check our statements, and we are glad that you are represented here as well. Without further ado, we have our team from NTSA. Can see Mr. Musumba and a colleague. Big hand for the NTSA team. Big hand, big hand, big hand, big hand. Karibu sana. Come and give us your word for today.
Thank you, Bwana MC, colleagues from Ketraco, colleagues from NTSA, Nakada, my sister here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Samuel Musumba, manager in charge of road safety programs at NTSA. Together with me, I have my colleague here, Samuel. Maybe just wave to the audience. Good morning. Sorry, we missed the exercises this morning. Last time we were told come ready and fit to run, but we missed it. But where I come from, we also do night running, so I'll try tonight to run somewhere to compensate for what I've lost today. So I'll try to do that. Yeah, but I think we're here on a call from Ketraco to be part and parcel of this day. And we are so delighted to join the Ketraco staff on this very important day, that you're coming together even to do mazoezi pamoja, build your team together. I think we're excited. On behalf of the National Transport and Safety Authority, I want to say that tumeshukuru sana for your invitation. I know we met here some time back again, I think last year?
Yes, last year.
Yeah, and we had some conversation around other issues. And we are happy that you thought again of inviting us back here. We are very, very excited. At NTSA, road safety a lot, because that is really what affects us as a country. As a country, we've lost enough lives. I think the tears we've shed, I want to say, imetosha, isn't it? We have mourned enough. Just from January to date, we have mourned the loss of lives of 1,600 of our dear brothers, sisters, friends, and relatives. It's quite a big number. And the Easter time, you saw a lot of those incidences. Really a sad situation. But as we sit here, I think our call to all of us as Kenyans is that we need to look at this problem together. Road safety is but a shared responsibility. It's not an NTSA affair alone. It's not the police affair alone. But I think, friends, we just need to have a serious conversation together as a people. Because if you look at those incidences, 90% and over, it's just the way we have misbehaved on those roads. Nothing else. But we are quickly running into this emerging statement, brake failure. Every accident you have somebody need brake failure. And we are thinking, as a country, are we consuming wrong brakes for our vehicles? I think the answer is no. You look at our roads, every road now is KDK plus and above, isn't it? So we are consuming very good vehicles. Then why this story about brake failure? I think the honor is on us to really rethink in terms of how are we using these roads. And this morning, I really want to speak so loud about the choices that we are making when we are on this road. I think the choice you make really determines whether you're going to reach home safely or not. If you choose to drink and drive, like my sister has been talking about here, there's no way utafika salama. There's no way. There's no way beer will play nicely on your mind. Just no way. But we're seeing an upsurge of this trend, including just now. As we've been coming, we intercepted a driver who was just going, misbehaving on that road. And interestingly, he had a can of, a can of Guinness. Yiko hapa kwa. And this is a Kenyan, for heavenly sake. Aren't you working today? He says it's a Friday. Ati leo ni Friday. So you want to do a Friday in that style. So in Sangapi is around 10, isn't it? So umeanza Friday saa hizi 10. So ikifika saa 10, will you be Friday ama itakuwa? You start singing that song, ile wimbo wa walevi. And they cheer up, isn't it? Sisi ni walevi. And you cheer yourself. And you call other people Kondo, isn't it? So by around 4, this same guy actually will be calling everybody Kondo on that road. I wonder whether he'll reach home safely. These are the Kenyans who will be telling you, gari najua wapi? Which vehicle knows home? Hakuna gari najua nyumbani. Friends, I'm here speaking about choices. Choices to be safe on that particular road. It's not fashionable to sing that song and you do what that song is just talking about. It's not at all. The choices you make to drive on very high speed on that road. And Kenyans are sharing these days record-breaking time speed. Atunajua nimetoka Kitengela paka Nairobi in 10 minutes. We're hearing this a lot. Because they're using what? The express? How do you do 10 minutes on expressway? The person who came up with that road, the intention was to ease congestion, to assist us move easily from the other side of the country to Westlands and back. But if you do 10, and he has put their speed limit of 80 kilometers per hour. But what are we doing? 120, 130, 140. And that's where we've had fatalities on that particular road. The newest road. Choices. Really. Umeambiwa pale it's 80 kilometers. If you do 80 on that road, trust me, you will be on Waiyaki Way within a very manageable time. But what are we doing? Majority of those numbers we are seeing now, the 1,600 plus lives lost, is because of that choice of speeding. And we seem to be really enjoying the thrill of speeding on these roads. Itatuua, itatumaliza, trust me. Unaitiwa kitu Naivasha, you want to speed, you want to be there on record-breaking time. It is not right. Some of us are even posting the speeds we are doing on our social media platforms. It's not a thrill anymore. Not a thrill anymore. We have lost lives. People are dying. That's what we are saying here. The choices you make, if you are not traveling on your personal vehicle, the choices you make to use public service transport, which you really encourage, that most of us should really use public service transport. But again, which transport, which vehicle are you boarding? Una board gari aina gani? Look at that vehicle. In fact, if we really have to enforce this compliance, it should come from us, the users, not even NTSA. Magari ya kuenda let me take an example ya magari ya kuenda Kileleshwa. How many of us have seen those vehicles? The Claytons. You see those vehicles? Some of the vehicles go to Kabete. Magari ya Kileton actually at a center bolta iko zinakaa hivi. But interestingly, when we are doing our operations, unapata hilo gari limekaliwa na serious Kenyans who speak very good English. Ukishika hilo gari, they're the ones coming out telling you tuelewane, isn't it? They speak very good English, but look at the vehicle they are boarding. So until we come to arrest these particular guys, ndio sasa tuanze kuwa na a bit of order. I think that is not the case. We should share this responsibility. Why should you board that vehicle? If all of us said we are not going to board those vehicles, trust me, those guys will be out of business. And they will invest in better modes of transport. That is the thing. So to say, Diane, that is really where we want to go as a people. Choices we make for our children. Transport wakienda shule. Which type of vehicle is your child boarding? Wewe unaachia mtoto wako the house help, atamuingiza kwa ile bus, oblivious of the consequences. This kid comes home so tired, because one of my neighbor's kids was saying, you know, he has a big body like this. Yeye anatumika kushikilia wale wengine, because he looks like a big body. So anaambiwa wacha the small little girls watatu wakukalie, wewe unabeba wale wengine. Can you imagine? So this guy, every morning he could cry, rebelling, itaki kwenda hiyo shule. Little the parent know that actually this guy has become a makanga in that school transport, that bus. Yeye anabeba wale wengine. We are here as parents, and I hope I'm speaking to some of the parents. You've paid for that school transport. Which one? Anakaaje yule mtoto wako kwa hiyo transport? Then later on, when issues come up, we start accusing maybe government and all that. The onus is on all of us. This morning, I really want to speak passionately to your hearts. Passionately to make the right choices. Passionately to be responsible. We can't win this war of road traffic crashes and injuries in this country if we can't be responsible as a people. If we can't share this responsibility as a people. The choices you make to drive without a driving license and you enjoy it, it's not right at all.
The choices you make not to go to a driving school and you still want a license and do that road. Honestly, it is not the right choice at all. Right now, we would make things easier for you. It is digital platforms everywhere. Smart deals to Meleta. And now, our driving school curriculum, very graduated, very professional. We want to professionalize driving. We are moving away from the old narrative of driving being for the failures only. That's where we've come from as a country. Driving school. That's no longer.
It's very professional. How do you get professionalism? Go for training. Go for retraining. Go for defensive driver training. Go for refresher trainings. Ketraco as an agency. I know you have so many drivers. What are we doing with our drivers to wapeleke to that level? Those are the choices we are talking about here. So this morning as we sit here, I think I really want to emphasize on that let's take road safety as a shared responsibility and let's make the right choices on that road. We'll be very safe as a people. The choice you make to bribe a police officer, wesema tuelewane. And 2 weeks ago, we've been on that road doing the operations. And Kenyans come to negotiate the bribes with you. Before you even ask him, ama umwambie makosa yake ni gani, they're already bribing, they're already negotiating the bribe already. Mkubwa niko na 2,000 hapa situongee. Then you tell him, makosa, unajua makosa yako kweli? Bwana tuelewane, nimeongeza ingine niko na 4,000 sasa. Before you know it, the guy actually has raised 10,000. Tax free. You want to bribe me? Na ujui makosa yako ni gani? Some of the traffic offenses, by the way, are as low as 500 shillings. 1,000. A traffic offense is not a criminal offense. And the Mutunga regulations, I mean, huwezi pelekwa committee for a traffic offense. No. But what do? We are the ones now raising the bar. Yeah, the bribe. Now, if this police officer this morning alipata 5,000, wewe unakuja 2,000, atachukua kweli? So ume raise bar nyinyi wenyewe. I think as a people and as officers now even working in government, we should be the game changers in this kind of behavior. Allow yourself to go to court. You'll be surprised. Allow yourself to go to court. But let me put this right now. We have moved now to the level of government agencies now sharing information on one platform. I think you're aware of that. We are now all of us on one platform, which is an e-platform. Now we are going to be sharing even information on traffic offenses. The NCAJ, which has a committee now on traffic issues, chaired by the ODPP's office, they are now pushing for sharing your offenses across board. Ukiwa sasa wewe unafanya makosa continuously, wewe umeshikwa leo, kesho na ile ingine, red flag kwako itakuwa you're a repeat offender. And that information will be shared across. The courts will know you, we will know you, and things will not be very easy for you. That is now the level. That information itafika mahali. To even insurance companies now. That is where we are taking it now to the next level. And worse still, as government officers, to your employer now. Sasa wewe ni mlevi tu, umeshikwa na ulevi, kesho na ulevi, kesho kutwa na ulevi, I think utakuwa red flag. That is the level. Because we must change this. We must change this narrative. We've lost too many lives which are too costly for a country. Road accidents cost this country, our GDP, close to 3 to 5%. It was 300 billion Kenyan shillings, just our GDP. It's too much for a small country which is struggling like ourselves to lose this kind of money. We also now working on our legislations, and very soon, our NACADA is here. The law on drunk driving. We went around the country to do public participation on that same law. And all the 47 counties we went to, no single Kenyan ever said, tukunywe tuendeshe magari. Nowhere. I think everybody just said, it should be 0-0. 0-0, alcohol concentration in our bodies, 0-0. That is the Kenyans have spoken. That's where we're heading to. So once this law passes through Parliament very soon, we are back to the alcohol blows. Full blast. Mchana na usiku. Well, we're not saying that you should not drink, but what we are saying is don't drink and period. Simple. Don't drink and drive. That's the level we are now taking it to. So, and actually, even more proposals on drugs, by the way. And NACADA will be advising us now on which drugs and how do we even measure these levels of drugs now among our people. Friends, the lives we are losing are what is making us to do all this, are what are making us to reach that level, to even tighten these legislations. That is the level that we are looking at now. So to say, Diane, this war cannot be won by NTSA alone. It is all of us in it. Leo, tell a friend to tell a friend. Mambo ya speed tuache. Furahi day ni leo. Piga sherehe lakini do what? Chukua Uber enda nyumbani. Piga sherehe lakini usiguze hilo gari. Sawa sawa. Those speeds, that drunk driving will kill us. Ni mbaya sana. And as I finish, I also just want to weigh in the conversation that my sister had brought about. Mental health issues. Trust me now, majority of the accidents we are seeing today have a significant relationship to mental health issues. How do you explain an accident caused by a seasoned driver. Anakwambia, I've been driving this vehicle for the last 30 years, 25 years. How do you explain such an accident? There could be other underlying issues behind that accident. Huyo mtu si atajui kuendesha gari. That is a seasoned driver. But unakuta amefanya ajali. There could be so many issues. And listen to them, they are going through a lot of issues. What now we are doing as an agency is that we have packaged a mentorship program for drivers. And I want to call upon the management of Ketraco that, because this is part of your PC, road safety mainstream is part of your PC, right? One of the key target issues, unakuta mtu ako na mambo mengi sana. That ajali kitokea hawezi kuambia ilikuwa namna gani. You know, it's that bad. Recently we had an accident around Sachangwan, which had been quiet a bit. About how many days ago? About almost 4 days ago. This driver, actually, can you imagine a Salga atoke this side of the road and flew over the barricade, akaunka the other side. And you ask him, the quickest answer is brake failure. I mean, how? Yani hii gari imetoka kule Malava kote, ikuje tu brake failure. And look at the bumps around Salga Sachangwan, isn't it? Honestly, how? You can't really explain. These are some of the mental issues watu wanapitia. Mpaka analala, mpaka anasinzia, mpaka anashindwa, and then inakuwa ni hivyo. How many of our drivers today anapata ajali wanatuambia, oh, I saw a very beautiful lady, 2 a.m. walking on a continuous yellow line. She tried to stop me. Nika wave, alafu nikaanguka. One of the buses wakatuambia hivyo. It's not right, isn't it? 2 a.m., where does a beautiful lady come from? And around there are even no houses. So where was she coming from? You know? A friend of mine who really protects beer, hapa Langata, about 2 months ago, rolled over. I don't know if you saw that vehicle. Ilikuwa ime-overturn miguu juu on the graves of Langata. I don't know if you saw that vehicle. And the guy was screaming right inside there mpaka asubuhi. And the guy says, actually, I saw 2 children dressed in school uniform na bags wanataka cross barabara. 2 a.m. And in avoiding them, I found myself on the graves. These are mental issues, isn't it? I think that there could be other issues, not as you Chawi. This is just people are going through a lot. There's so much that we are going through. So as we sit here, let's have this conversation. It's a serious conversation. While the government will treat other issues, roads, vehicles and all that, but behavior here too. Where are we as a people in terms of how we are managing ourselves on these roads? Thank you so much. I know I can go on and on and on, but that is really the message I really wanted to emphasize this morning. Choices to be safe on that road. Let us make the right choices. Thank you so much and God bless you.
Makofi ya NTSA, makofi. Thank you very much, Mr. Msumba. This time you got the brief very well. Last time you came in a suit, now you are in the right attire. So organizers mlifanya kazi mzuri. Mapigia watu wa NTSA makofi tena. So you did not miss the workout. We are still going to do activities and of course you will partake of them just as we are going for break. Ladies and gentlemen, the executive chambers of release, the washrooms, if you may, are just right there where I'm pointing on the entry. The ladies and the gents. So kindly, of course, we might need to visit those chambers. Right about now, DJ, uko na ngoma gani mzuri? Okay, DJ anakimbia kwa booth yake. Yes. Oh, a comment on NTSA. Very well. Let me share that. Mr. Msumba is here to take it up. Okay, good.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Msumba, thank you for your illustrious presentation. Mine is just maybe to request, since we are in partnership with Ketraco and maybe other energy sector players, There is the registration of the new plates, new generation plates. Mine is to maybe request for assistance. Some of us, it's difficult maybe to leave our places of work in good time to come to NTSA or do the application and come for the plates. Mine is maybe to request maybe when we have such events, or if they can be a day, you assign maybe 1 or 2 officers. Our place at Kawi complex is always open. They can come and assist us to apply for this plate so that we also get to comply with that. So I'll kindly be requesting for that assistance. 2 is also on the new licenses. Sometimes the process for fingerprinting and everything to come to NTSA is also a bit complex. We will be requesting, if as NTSA is moving mobile, if we can also have the services just brought closer to home to enable us do that. And in the event any of us have also some other issues, we may also be able to be assisted if we have any other things. So I'll be kindly requesting for that facilitation. I think we can even say quid pro quo. You come with your people, we can even provide a tent. If it is lunch, we can provide lunch. I think, not from my pocket. Not from my pocket. Yes, but I believe our Human Resource Directorate is listening to us. So yeah, it can, and it could be a team effort. There is REREC, there is National Oil of Kenya, there is the Ministry of Energy itself. So it could be a combined effort just to help all of us comply. So I think, and then maybe we can also extend that to our families and relatives, everyone else who can be involved. So mine is just to request for that assistance. Then you can clap, Ban, you can clap. Then part 2 is just to commend you for the growth and coming as far as you've come. But maybe just to raise a question, a comment also, most pedestrians would not know how a matatu works. So if the center bolt is off, they are seeing the matatu is moving from Kileton Sacco, it is on the road. By virtue of the inspection that they always go through, either at industrial area or any of the inspection points at NTSA, they will be like the car has been approved to be safe for road use. So I think maybe there should be a bit more of tying loose ends at the inspection points, because I've been there some time back when we used to take vehicles for inspection. So I think we should start from there, and then maybe also member education. Not all of us will go to garages, would understand even how changing a wheel works. So I think let's start from the inspection point as we move forward. Then the other comment I'd wanted to make is the enforcement of Alcoblo. As you've been aware, I think most of us remember the gentleman who was saying he was arrested like a rat on the highway as he was going home. And he's been driving for very many years. So as I think the sensitization goes on, most of these things are normally seen as a money-making scheme, whereby you are actually harassed by the officers. By the time you're taking your car, you have to pay tow charges. The tow vehicles are owned by the officers again, so you're paying a tow charge, and then again there's the fine. So those kinds of things, I think there needs to be also a conversation on the enforcement of drunk driving. Though we commend, and we'll also say they are Ubers, they are cheap. So I think you can also do some campaign, which you have been doing actually. I've seen it on the TV with EABL. There's Uber, there's Bolt. I think all of these third-party apps can also come in and team up and do something, even with the respective bars, because I think in as much as Jesus also turned water into wine at some particular point in time, whereas we are not told the alcoholic content of the wine, people at the wedding were not driving. they were walking as they were going home. So I think there needs to be a good conversation also on that. So also bar patrons can be involved. Then training of police officers. Take for example, I can give you an incident. About 2 weeks ago, I was called by a police officer who was complaining that a friend had overlapped on the Wayaki Way roundabout. If you look at it, there's really no way you can overlap on the Wayaki Way roundabout. It's a straight road, it's one way. So when you ask what overlapping means and what it actually is, you start now a confrontation, and they start threatening you with a notice to attend court and everything, which also takes a long time. So I think the sensitization should also go to the police officers, should not be harassing motorists for offenses which actually are non-existent. So after having a conversation with the officer is when my friend was released. But you see, if my friend had not called me, he will probably have been given a notice to attend court. I have to attend court on his behalf or as get someone to assist him, which wastes a lot of time. So I think the conversation should also be pushed to the officers, not to harass. If it's a clear offense, yes, we agree. You go to court, pay the fine. It's also good to do that. But where no offense exists, let them not create one, because it's just harassment. Then I think my last comment will be on signage. Actually, just two last comments. Signage and demarcation on our roads. You could see there's been a lot being done and investment being put in. But I think even with the new construction of the roads, signage and demarcation is quite important. Our signage is insufficient on our roads. Even if you look at even just the Wayaki Way or the Westlands Road that has been recently renovated, there are really no signages. The rehabilitation process takes time. So if those things are not corrected, even enforcing becomes a problem. I can't see a yellow line, but the police officer insists that there's a yellow line that used to be there. So you see, we start arguing on whether it is there or not. So I think that's also something that needs to be done. Then the sensitization on the laws that you have mentioned and also the offenses, I think there are some new changes that have happened. Like recently I had a friend who was arrested for, most of us as you were saying, seasoned drivers. We have driven on the roads for maybe more than 10 years or have had our licenses for more than 10 years. The way I learned how to drive is I was taught by someone who had been on the road, maybe my father or my friend, because you had the L sticker and they would move everywhere with you. Now my friend was arrested and being told that is not a driving instructor. Yet there's normally that guidance that we normally give people who have the L sticker around the road. So I think a conversation should be put around that, because now people are being arrested for such an offense. Yet when you go to the NTSA portal to apply to be a driving instructor, is I think is it 20,000 or something of the sort. It assumes you are in a school or something, which is not the case. So if I have maybe my son, my daughter, my niece or my nephew who I am training or teaching how to drive on the roads, it shouldn't be considered as an offense, because one, I actually have no, I've seen there's the point system on the new driving licenses that you're offering. My points have not been deducted. I don't have an offense, traffic offense, yet here I am trying to teach someone to drive, but I'm being arrested for not having a driver's instructor license, which doesn't make sense in my opinion. So I think some of these laws that are being introduced should have some common sense in them. So thank you.
MC, next time tutaweka tent ya LSK. Ni wakili huyo. He's questioning the
Thank you. I think quite a number of questions. Are there any others? Maybe I'll just pick all of them together. Okay. Yeah. I could just pick all of. I'm writing them actually. And sending them to the office so that we get response. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am grateful. Last year you were with us. I want to maybe raise a question to our HR department. It might be a good thing after we have such talk, then we can have a feedback on whether we have impact. Like Musombe was here last year. He cautioned us on what needs to be done. Are we reporting fewer accidents, or are they increasing? Are the talks adding value or subtracting? I think it would be a good thing to do. The other thing, this is just what I observed, because we have had NACADA talk, and then we have had NTSA. NTSA say don't drink but don't drive. NACADA says don't drink. So I was just wondering, is it then a good thing to drink at home so that you don't drink and drive? or bring the bar next to the house, so that I am seeing a counter argument, kind of. Maybe you need to agree on whether how to deal with this drinking thing. But I think I want to just emphasize what the first speaker said, that we bought bad vehicles because they are on the road. So I think we want NTSA to just remove them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We've read in the print media several times of people who learn driving maybe in an open field, or maybe makangas who are normally given an opportunity by the matatu drivers. The ones who moves a matatu maybe some 3 meters, they reverse, forward, reverse. Then eventually they go to a driving school and say, me, I know how to drive. I don't want to attend driving lessons, but I want a driving license. Then there's normally some sort of collusion between these people and the driving schools, and I think the owners of these driving schools, there is a way they know some people within NTSA, and then somebody who has never been to a driving school ends up getting a driving license. So my request therefore is, as NTSA, what are you doing about this? Because I tend to believe a good number of these matatu drivers never went to a driving school. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can take those ones. Thank you. Let me start with the first request. And that was so good. The DLs, the number plates, you want to be assisted. We are more than ready to do that. All you can tell us is send that request, that official request. Hata kama ni leo tutakuja. Because we want every Kenyan to have the new deals. We want every Kenyan to have the new number plates. By the way, very soon we'll be releasing deadlines to some of these things. And don't be caught in the rush. So come change your number. Now, the new number plate, the advantage is it has both security and safety features on it. Nobody today can steal that vehicle and get away with it. It even has a QR code. You can actually check information on your vehicle very, very, very easily. Unlike the other one. The other one, you can go to Grogon here and just have it painted. Na unapata. But this new one, no way. You can't mess up with it. It's a new regime. And so please take advantage of that. We'll come. Invite us, we'll come. We'll pitch tent in your place. Even the DLs, we'll pitch tent there. And sometimes it's good when you apply together. Then when we print them, we print in bulk, you get them at once. Otherwise, I know the queues in our place are they're scary, I know. But we'll consider that one as well. Now on inspection, those vehicles I mentioned, the kilotons, the Indimanges of this world, and many others that look so bad. Yeah, we do inspection, but sometimes these guys will hide away. There are times also they'll bring the wrong, they'll bring the vehicle to inspection, even they borrow tires, by the way. They even borrow some parts of that vehicle on our Kelea. So it goes to inspection center, we'll give you that clean bill of health at that point of inspection. But wakitoka pale nje, they remove all those things again and back to normal. It's that bad. It's bad behavior, you know. But the challenge also we have is in enforcement. Because once we have inspected, then the rest is left to enforcement officers on the road. So the biggest challenge we also have is on inspection. On enforcement. And that's why you see us also coming out often to do that joint enforcement with the police so that we're able to ascertain status of these vehicles. But I just want to encourage you. Usipande hizo gari. Please don't. And look at even the hours they operate. They operate sometimes very odd hours because they can't be on the road normal hours, Just don't board those vehicles. They are a risk unto themselves. You actually die before you die in those vehicles. Then alcohol law enforcement. Yeah, I know the first experience we had with alcohol law enforcement was not very interesting to most of us, but things have changed. It'll be a bit more organized, yes, but it's coming back fully. We were taken to court, and what the court only wanted was to know what are the levels of alcohol concentration for the country. Because you tell Kenyans you should have 0.35 milligrams of alcohol in your blood, the next question they ask you, how many beers are those? Hiyo ni bia ngapi? Kenyans count alcohol concentration in their bodies by the number of what? Beers. So, and of course we know our bodies are so different. Somebody can take a whole crate na bado amesimama. Others, just the smell of beer, kwisha. So we differ. So ukiambia mtu, it is 2 beer, 3 beers, and the guy says, by me I do a crate and I still get home. So once this law goes through, it's just gonna be 0, 0, 0, no more than that. But we know we'll improve on the processes. Training National Police Service in terms of handling our cases, I totally agree with that. Some of our colleagues are so bad. They will do everything possible to put you on spot. Hata mahali hakuna makosa, they will do something until ukwe na makosa. That is wrong. What now is happening is we are doing more of multi-agency enforcement, more than just police alone. So we're also able to see some of these issues they're raising. Are they real? But let me also advise you that there's a help desk at Milimani Court. There's a traffic court, by the way, special traffic court at Milimani. There's a help desk there. If you really feel aggrieved by whatever offense these guys have said you did, please feel free to reach out to the help desk. Feel free also to reach to us because we need to address this issue. Why would they put an offense which was not your offense on you? There's no turning point here. And then somebody says, ulitan wapi, So if we can get that, then that is okay. By the way, the courts now are also admitting, video evidence, this digital evidence. They are admitting it. So feel free to take pictures of that incident, where you actually arrested and all that, present to the court. The court is listening. I know we're in engagement with the traffic court all the time, and that is happening. So let us know. Signage on the roads, I agree. There are some roads that still have a lot of those issues, but then that is not on our end. It is on the road agencies, Kenha, Kura, Kera. But where there are serious challenges, when that comes to us, we have a way of reaching out to the road agencies to be able to address some of these issues, particularly signage and demarcation on new roads. I totally agree with you. There are some roads that are still not yet done fully, but that we can bring to the attention of the road agencies. Now, we have had a lot of changes in legislations, yes. The next step is awareness creation. Like the 2 laws on drunk driving, when they go through, we'll do a lot of public awareness. So that you actually know, viwango vyako vya pombe ni gani. You need to know that. We have regulations now also on, new regulations on driving schools and all that. We will be publicizing a lot of this out there for members of the public to start understanding that. And that ties with the question on Somebody asked, the drivers who get licenses now agenda driving school right now is impossible. I can tell you for free. The system we have now, ni kama ile this examination council, it's called what? The NEC and all that. When you enroll in the school, our system picks you already as a candidate coming through. So as you pay for your PDL, already we start seeing that there's a candidate in school X and Y already. Until 21 days are over is when you can actually come and sit for the exam. And that exam, people only presented, only those ones who went through all the 21 days and all the lessons covered. That's why we've been able to close most of the driving schools because of hiyo ujanja walikuwa wanafanya. We've closed quite a number of them because of that. The new system now, you can't manipulate it. You can't come and sit for exams if we can't see your data from behind there. If we notice that, then that school is delicensed. 2, also, instructors are now licensed by ourselves. So don't go to a school that does not have instructors who are qualified, who have been licensed by ourselves. Don't go to those schools. And that goes to the question that he asked about, if I'm a parent, I know how to drive, can I instruct my child? No. You're not a qualified instructor. You know, it's like saying, can I teach my child? Naenda afanye KCSE and KCPE. Is it possible? That my child will go to school, any school, but I will teach him or her in the house and present him for the exam. Is that possible? Yes. In our system? Yes. Wow. That you not enroll in any school, you teach and then go for KCPE. Homeschooling. Well, I don't know, but when it comes to centers and all that, but you must be attached to a center. You can't say, I'll just teach this child in the home, alafu the exam comes, I just present him for the exam. No. The same thing goes to driving schools. You cannot be an instructor and present your child for an examination at our centers. No. You must go through that process. It's not possible. And finally, was there any other question that I've left out? I think I've touched on all of them, yeah. Yeah, I think that also goes to, I like what he said, the feedback from HR on the impact of some of these things we are talking about. Ketrako, last year, this year, tumepata ajali yoyote? Mingi. So there must be a problem somewhere. Either, I don't know, whether is it speed or issues of drunk driving has come in, I don't know. But maybe we'll hear from HR on some of these cases. Then we can package a training for our drivers. We need to do that. Thank you.
Very well, legal counsel, very fast, then we go for tea.
Mr. Musumba, mine is just a clarification. I am not homeschooling my niece, nephew, son or daughter. They have already gotten the license. They just want to feel comfortable on the road driving, because you are aware we are just trained in school, but being on the road is something different. So it's just the guiding on the road. That is where now you are arrested and you are told you are not an instructor. But they have already gotten the instruction, they have a license. So what you're doing is just making the person comfortable as they move.
Yeah, actually, I now get it. Actually, that one, you're not supposed to be arrested. That one, no. Ideally, if you put L on your vehicle, every other person using that road and sees the L should keep distance from you. That is the practice. If I see L, please don't move closer. That L can do something weird. And if you knock somebody with the L, you are in trouble. So don't be close to anybody driving with the L. That one I agree. That one should not be arrested. I don't know why that police did that, but actually it should not be. I thought it's the other way around. It's the other totally new instructions. Yeah, I agree with no arresting. That one, no. Yeah, thank you.
Super fantastic. Thank you for the clarifications. Big hand for NTSA one more time. Very well, very well, very well. Keeping our road safe. Right now, tea is ready. We've eaten into some of that time. So kindly, ladies and gentlemen, we shall go to the tent on our right where we shall have the serving. Let's take 30 minutes. While at it, we can start visiting the tents. So we are going to multitask. We serve, take the tea break, then also at least start visiting the tents that our suppliers have pitched right there. DJ, give us some good vibes as we go for the tea. Our guests kindly tutangulie. Twende tuwe mbele. Karibu. 30 minutes.
I dedicate my time to you, my guy. Even if the road be rough, I don't mind. 'Cause you be my G for life.
Enjoy the teamwork. DJ Space on the decks. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, I've been ringing on your cellular. Where you at? Nobody know if you settle down. Yeah.
Remember where the executive chambers are. Relieve yourself.
Many just stay for mine. Yeah, me and you feel like they're not my guy. That guy is my guy. Everything's my guy. I'm my guy. MK and Juke for life. Vina Super V, she's my food.
I dedicate my time.
Yeah, she feel cuckoo. D7 is my guy. You be my G, you be my G.
Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Feeling good tonight. 'Cause I did, yeah, with my guys. I got plenty for my mind. But right now I'm with my guy. I don't fear them got my back. So you don't see my formation. I got a big combination. It's like the inspiration. I'm 100 concentration. When my guys them follow, hard energy far away. I thank God for my beauty. Good friends don't be money. Who's your
Tupe ngoma kwanza, wapumue kidogo. Second session, just confirm with your colleague, look at them, ask them if they are wise or otherwise. Confirm again, you are wise. Confirm, are they wise or how are they right now? Yes or none of the above? Anyway, we are choosing to be wise. Of course, coming from the backdrop of what we've had earlier on in the morning, from our able representatives from the different organizations represented here, NACADA, NTSA, of course, our other providers, Zamara, Madison, PCF, LVCT, and as we have encouraged, let's have interactions with them as we proceed. Right about now, before we welcome the team from DCI to take us through all matters of personal security, of course, we were reminded that it's our personal responsibility to ensure that we are safe on the roads and that speed that thrills kills. Of course, we were also reminded on all matters drug abuse. Again, it takes our own responsibility for us to keep ourselves safe. And Leah was very categorical that the addictive memory does not forget. So we do not need to get ourselves to a place where there is an addictive memory. Without further ado, I want to welcome our officer from the Director of Criminal Investigation. I'm aware they have a trip to go to the other part of the country after this. That's why we've done the swap to bring them slightly earlier for them to do their presentation. Of course, security is very important and it's at the core of what we are all doing. As he gets ready, we will still have another challenge from all the directorates, but we want to acknowledge our good friend. Just stand up, the one who won the 100 meters, gentlemen. Simama tukupigie shangwe, makofi kwake. Yes, Wajakoya's younger brother is in the house. What's the name of your directorate? HR, big up for HR directorate. The second runner up alikuwa nani? Yeah, kindly kaka, simama, makofi kwake, makofi kwake. What's the name of your directorate? Operations and maintenance. Makofi operations and maintenance as well. Yes. Then I was number 3. So Epic Vast Ventures pia ipigiwe makofi. Ama is it disputed? Tutarudi pale kirudiwe, sio? Very well. Our officer from DCI, welcome, talk to us. Makofi ya DCI in the house.
Good morning. Are we safe here? Are we safe here? Are you sure? With the enjoy here, we think we are safe. So I will start by asking very simple questions, and let us discuss, because I want you to show you exactly what. Oh, this guy is telling me to introduce myself. Yes, my name is Dixon Lee Bendy. I work with the DCI. I am a forensic expert. In education, I'm a nuclear forensic expert. MSc in Russia. So mnajua Russia inajuanga imanda nuclear. Yes. So today I'm here for us to discuss things to do with the security, person security, and any other discussion that may rise as we continue. I always start by asking, when you want to travel to, for example, Eldoret today, which means will you prefer? Which means will you prefer to go to Eldoret?
Oh. Depends with your pocket.
She's simply saying it depends with the pocket. There are so many factors that will be able to determine why you want to travel to Eldoret and which means you are going to use. And this is exactly how we are going to approach this. That every day as we decide to wake up, there is a challenge, there is a risk that everybody has to do what? To overcome. Using that vehicle to work is a risk, but you go ahead and do what? You make a choice by going to work. Every day as you wake up, there is also a risk of you can be choked by food, but you continue doing what? You continue eating. But there are things that you must do for you to continue eating. There are things that you must do for you to continue traveling from home to work. Is that a fact? Yes. So for that case, we are going to go through certain subtopics shortly. The first thing we have to do, we want to discuss terrorism. Just briefly, terrorism. Then after discussing terrorism, we'll move on to the cycle. What makes this terrorism to act? It's not something that you will wake up today and you do it. There must be a process that will be able to take place for something to happen. Then we will also move on to things that our friends, our family members, that will be able to show that if you look at them, you know this is now becoming a risk. And then finally, I'll be able to show you types of bombs, and you'll be able to see them physically. Anyone who can help us define the word terrorism? What do you understand with the word terrorism? I can see my friend here laughing. Tulikuwa naye Canada.
Good morning. I don't know. I know what it is, but I don't know how to put it in words. It's an attack on a people, let's say. It's an attack on people? Yes. Correctly. Put it correctly. I don't know.
So, terrorism, there are two factors that when something happens, then it becomes terrorism. Number one, use of violence. And number two, create of fear. For example, if I meet this friend of mine and I threaten him with a knife, give me the phone, that is terrorism. Sawa. This violence, it can be really violence, or you do what? You threaten to do what? To use violence. And I will tell you that for you to be safe in town, the Nairobi town, if you see these young boys of 15, 16 years, they have come to you to attack you. They want a phone. Please give out. Sindio? Give out. That is a fact. Ata mimi, if I see them, and they have already done what? They have already shown up the knife. Give them. We'll be safe, rather than fighting back. Sawa. So we know now what terrorism is. We have classes of terrorism. I don't want to go to that, but we have domestic and we have international. International is the one that involve what? Across the border. Like Al-Shabaab, they are international terrorism. And domestic, do we have domestic? Sungu, sindio? Which one uko kwenu?
Hatuna kwetu.
Mungiki, it was a what? It was a form of what? Domestic terrorism. Then we are also simply saying that for this terrorism to take place, and we are also simply saying that anybody can become a terrorist. Don't look at maybe tribe, maybe religion. Anybody can be what? Can be a terrorist. And we have seen all range. Somebody like Bwire, he's a terrorist, but he's a Luya. Sindio? Somebody like Kemto, the White Widow, anybody can be what? Can be a terrorist. So for terrorists to happen, for terrorism to take place, then there is a certain cycle that takes place. So there is that cycle that takes place for terrorism to take place. The first thing they do what we call surveillance. Somebody will come at your institution, somebody will come in your house, somebody will come to your workplace that I need something. For example, I come to Kentraco and simply say, I'm looking for a place where I can buy a bag of sugar. I'm taking what? I'm taking data. How are people behaving? That's the first step, surveillance. The second step is now having multiple what? Multiple target. I'll go maybe to Kentraco, maybe to Kenya Power, maybe to KenGen, maybe to DCI headquarters and several places. As I do what? As I collect data. That data will be able to help me determine which place to do what? To attack. The next thing that as I do my surveillance, I'll do what we call, I will collect data. I will collect information. The information that I will be able to get, it's you people to give out that information. For example, when I come to an institution and ask you, what time does director comes to the office? It's you people to give out that information. Just like when you have a child in the house and somebody asks, Baba merudi ama mama merudi, that child will be able to do what? To give information. So it's you people that will be able to provide information for a given place to be what? To be attacked. So we are also simply saying that you must be able to protect certain information that will be able to release to the public. That information is about what? Your institution. Somebody is asking you how many police officers are there in this compound per day, and you give out there are just 4. Is you to do what? To give out. Remember, for an attack to take place, the information is given by the people who work in that institution. And it takes a process. It can take 1 year. It can take 2 years. I hope all of us know that Westgate, it took how many years? 5 years for Westgate to be what? To be attacked. Garissa University, it took how many years? 6 years. Dusit, 4 years. So it's not something that will be able to take place in one day. The information that you'll be able to give out is the information that will lead to attack. Because they'll simply use that information to be able to attack. For example, if you tell somebody that we have only 2 police officers in the compound, maybe one of them is armed, one is not armed. That's a very critical information. Or somebody comes to your house and knows very well, and the child will give out information that dad wanga akai hapa ni mama peke yake, sindio? Baba yangu anakanga huko Nairobi. See, that person has enough information, will come and attack the mother, sindio? Yes. So let us be able to protect information that we give out. That information will be used to what? Against us. So we are also simply saying that after getting that specific information they want, they'll do what we call a dry run. A dry run simply means that I will come to an institution with this bomb, place somewhere, and see how people will do it, will react. So that when I decide now is the time to attack, I will come and place it now and behave exactly what happened in what? In Dusit or Westgate. So that I simply know that when I come to Kentraco complex, it's called what? What's the name of the complex?
Kawi House.
Yani bado mnapeana information. Bado mnapeana information na nimekataza. Oh, when I come to Kawi House iko na nini gani na gani na gani?
Sijui, ni mimi ni mgeni.
Amerevuka, lakini ameniambia kuna National Oil, kuna nini ingine. So please, I hope you are getting. We must also teach our children. For example, mimi kwangu mtoto wangu hawezi sema kama niko ama siko. I have trained them. Sindio? I have told them this is what we call personal security. When somebody asks you where is dad, where is mom, this is what you are supposed to do. Because the information that will be able to be given out will be used against what? Against us. Then after dry run, there is an attack. That cycle, it will be able to take the number of years depending on the information the people of that institution will do what? Will be able to give out. Are we getting? So let us be able to protect information we are going to do what? We are going to give out. So another part we are looking at, we want also to look at activities. These are some of the activities that you, when you see your friend doing them, when you see your friends behaving in such a manner, then that person is becoming what? A suspicious person in a given institution. The first suspicious activity is loitering. Mtu ameamka asubuhi, ameingia kwa ofisi 8, lakini amezunguka. Kama yeye ni mtu wa HR, ule mwenye amekimbia amesema ni mtu wa HR. Mtu wa HR ameenda kwa procurement, anakaa huko story kuanzia saa 2 mpaka saa 4. Ndiye arudi kwa desk yake ni saa ngapi? Saa 6. Is that not suspicious? You know, there are things that happen, sisi hatujui ni, they are becoming suspicious. Sawa? Is the same person mwenye ataenda ambie marafiki zake nilikuwa kwa procurement wakafanya nini? Wanataka kununua ndege, si ndio? Na nimeona wanataka milioni ngapi? Milioni 6. Tengeneza nini? Invoice ulete. Sawa? So those are suspicious activity. If you see somebody who's supposed to be at a given place, kazi yake ni kufika asubuhi na kuloita, then that person is what? Suspicious. Ndio? Kataza huyo jamaa, mwambie rudi kwa desk yako, fanya nini? Fanya kazi. That is suspicious activity. Then another activity that you are looking at is that somebody who gets into your house, somebody who gets into your institution and is paying attention to what? To security installation. Yani mtu amekuja kwa nyumba yako, anaangalia tu penye CCTV iko, akikungesha nilikuwa nataka na anaangalia. Or he enters into Kentraco premises, is looking at what? CCTV, that person is doing what? Collecting data. That person is suspicious. He may be an employee, sindio? Remember what happened in Kitale police station. That police officer, he was a police officer, sindio? Alikuwa amejua vizuri sana what is happening. That's why he was able to enter into the armory na akapiga wenzake ki protect Brooks zifanye nini zichukuliwe. So it's the information that will be able to be collected that person will be able to use to fight against what? Against us. So paying attention. If somebody pays attention, if you are coming to the to your organization or getting out and you see somebody standing paying attention to security facilities, make sure you do what? You report it to Njue. Another suspicious activity is that somebody is covering himself. I'm not against ladies ama religions zenye wanga zina cover, sindio? But tunajua vizuri sana ule ni Njue, lakini kesho yake ama kesho kutu amefanya nini? Amefunga kichwa, amewacha macho peke yake, sindio? That person is suspicious, just covering. Naona ana point. Ule charu ule tutachunguza ama anavanga hivi akuja job. So another activity is that somebody who is asking so many questions. Have you seen a person mwenye anaweza kuuza maswali 20 in 1 minute? Na sio polisi, si ndio? Nasikia polisi ndio wangu anauliza, jina yako, toa ID, sijui mimi sijawahi fanya hivyo. Maybe wale wa kitambo, si ndio? Wa saizi ni waangwana, si ndio? Yes. So somebody unakataa. Somebody asking you so many questions. Njua anaingianga saa ngapi? Na anakaa wapi? Gari yake namba plate gani? Yani hujajibu hii, ameuliza hii. Hujamazana na hii, ameuliza hii. So that becomes what? Suspicious. Sawa? That becomes suspicious. And then also there is also another activity that somebody avoids security personnel. Akipita hivi aone maybe kuna our police officers wamekaa pale, anaturn, anaanza kwenda different direction. Ama ameona wale security officers wawili wako in a given direction, he turns and does what? He moves to a different direction. That one is a suspicious activity. Or somebody who enters into a given premises na ako na haraka, hataki kusachiwa na those security guards. That's also what? A suspicious activity. So we are now moving to, then we are also simply saying that the best practice when you see these activities, you have to do what? To respect your instinct. Remember, for anything to happen, there must somebody who must simply say that I did what? Nilimuona, sindio? Do you remember Westgate? Kuna mtu alisema nini? Si hawa jamaa tumekwanga tukikaa na hapa tukinywa chai. Na nilikuwa tuna suspect. So, let us trust our instinct. I don't know, wale wa theology watatuambia. Hata kama in the process of dying, hiyo mimi theology sikusoma, but the process of dying, naambiwanga somebody anajuanga kama anaenda kukufa. That's why sometimes unaona mzee anaambia watoto wake kujeni, si ndio? The moment wakikuja wakishamsalamia, kesho yake unasikia amefanya nini? Ameenda. The instinct. You must trust your instinct. That is basic. Then we also have to look at steps to identify a suspicious package. We use the word hot. After knowing the activities, we now look at the steps to identify a suspicious package. We use the word hot. H simply means hidden. If you enter into a given premises and you see something hidden, that thing must be suspicious. O simply means obvious. Obvious simply means that people have decided not to do what? To hide. They use available what? They take advantage of the what? Available obvious things. For example, if I want to hit Kentraco, and I have studied that Kentraco people, they don't pay attention to what? To dustbins. I will come and make a bomb and drop in what? A dustbin. Obviously, all of us know that dustbin is where we do what? We drop our trash. nobody will bother. Or I enter into a room and I take my bomb to be what? To be a chair. That room, that chair must be in that room. Sawa? Like I simply say, have we taken time to check what is beneath our chair? Nobody. Tutakuja na tufanya nini? Tukae. Let us now be what? Security conscious. Tuko pamoja? Yes. Somebody may take advantage of obvious. Hot. Typical. The word typical. Typical simply means that there are certain things that must be placed in a given area. For example, in this field, if this is a field, there must be a goal post. I can take advantage of that and place a bomb in that goal post so that I will be able to do what? To affect. For example, if I'm supplying pens in this institution, I can convert those pens to be what? To be a bomb. When I come there, I supply bombs. It's typically, I know these are what? Are pens. Sawa. So we are simply saying, I'm simply saying that let us be able to understand our environment. Let us be able to understand what's going around us. So that when that thing happens, you are able to do what? To protect yourself. I was talking somewhere, I simply said that for me in my house, I don't use the door every day. Sindio? Siku ingine naweza pitia kwa dirisha. Since that's okay. Yeah, because I want to understand my environment. Is it okay? Sindio? So, let us be able to understand our environment. And all of us know that our workmen, our people we work with, they are our workmates, not friends. Sijui kama mnajuanga hivyo. Do you have a friend hapa ndani? Point.
I have workmates. Workmates.
Yeah, amesema hako hata mimi ni hata huyo mwenye tumekuja naye is just my workmate, si ndio? Friendship inapatikana huko nyumbani. Lakini tukiwa kazini, we are what? Our workmate. Let us understand our environment. Let us not trust anybody. Trust yourself. Sawa? Trust yourself first. So before you trust any other person. So, the actions after identifying that this is a bomb or this is suspicious, what are the actions that you are supposed to do? We always use the word 3C, the 4 C's. The first C is confirm. The first C is confirm. Confirming simply means that you can call up, simply say, whose phone is this? Whose bag is this? Sindio? But if you just simply shout bomb, hata mimi nikiwa kwa hiyo gari, I'll be the first one to run out. Sindio? Even if I will be in that room, na mimi ni bomb expert, I will run out. So, first of all, confirm. Then after confirming, you do what? You clear. Confirm, then you clear. Clear simply means that if you have confirmed that this phone does not belong to anybody, or this bag does not belong to anybody, tell the people around you to do what? To move away. And the distance, the minimum safe distance is 100 meters. Ukiwa town na usikie bomu iko pahali, my dear friends, kimbia uende uonea kwa TV nyumbani. Ukitaka kuchukua hiyo WhatsApp, the minimum distance must be what? 100 meters for you to be safe. Clear, and then communicate. The third one is communicate. Communicate simply means that now you can call Mr. Njue or any other person. Communication comes third. Communication does not come first. If you communicate first, uta cause panic. People will die. Confirm, clear, then communicate. And then lastly, you do what? You control. Control simply means that you are able to protect people not to enter into that area until the police or any other expert does what? Comes in. Tumekubaliana? Please, this information, it's your personal protection. Another thing that I want us also to go through is I know we know. But in the case there is an active shooter, there are basically things that all of us, I know we know, but we have to be able to understand that every day as you wake up, you must have a plan. And that plan must not be one plan that when somebody comes into our office na afunge mlango, my plan is to cry. Yes, crying can be a plan, but it may not be safe. So you must have a plan. And this plan, generally, there are three things. When you get into a risk, there are three things that you are supposed to do. But those three things will be able to depend with what? The circumstances. The first thing is to fight. Like for this guy, nikutana naye town and nipige ngumi, I can either decide to do what? To fight. Nitaangalia ni mtu wa gym ama sio wa gym, sindio? So there are certain circumstances that you must be able to understand for you to make a decision. I can either fight, I can either run, I can either hide, depending on the circumstances. And before the attack, as we are here, Kentrack has not been attacked. There are certain things that we must be able to put into consideration. And number one, that thing is that we must have a plan to be able to keep ourselves safe. Number two, we must be able to understand our environment. What is the exit point from where I sit? What is any other route that I can use for me to get out of the given premises? You can use a lift. Is it safe to use a lift when there is an attack? Or you can use stairs. Is it safe to use stairs when there is an attack? So you must be able to understand all those things. You also must be able to understand the risk at which you are. Some of us are on third floor. Some of us are on the ground floor. There is an attack at the gate and you are in third floor. You are sitting on will fly into air with the speed of 9,000 meters per second if it's open air. Suppose it is in the building, it will double because we have something called is it refractive or reflective energy? Ama mimi nimeenda sasa sana. Refraction. So it will be able to hit the wall. The energy that will be able to reflect, it is double. If it was 9, it will be 18. So that's how this terrorism takes advantage of explosive. So explosive, they are used to make bombs. And basically, we have two types of bombs. We have convention bombs. These are bombs that are sold by countries like Russia, US, South Africa, and so forth. If Kenya wants, they go and buy. And we have another type of bomb called what? Homemade bombs. IDs that these terrorists cannot be able to purchase because of laws that are the international laws. They take advantage of that. So I want us to talk about one convention bomb that all of us who knows this bomb? It's a grenade. So this grenade is live. I've only removed the what? The fusing part. But if I put it, it is enough to do something good. Still? Yes. Something good. So I want us to learn life skills of this. Mostly terrorists use this thing to get access. I'm very sure if I throw a grenade at the gate, wale watchman ama police watafanya nini? Watakimbia, si ndio? I will get access. Also when we are waiting for our vehicles in town, tumepanga laini tunaenda Donholm, si ndio? Somebody can take advantage of this. It has been used, si ndio? It has been used several times. Lakini watu wangu wanauliza tulifanya nini terrorist wafiki Nairobi? We have so many things that takes place, ndio, during day and night. We have very good softwares that whenever you get a new network gets into a given system, it will be able to do what? To detect. And if it detects, then if you are a bad person, you'll be eliminated where you are. Sindio? Kenyan boundaries are much more safe these days. So, grenade. This grenade, it takes between 3 to 4 seconds hii kitu ilipuke. And what I'm going to say, you must do it in less than 2 seconds. If you not be able to do it in less than 2 seconds, please, it's as good as waiting to die. Sindio? Gari kisha lose control, kisha overturn mara kwanza mara pili, utangangana na steering. Si lazima ujikunje uprotect nini? The heart and the most vulnerable places. And that is how life is. So this thing, it takes between 2 and 4 seconds to go off. And it's mostly used by terrorists to get access. If I want to get access to a given place, I will halt a grenade. So that after halting a grenade, one of the goals that terrorism is to do what? To create fear. And fear is there. For example, nikipiga risasi yangu hapa juu saa hii, si kila mtu hapa atatoroka? Ama kuna mwenye atakuwa na courage kunikujia? Wacha mchezo nani. So, these are the steps. Wale wa mbele ndi wataona tu, watawaambia chenye wameona huko mbele. The first step is that when you see a grenade and you are in a group, mimi nimekuja kwa group ama nimetembea na niko na grenade. The first thing you have to shout grenade. Shout grenade. To alert other people waelewe danger imefanya nini? Imepatikana. Then after shouting grenade, anybody who hears the word grenade, ama the person who supposed grenade, you must turn in opposite direction. For example, pole ni wewe tu sio mwingine. If this lady is a grenade, the first step is to turn. Si ati nitamwekea vitu zangu mbele, si ndio? Si lazima ni protect. Mama anataka anahitaji nyumbani. I turn. Then after making a turn, you can either one, if you still have time, if you are light like me, you can make a one step. If you are heavy like her, you drop down. You don't lie. Si mnaelewa maneno ya kudrop? Huyu anasema diving itakula your 2 seconds. You drop down. And you drop facing down. Sijaambia mtu unafanya hivi alafu na rudi tena you drop facing down. Reason is that you are still protecting your most important thing. Hiyo kama I'm telling you utasafa hii dunia. So you must continue protecting. Eh? Sijui mimi wewe utauliza huyu. So when you drop down, you open your mouth. While dropping down, open your mouth. Remember, as my brother said, this grenade is made up of high explosive. When it goes off, there is that release of energy. And any change of pressure, as you close your mouth, your eardrums will do what? It will burst. So you open your mouth, and then you remember, this part connects between this part, connect the body and the brain. And the brain is the engine. Sindio? For this hand to move, there must be communication in the brain. Sawa? Na all communication inakuja hapa. So, pellets zikiingia hapa, utakuwa kama hii kiti, sindio? Cabbage. If 1 or 2 pellets zikiingia hapo, the nervous system utakuwa garbage. Ukiingiza mkono kwa moto itachomeka tuwe ukicheka, sindio? Utakuwa sio uchungu juu inatokea wapi. So, do that. And then you cross your legs. You are still protecting that thing again. When you are down, make sure you do what? You protect your legs. Sijui nani atakuja tufanyie. Baba, kuja tu. Lala hapa. Lala tu chini. Nataka waone. Mumeona? Waja kuona. That is exactly what cross miguu hiyo kitu isipigwe bas. That is the correct position. Sawa. It's not time to cry, it's time to do what? To take action. The reason why tunalala chini, hii grenade ikianguka chini, the pellets zinafanya nini? Zina spread at 45 degrees, so you'll be safe. You'll be safe. Tumesema maneno ya kufungua mdomo to protect your eardrums. Tumesema maneno ya kulala chini, facing down, the vital parts of the body ziko huku mbele zote. The engine, the heart and all other things. Macho ziko mbele, haziko nyuma. Matako we can rekebisha. Madaktari wako hapa. Hii tako hii nezekewa ingine na nitaishi. Engine hawezi bwana. Hey! Hiyo lazima uprotect. Are we there? Good. Where's my grenade? So, lastly, namalizia. So, we are now moving on to what we call IDs. IDs, they are made into 4 categories. IDs, ukisikia kitu kama inaitwa ID, there are 4 categories. Category number 1 inaitwa victim initiated ID. Victim initiated ID inamaanisha it's you, an individual, to initiate it. It will remain safe until your action makes it do what? To go off. That's why tunasema if you see something suspicious, wachana nayo, si ndio? Ile siku zenye watu walikuwa wanaokota pesa zilisha. Sijui kama bado watu wanaokotanga pesa. Zile siku za Moi tukiimba Nyayo tawala Nyayo, tulikuwa tunaokota pesa. These days wakati wa Ruto sioni pesa mimi. Unless kama nyinyi mnaokota. Endeleeni kuokota, mimi siokota. At least wakati wa Kibaki tuliokota kidogo, si ndio? Uhuru na ndugu yetu hakuna kitu. So, victim initiated. I want to show you victim initiated. This is how victim initiated ID looks like. This is just a pictorial picture of what victim initiated ID looks like, whereby it has all the components of an ID. We have the explosive, we have the initiator, we have the power source, and this switch, the victim initiated ID, whereby if I put this into a box, I don't know if I've covered. Like this one. This one is now an example of a victim. It has a switch here. There's a switch here. Engineers, hii switch, hii kitu iko imelala chini ni off. Ukiinua inakuwa on. Hiyo switch inaitwa nini? Njue shika majina yao. Tutapromote hao wakikumbuka. Kuna iwanga inaitwa jina. Press normally open ama press normally up. Mimi sijui. Wewe ndio unajua. So, I'm simply saying that this bomb here will remain safe as long as it is down there. The moment you raise it, it becomes open na inaenda off. Inalipuka. So, this is what we call victim initiated ID. Then we have another an ID called command initiated ID. Command. This one, I will be able to command it. I will carry this bomb to Kawi House. I will carry this bomb to Kawi House. Niende Kericho, ni make sure saa 2 kamili kila mtu ako kwa ofisi, and then I command it. I can command, and I know nobody in this where we are seated can run 9,000 meters per second. Hata huyo mnamuitanga ni Amanyo? Amanyalala, Omanyala. He can't. The fastest time he has run is what? 9.8, sindio? 9.45. So nobody can run beyond 9,000 meters. So if you see something, say something. So if you keep quiet, it can be time. If you keep quiet, it can be victim. If you keep quiet, it can be command. And then these days, we have what we call combine. An ID that contains the 3 switches in one. We call it hybrid. That if nobody will touch, it will still go off. If nobody will do anything, will it trigger, it will still go off. I will be able to make it, to command it, so long as I have achieved my objective. And my objective is to cause what? To cause death. If you are an Al-Shabaab, a terrorist, your objective is to cause death. So an hybrid, it contains all the 3. Then we have this. Nani atatufungulia hii? Sitaki njue na sitaki madam. Nani atatufungulia hii? Tumalizie kwa hii maneno. Kuna mtu nataka nifungulie, engineer hapa. Please madam, come. I know you are. Oh, ako wapi? Nipoindie mmoja. This one, engineer, kuja. Come and open. Fungulia sisi bwana. Haiwezi. Mimi naweza kuleta kitu cha kukuua kweli? I'm very happy. Si nimeachieve my objective. Ningekuja hapa na nianza kupeana, si angefungua. Sasa kwa nini ameogopa? Na wewe ni engineer, imagine. Tegemeo, saa hizi stima ikipotea tutakuita. Na umeogopa kufungua kitu kama hii. My friend, my objective have been achieved. Nilikuwa nataka engineer afungue. Tungepiga yeye paka shangae.
Makofi kwa engineer, ametuonyesha tunakuwa na ile ukakamavu wa kufanya vitu right.
Anyway, I will still open na watu waone. Hii ni bomu yangu. Niko nayo kabisa.
Hiyo ni missiles. Hizo vitu hizo.
Na siringi, ndio kutengeneza na siringi.
Hizo mabolt hizo.
Sawa engineer. Hii ndio ungekutana nayo. Direct kwa baba. Hakuna kitu kingine. Thank you.
Makofi ya forensic expert Dickson. Makofi. Asante sana. Thank you very much for sharing with us on all matters security measures that we need to take, both as individuals but also as all staff from Ketraco. Wanasema security inaanza na wewe na nani? Na mimi. Kwa hivyo when you see something, can't hear you, when you see something, yes, and of course the other drill. Hebu tusimame alafu tuanguke. Simama. On a count of 3 ndio tutaanguka. Haya. On a count of, ile grenade iko wapi? The grenade please. Nataka kuwekelea pin alafu turushe. Niletee tafadhali. Haya. Okay. On a count of 3 unaanguka. 1 2 3, twende! Asante sana. Usipige magoti, ni unaanguka na unafunika kila sehemu na unahakikisha umejiprotect. I've done it deliberately. Guys were asking, there is no space. Dixon, when the terrorists attack, they will not give us space. They will not give us space. So it's for you to create your own space, whether under the chair, under wherever. Create your own space and be safe. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our very own forensic expert from DCI, Mr. Dixon. Asante sana, tunashukuru. We are getting better with the briefs that we are getting. It's already 1. I request your patience so that we can invite one of our other speakers from disability mainstreaming. This is none other than Mr. Dennis Muturi, National Council for Persons with Disability. Show him some love, show him some love, show him some love, show him some love as he comes to speak to us. Show him some love. There you go. There. That's okay. Fantastic. Mr. Dennis, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, hiyo mambo ya security imetubamba, si ndio? Makosa tu Dickson amefanya, hajafanya nipapase hiyo bomb. Nataka nipapase hiyo bomb before aende. Alafu
bomb itolewe. Lazima washike kidogo mtu.
Touching is believing, eh?
Exactly.
Ametubamba, si ndio? One more time nataka kumdedicatea wimbo. DJ, I also want to test whether you are well. Tafutia Dickson wimbo unaitwa 100 kilos. Umweke for 20 seconds alafu toe mimi niendelee. Kwani iko nini?
100 kilos.
Kama
100 kilos.
Kama hauna 100 kilos, yes. So akiendelea kuitafuta amweke Dickson for doing a good job. This is my first time to attend a security sensitization, so I've also been sensitized. Si hata nyinyi mmebambika. My name is Dennis Nyariki. I work for the National Council for Persons with Disability. Now, that is the organization that deals with disabilities issues in the country. And it is this organization that deals with disability in the country. And we have come here to tell you a bit about us and about disability. Just the way we fear bombs, people also fear discussing about disability because of so many reasons. We have been formed by an act of parliament, that is Persons with Disabilities Act 2003. And because of this act, the council exists. For the last 19 years, we have been there. Now, when you hear disability, what comes to your mind? People start fearing. People start thinking that disability is something different. People start thinking that disability is not for me. And if it is for me, it is a curse. People start thinking of disability as something which is foreign, as something which is tormenting, as something which is difficult and very, very unmanageable. This is what people have in mind. Some people think that disability, hawa watu tu ni wa kusaidiwa tu. Unajua ni watu wa Mungu. Si wao ni watu wa Mungu? Ama wao ni watu wa shetani? Mmeenda wapi? Mjua mkinyamaza na mimi ni blind by the way. Totally blind. So mkinyamaza nitafikiria mmeenda. Muko? Bado muko? So naweza fikiria mmeenda na mimi pia niamue niende na sijui nitaenda wapi. Ukuta nimekanyaga gurune. Ameshaenda. So I'm safe. Si unaona sasa? So those things. So mkinyamaza nitafikiria mmeenda. Na vile mmeambiwa ati ni one nafikiria mmeenda kula lunch mkaniacha hapo peke yao. So lazima muniongeleshe. Sawa. So disability wanasema is the impairment that when you interact with the environment, it either causes you to perform or not perform your duties. That impairment, that condition that you have when you interact with the environment, it causes you to function or to not function. For example, mimi ni totally blind. By the way, I've been totally blind for the last, niko na miaka ngapi? 44 years. I've never seen anything. Nyasi nasikianga tu ni green, nasikianga tu damu ni red, nasikianga kuna kitu kinaitwa moon, nasikia kuna, mmenionea huruma sana, nasikia kuna kitu kinaitwa stars, nasikia kuna kitu kinaitwa, nasikia kuna hizo those things. Lion nimekuja kupapasa juzi and a dead one. I went somewhere and there was, I don't know whether I touched the real one or I touched a dummy. So I don't know. So when the condition that I have, when I interact with my environment, when I fail to interact with my environment, like now, the master of ceremony brought me here because I could not see where, when you unaweza sikia mali speaker inaongelea unafikiria ndio mtu anafaa kusimama, kumbe sio hapo. So he brought me here because I'm not able to interact with my environment. But when I'm put in another environment, nikitumiwa ka M-Pesa kwa simu saa hii, siwezi kupea master of ceremony anisomee. But I'm still that blind person. Si ni kweli? Akakasimu nikitumia kwa M-Pesa ama nikitumiwa kwa message good night na girlfriend yangu, siwezi pea mtu anisomea, anaweza nichomea, si ndio? Na kitaniramba, si ndio? So we are saying disability is not in a person. Disability is that interaction between the environment and the condition that you have. For example, if you are not able to walk, if I give you a wheelchair, you'll be able to move from one point to another. Okay? So that is what we are calling disability. If I am able to give you a sign language interpreter to interpret for you and you facilitate this communication to take place, then your disability is not there. But when that condition that you have interacts with the environment and you fail to interact with the environment effectively, then we say it is disability. For example, unaweza enda kwa nyumba ya gorofa. You go kwa nyumba ya gorofa. You are not able to climb it because it has stairs. It is a disability. But if instead we put a ramp that will facilitate your movement with a wheelchair from up to down, then you have no disability. So tunasema disability haikuangi kwa mtu. Disability inakuanga kwa environment. Tuko rada hapa kweli? Disability is not in the person. Msiangaliange mtu hivi mnasema disability iko in the person. Disability iko kwa environment yenye anayoperate. So we as Ketraco should be able to remove all those barriers that prevent persons from interacting with the environment. For example, if it is your service charter, put it in an accessible format like audio, video with captioning, and those people who can read. If it is a road, a muddy road, or a soggy ground, if this was a soggy ground, maybe those who are using crutches may not use them because the crutches will sink because of the weight of the person. So we try as much as possible to remove the barriers. In our offices, sometimes wires are passing. Nasikia Njue mna mention Njue. Kwa ofisi ya Njue sasa, mawaya zinapita zinaweza kukutrip, uanguke chini. So we remove those barriers so that it can facilitate movement from one point to another. If it is technology, employ technology that are friendly for persons with disability. Nilikuja na Uber hapa. Nilijitishia Uber nikajileta hapa. Nilikuja na Uber ndio Gashon akakuja kunichukua kwa gate. So because of that technology, this person is able to operate. So first lesson, disability is not in the person, but it is the interaction of the environment and the impairment of this person. Tuko sawa? So hii maneno mnachukia watu ati akona disability mtawacha. So many people think that disability cannot find me. Mi kwanza naendanga mazoezi asubuhi, nakula balanced diet. Mimi I'm so good, you know me, I go to Israel once a year for checkup. I cannot get a disability. No, disability is for everyone because there are so many causes of disability, like accidents. Ingine kwani tena mmeenda hii bombs zenye ziko hapa, si ndio? What diseases, and each and everybody is prone to diseases, si ndio? Disease inaweza kukupata ama isikupate. Another one, sickness ndio tumesema. Ingine mjasema hata mambo ya floods na volcanic reaction, si hiyo pia inaweza cause disability, si ndio? Kuna gender based violence, si ndio? Mnakumbuka Jacqueline Mwende? Muliona vile alikatwa mkono? Imagine hata kama aliwekewa mkono kutoka Korea ya 2 million, hawezi shika kikombe vile nilipewa chai na Joyce nikakunywa. Hawezi fua nguo. Okay? Unasikia? So gender based violence is bad. Kuna friend yangu mwingine anafanya kazi kwa polisi kama wakina Dickson hapo. Sasa yeye is a gentleman. Alimwagiwa acid na wife yake because the wife thought that anatembea sana. Ana stroll sana. Umeshika hiyo network? Umeshika hiyo rada? Na akasema sasa hataki kuonaona hizo maskati, sijui nini, hataki kuona hizo beauty sura zenu, akamchoma na acid. Macho ikazimika ikakuwa kama hii yangu. So he came to our office and I was giving him counseling. Anambia bwana, hii darkness ni mzuri. Hii darkness ni vizuri izoe. Hasa kama umeshawekwa hiyo darkness. So gender based violence can also lead to disability. Okay? What other causes? Simuniambie. War, tumeshasema war. Tumeshasema accidents, road accidents. Kwa hivyo wale wanaendesha gari, drug and substance abuse. If you abuse drugs, you can get an accident or it can cause mental problems because mental conditions are also disabilities. Kuna maboys na magirls wanapenda kusikiliza vitu muziki kwa earphone. Msipende kuweka vitu loud. Utakuja kuwa deaf, watu watakusengenya. Na utasikia. So don't msizoee kuweka vitu kwa masikio, kusikia very loud music, or go to matatus that are very loud like yetu ya Umoina na za Rongai. Watu wa Rongai mko ndani ya nyumba. Msipende kusikia hizo loud music. Au ukienda kwa club, unaambia DJ na kupatia earphones zenye unakuwa na dedicated music system ndani ya masikio yako at your own music temperature. Si ni kweli? So loud music is bad. Drug and substance abuse. Watu wakipigia mwili pole, leo ni Friday, mnapigia mwili pole, msiumize mwili sana. So take care of those causes. So tunasema hivi, in disability world we say disability is a club that anyone can join at any time. Disability is a club that anyone can join at any time. If you will not join it through some of those causes that we have said, old age will also be coming by. Ukizeeka huwezi tembea vizuri, huwezi ona vizuri, huwezi sikia vizuri, and as such you may be a person with disability. So we cannot run away from disability. So this notion that disabilities is for caste people, si ati naongea vibaya kuhusu kanisa, hata mimi ni mtu wa kanisa, ati it's for caste people, watu waletwa watolewe mashetani. No, disability can get you anywhere, anyhow, anywhere, anyhow. So let us be positive about it. There are some people who say those people who have disability, unajua hiyo ni makases ya ancestors wao, sasa wanapata punishment. Unajua babu ya babu yake alikuwa muizi sana, so they are paying the price. No, you may not be paying the price, but it is because of the natural conditions. So number 1, disability is a club that anyone can join at any time. Number 2, disability is part of our diversity. Disability is part of our diversity. Just like the way we have curvy, slim people, tall, short people, dark people, we also have persons with disabilities. Tuko pamoja? So take it positively. Don't think that those people are, you look at persons with disabilities, mnaona kama wanatoka kwa Pluto hivi, Jupiter, under the sea. No, they are just people like us. So they are part of our diversity. We should embrace disability. Don't look at it like, oh, Mungu, is this what I asked for? Unajua Mungu, sikukuwa nimekuomba hii. No. Because we never asked to be dark, because I know most of us here are black. Na hiyo black nasikianga tunakuanga black. Sasa sijui tunakuanga black kama makama, tunakuanga black aje. But ni black, whichever the case. There is nothing we can do about blackness. Our ladies have tried to try, but wanapata patches to show that bado wako black. So tuko hapo. How did you know that? No, unaanza sasa, mmenianza maswali. You have started me, mmenianza. So disability is part of our diversity. So should I hate you because you are black? No. Should I hate you because you are tall? No. Should I hate you because you are slim? No. Should I hate you because you are short? No. Equally, I should not hate you for being hearing impaired, for being blind, I should not look down upon you. Mjua tunapatanga mashida kupata ma girlfriend na ma boyfriend. Kwani mmetega masikio sana ndio nieleze? Sielezi. Mtu anakukataa tu kwa sababu ya disability yako bwana. Unajaribu kurusha CV, unaweka kwa bahasha mzuri ile ya unaweka kwa bahasha unaandika pages 50. Unaingiza kwa ile bahasha ya A4, alafu unafunga unaweka kwa ile bahasha kubwa ya A3, alafu unaingiza ndani ya bag, ukituma hiyo application inaandikwa rejected, return to send. Probably because of your disability. So don't look down upon somebody because he is black, either he is white or he is a person with a disability. So it is good for us to know that. Sawa. So it is part of our diversity. And I know you know some of the types of disabilities. Can you tell me some? Kwa tena mmeenda. Kuna wale wako blind, kuna wale wako deaf, kuna wale wako physically challenged, wanatumia crutches, wengine wanatumia wheelchair, wengine wanatumia pampers. Unajua kuna wengine wanatumia pampers. Mnajua? Wale wako na conditions ya mgongo which may not allow them to use their continence material, or they use the modern technology called catheters. Watu pia ni persons with disabilities. Sawa. You also know people with albinism are also persons with disabilities because the skin condition makes it difficult for them to interact with the environment. And again, wanakuanga na shida ya macho. So wako na disability ngapi? 2 kwa mpigo. So blindness, visual problems and skin problems. So those are also persons with disabilities. People of short stature. Nyinyi mnapenda kuwaita dwarf. People of short stature. Hiyo kizungu ni stature ama ni stature? Inalingana na shule yenye ulie. Ni yangu anasema people of short stature. Hao watu pia especially wenye wako na 4.2 feet and below wako people who have disabilities. Why are we calling them people with disabilities? Can somebody remind me? Nimeona mtu mwingine hapa anisikanyage bag yako.
They may not they need assistance to reach certain heights which is in the environment.
Simpatie makofi moja. Yes, because switch ziko juu. Engineer ameweka switches za juu. Kama ni washroom zile urinals za wanaume ziko juu. Sasa hata hawezi lenga technology yake huko vizuri. Akitaka kupanda stairs zenyewe ziko juu. So because of interacting with the environment, he or she is a person with disability. So engineer mtafikiria jinsi ya ku make the environment accommodative to persons with disabilities. When you are building houses, how do you make the environment accessible? So those people should be known. And then there are people who have epilepsy. People who are epileptic. Mnawajua? Yes. There are also people with disabilities. Because wanaanguka, mutaki kuwapeleka kwa hospitali, mnasema hiyo ni cases, wacha tu Mungu atawaona. Take them to the hospital because medication is there to control their condition. Okay, so we also have mental conditions. Bipolar condition is a disability. Schizophrenia is a disability. Autism and attention deficiency syndromes are also types of disability. And let me tell you, there are disabilities that you can see and there are disabilities you can't see. Invisible and visible disabilities. So be on the lookout to know all those types and take appropriate interventions. Sawa. Sasa najua mmeanza kusikia njaa na nini, lakini sitaenda kabla sijawaambia kuhusu myths and misconceptions about disability, alafu niseme na etiquette nimalize. So msifikiria nitakaa hapa sana na sina bomb. So there are people who believe that hii mambo ya disability ni curse. Tumeshasema tayari hiyo sio hiyo misconception mtoe kwa kichwa. Kuna watu wengine wanasema hawa watu wenye wanatumia wheelchair they are wheelchair bound. Kuna saa zingine wanatokanga kwa wheelchair wanaketi kwa sofa. Saa zingine wanalala kwa kitanda, so they are not bound. So don't describe them that way. There are people who think that hawa watu wenye wanatumia wheelchairs ni watu sick just because they go to the hospital and see people being wheeled on a wheelchair in the hospital. No, that is their mode of walking. That is their walking style. Tuko pamoja. So hiyo mambo ya misconception. Kuna hata ingine mnasema hapa ati people with albinism ukipata tu kidole hivi ama shingo ama macho hivi yao ya watu albinism, rich pap. Mwasikia hiyo story? So people go leaps and bounds looking for fingers. They go and even they go and exhume bodies so that they can get body parts of persons with disabilities and take them to ati kwa juju ati wapukue rich. If you want to be rich, please work hard or be corrupt. Mambo ya persons with albinism body parts muachane na muacha. Kuna hata ingine rumors mnasema atunajua hawa watu wa disability especially hao blind wako na 6 senses. Mwesikia hiyo? Wako na 6 senses. Hawako na 6 senses, wako na 4 senses. 5 minus 1 because hawaoni. But because you people mnafikiria everything ni macho, so that when you see somebody doing something unafikiria hiyo ni 6 sense. Sio 6 sense. It is just that they are using the remaining senses properly. They are not superhuman. Sawa. Kuna hata ingine mnasema at persons with disabilities wako asexuals. They don't have sexual feelings. Mjawisikia? Paka hata wanaenda kwa hospitali when a lady is pregnant, ameenda huko na boyfriend yako. Imagine masters of ceremony, umeenda na mke wako ama girlfriend yako hospitali na she has a disability, anaambiwa na nurse hata wewe. It is like they don't want her to be also Once unaambiwa master of ceremony, unaambiwa in fact this person who did this should be taken to jail. Na ni yeye ndiye alikubali na wewe ndio umemleta. So unasikia sasa utaenda kushikwa na nimemleta hospitali. So you are in a dilemma. So it is not true. People with disabilities also have sexual feelings. Wako na feelings, wanakuwa attracted to people, wako na crush. Hata mimi niko na crush wangu. Lakini sitawaambia, mkiniuliza ndio nitawaambia. So please, they also have those feelings. Some people, because they believe that people with disabilities are asexual, wanaenda wanawafanyia ile kitu inaitwa sterilization ndio asipate watoto. Unajua hii generation inaweza endelea. Hii generation unajua sitaki tuendeleze hiyo generation. So against her will, you go and sterilize so that she doesn't get children. That is not right. Don't do that. Sawa. So they also have rights. They also have their own rights. We also have rights of freedom of having relationships and keeping friends. Some of you mnaenda mnawafungia kwa nyumba. People with disabilities also have rights to independent living and associating with the people. Some people think people with disabilities are only limited to specific institutions. Like me, I went to Kenyatta University. Wanasema sasa all people peleka Kenyatta University because Kenyatta University is disability friendly. No, even if you want to go to Jomo Kenyatta University ndio usome engineering ya maana ama zile za Nairobi University of Nairobi, you go there. So don't think that people with disabilities can't work in Ketrako. They can work there because some acquire disability while in the workplace. Some of them will come. Sawa. So let us remove those misconceptions. And if you want to remove the misconceptions from your mind or those myths, please interact with persons with disabilities. Go to those schools. Siku ingine mtengeneze ka wellness, mtembelee wengine, mwanunulia hata mkate. Unajua Indians used to buy for us mkate when we were young. They used to bring for us bread. They used to bring for us pilau. They used to bring for us very good things. I schooled in Siaya County and they used to come all the way from Kisumu to come and educate us. So wakuwa natuletea vitu vizuri. That is the first time I tasted pilau. That is the first time I tasted ice cream. Before I knew ile ice cream, ile maji ya karatasi ndio ice cream. Kumbe ice cream sio hiyo. That is the first time I tasted ice cream. Wakati wa Hindi walituletea. So make time, visit them and stop giving them money. Ketrako mnasikia vizuri. Wacha kupeana pesa hapa town. Unapea mtu 5 bob. 5 bob inanunua nini siku hizi? Hata sweet itatosha. Stop giving them money. Instead refer them to where they can be helped to be empowered by getting education, because the government policy is not to give people with disabilities money, but is to empower them to get money by themselves. Don't give them money. Even if it is because wengine hata mnawapea pombe, mnawapea pesa wanaenda kulewa nao jioni. Do you want to give them money to go and lewa jioni? So msitupete pesa hapa kwa streets. Give them in a very well. Wekea mtu kiosk auze vitu zake. Wekea mtu vitu zake ajiuzie, or a business, or train this person to start a business. Sawa. So can I finish with the table manners of disability? Disability etiquette. Sasa Nasikia watu wakikula kwa meza huwa mnakula fork ninashikwa na mkono gani? Mimi bora ikuje kwa mkono mimi bwana. My hands kwanza, I trust my hand so much. So mimi nakulanga tu na mkono saa nyingine. So lakini nikitaka kujichocha kidogo nikuja kama ketrako nitakula na fork kidogo, but sijuangi ni mkono gani. Nasikia rumors kwamba ni left. Ninafaa kushika fork. Kumbe si yuko alone. Hata nyinyi pia mjui. Kuna kuanga na kisu. Have you ever gone to hotels which give you a knife, a spoon, a fork and many other spoons apart ujue fanyie nini? Nasikia kuna soup. So kuna table etiquette na kuna disability etiquette. One of the basic idea is use your common sense. Sawa. Use your common sense when interacting with persons with disability. Sawa. Then another one is don't communicate to persons with disabilities using other people. For example, there was Njue. Mimi nimekuja, and usually when we come accompanied. Like when I came here, I was accompanied by Gashon. Sasa mnaanza kusema mwambie manager yuko, mwambie engineer ameenda kunini. No, tell me directly, engineer hayuko, atakuja Monday. Sasa talk to the person directly. Even if he is deaf. Usiseme ati mwambie. Hata mwingine huwa anasema, mwambie Dennis nimemsalimia. Mimi hiyo salamu huwa sitakangi. Talk to the person. Nimekusalimia Dennis, uko poa? Nitajibu niko poa ama niko baridi. Sawa. So talk to the person directly. Sawa. Use the first person language. Muulize anataka nini? No, unataka nini? First language. Sawa. Wacha kutumia hiyo second language. Wacha kutumia sema tu unataka, what do you want? And I will say what I want. Sawa. And another thing. Mnasikiliza vizuri? Kuna point hapa nataka kusema na msikie vizuri kwa sababu karibu nimalize. Msiseme ati people living with disability. Umesikia? Hakuna kitu kama people living with disability. Hata siku hizi extend ati people living with HIV. Ni kama disability ndio hii imekaa hapa mahali master of ceremony amekaa na mimi ndio huyo hapa kando. That is not right. Sawa. It is persons with disability. Period. Mambo ya living hiyo ni yenu. We don't live with disabilities, we live with our neighbors, our boyfriends, our girlfriends, our colleagues and tuko pamoja. So hii mambo ya media inawaambia ati people living with HIV, siku hizi kila kitu ni living. We don't live with disability. We live with our uncles and friends, and so it is people with disability. And then promote the person, not the disability. Mnasikia vizuri? Useme ule blind person, that is wrong. Same a person who is blind. A person. Before we become blind, we are first of all persons, people, sindio? So promote the person in the person first, then the disability follows. That person who is deaf you are very safe. Deaf person, no, you are promoting the disability instead of the person. And then do not use demeaning language. Kuna hata vingine mnaanza kusema ati people who are abled differently. How are we abled differently? We are just people with disability. People who are special, we are not special. We also have in our midst thieves. Hata sisi ni waizi. Sasa how are we special? So just say people with disability. You are very safe. Sasa people with disability. Hiyo maneno mengine yenu special, sijui able differently, wengine mnasema sijui gifted and talented. Pana. Without fear of contradiction, refer them in a manner that is not demeaning. Hata kwa nyumba, nasikia mna refer house manager kama mwaitangi maid. Siku hizi mnawaita house manager. Si ndio? Watchman wa usiku mnawaitaje? Soldier, si ndio? Ama wengine siku hizi wameadvance wanawaita nocturnal surveillance officer. Even people with disabilities need respect, sindio? So a respectful reference. Yesterday I was talking to the University of Nairobi lecturers. They were very, very keen. Mtu kujiita professor, doctor, I'm sorry for calling you wrongly. Hata sisi tunataka you refer to us with respect. And the first respect is just promoting the person with disability. ability. Hiyo mambo ingine ya noktano ya ingine hiyo mtawacha. Hata watu wa mahindi, si mnajua jina ya watu wa mahindi? Wakuwachomea mahindi. Wanaitwaje? Con experts, wengine nasikia mnaita monocotyledon officer. So even persons with disability like you don't call people who are short, people of short stature, you don't call them dwarf. Call them people of short stature. Wachana na hii story nyingine ya dwarf. Dwarf ni yako. Sawa sawa. So kila mtu akona jina yake. Kila mtu akona jina yake and everybody deserves respect. Si ndio? Then another thing, tunajua mnapenda kutusaidia. But before you help a person with a disability, wait until the assistance is accepted. Sawa sawa. Wait until the assistance is accepted. Let me sasa mimi nimekuja kusaidia master of ceremony hapa. Ninakuja ni town katikati. Excuse me. No. Naweza fikiria ni terrorist kama hao wenye tumeambiwa hapa. So you excuse me, can I help you? Are you okay? Sawa sawa. Don't help somebody kama hajakubali. Sawa sawa. Maybe I'm waiting for somebody, you have come, you've started grabbing my hand. Or maybe there are some disabilities which are painful. So ukishika mtu mkono unamuumiza. So don't start grabbing people's hands without their permission. Secondly, don't be afraid to ask the way you are supposed to help this person. How can I hold your hand? Si mnajua kushika watu blind mkono? Mnajuanga? Mnajua ama mjui? Wewe kuja hapa unishike basi tuende. Kuja. Si ukuje. Si wewe. Wewe tuseme ujui. Okay. Ule mwenye kuna lady
anasema
nani anajua? Haraka kuja, haraka sisi tutaka kwenda. Anakuja ama amekataa kuja? Kuja mbio ufanye. Sasa nataka nishike mkono hapa tuone vile tunafanya hii job. Yeah, so what do you want me to do?
You are the one to take my hand.
Very good. Mimi ndio nakushika. Mimi ndio nakushika mkono. Kwa wengine mnakuja master of ceremony, wacha nikutumie kama example. So she brings her arm and I hold and we walk and she walks slightly different ahead of me and maybe you can say we are turning right or left, but wale wamezoea kama mimi nikisikia ukiturn right nasikia hiyo movement na turn. Okay, so wait until the assistance is accepted. And number 2, don't feel embarrassed to ask how when you are not sure how to help. Sindio? Ingine, you are not obligated to help. Sio lazima mtusaidie. Can I explain myself? Blah blah blah, mtaki kusikia. Can I explain myself? What I mean is that don't feel bad. Akiuje ningemsaidia. Unajua nilimwachilia tu akaenda hiyo route nyingine akaenda akaanguka. Hapana, don't feel obligated to help. You can help or you may not help depending on the circumstances. Sasa. So you are not forced. It is not bad. It is not bad to help, and again if you don't want to help it is also okay. So if it is somebody, if you are holding meeting, birthday parties, nasikia siku hizi na bamba sana, hold them in places that are accessible where people can reach. Mkikuwa na machama zenu, maboys wakiketi kwa maklabu yao jioni, please hold meetings in places that are accessible. Hata sisi tunataka kuja kujipiga mwili kidogo jioni na kusikia DJ akifinya vitu zake. So put it in an accessible place. Sasa akispin vitu hata sisi tunataka kusikia. Birthday party tunataka kukuja. So put it in an accessible environment. That is another thing. Even if somebody is not there with a disability, just put it in an accessible environment. Our director one day, when we used to have a lady director, she wanted to go to a place kusalimia mtoto wa one of our colleagues, and our colleague was staying in the 3rd floor. Mmoja sasa director wetu kwa sababu alikuwa anatumia wheelchair angepanda juu. Sasa ilibidi mtoto aletwe chini amsalimie. Na it is not a sweet. Wakati umeenda kwa hiyo room yenyewe mnamwagiana juice. Sorry umenimwagia juice. You know that pleasure of enjoying the food. Mara kikombe kinaanguka, mara mtu ana make fun, mnacheka. So it may not be as fun as that. So hold meeting. Even when you are building your houses, nasikia watu waketrako mnajenga nyumba. Kuna nyumba mnajenga. Na nasikia watu waketrako wanajenga nyumba yenye iko bedroom iko upstairs. if you don't build your house carefully, with time, if age catches up with you, mtabadilishana. Kwa hiyo master and suit na ule house manager wako aende kulala huko, wewe ulale hapa chini. Because usually your house manager's house inakuanga chini na inakuanga kidogo imejisqueeze, na wewe huko juu kwa master and suit. Na uko na ka launch kako huko juu. So when you are building your house, consider issues of accessibility. Sawa. You can ask it from the public works, they know, they'll tell you. We can also share this information. Sawa. So heshimu ukuta. Chunga. And then maybe before I allow you to ask 2 questions or 3 questions, I want to say that when you are talking to somebody who is deaf, talk to him or her in a well-lighted place. Dark place amwezi communicate. Sawa. Put your houses, your Kawi house should have accessibility features, even sirens to warn people, flashes so that persons with disabilities can also know of a danger, and provide the right technology, and above all, just respect. If you want persons with disabilities to have a life, give them education. Me, I could not be standing in front of you here kama singesoma. Asiwezi simama haki ukweli, tusidanganyane. I will not stand before these engineers and my accountants now, my chairman, watu staff, wote my wires. Siwezi simama hapa. Give somebody with a disability education, okay? And the education is a barrier breaker. Because through education, you are able even to, me, I'm able to use my computer. Amos aliniambia nisikuje nayo. Amos, mnajua Amos? Yeye ndiye aliniambia nisikuje nayo, lakini nilikuwa nakuja nayo. So yeye ndiye aliniambia nisikuje nayo. So I know how to use. So break the barriers by empowering persons with disabilities. Try to get many institutions where they can fit and learn a skill. Wacha kutusaidia ati 5 bob. Alafu jioni, because I know tomorrow 5 bob will be coming. I know Joyce will be passing there, she will give me another 5 bob. No. Please help persons with disability by empowerment. Sasa mnirushie tu maswali 3. Naona MC anasimama hapa karibu na mimi.
Ashaona tayari yani.
Nirushie hiyo maswali kama iko, kama pia hakuna mniwache.
Very well. Maswali 2. Upesi, quick fast.
Hakuna.
Ni kama wameridhika sana.
Hakuna. Hata ile yenye unafikiria iwezi ulizika uliza. Mimi niko hapa kujibu.
Any comment? Inaweza kuwa sio lazima iwe swali, inaweza kuwa unataka kusema jambo tu. Jambo hilo haliwezi kosekana. Jambo ndio hilo, sema nasi.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Mine is just to appreciate what we've learned today. In February, my firstborn sister, what do I say? My firstborn sister had she became blind totally.
Very good.
And we sorry,
I joined club young.
Had to transfer her from where she lives in Buruburu to come and live with me. It was a very, as you're saying, it was a very traumatic experience because I've not been in that space. But I learned a lot, and the things you're saying. So it can catch you anytime. She was a bomb blast victim. She lost one eye, and then I don't know what happened again, and the other eye also just went totally blind. So I learned a lot from her experience. It was a very traumatic experience for me. She would be upset, she would be angry, like my children, you don't know how to handle her, but by the grace of God, I learned a lot through that experience. We thank God one eye was operated on, she's able to see through one eye, but like he's saying, disability can catch you anytime. So I've learned, and I really appreciate you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you.
Let's appreciate that. Very good comment right there.
And if she was still blind, I would advise that you take her back to Buruburu, asikuje kusumbua kwa nyumba yako. Niko brutal. Return her to sender huko Buruburu so that she can be and help her to live positively, because in South Sea here in Nairobi West we have schools that rehabilitate people who have acquired a disability. I have a bomb blast victim who is currently a lawyer at the AG chambers. So don't lose hope. Lastly, because nasikia hamna maswali, don't talk about somebody's disability. Excuse me, sasa wacha nikuulize, macho yako hata nikifungua hivi ioni? Excuse me, wacha nifungue vizuri. Hata nikifanya hivi uone vile nafanya? wacha kuuliza persons maswali. Those are private issues, and again you never know the level of acceptance, the level of adjustment. Siko ubaya hii mguu sasa vile imekatwa, wacha niulize. Siko ubaya siulizi kwa ubaya. Hapa nikishika hivi unasikia uchungu, unasikia kama umekanyaga chini ama hujakanyaga. Please don't ask about somebody's disability until this person opens up to tell you about him or herself. So hii bomb blast image, so ioni kabisa. Don't ask people about their condition, especially those who have acquired a disability later on in life. They are still in a state of denial. They are still in a state of pain. They are still in a state of disappointment. So don't ask them. Sawa. So talk to them nicely. Mtu akikufungulia akufungulie, akifunga afunge. Lakini mtu kama mimi ukinipata kwa streets, ask me a question and I'll answer, because I believe by explaining myself to you, you'll understand me better. Thank you for listening.
This is where we give a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen. A standing ovation. I've never had disability mainstreaming being unpacked like you have done it, Dennis. Very spot on, very surreal. We respect you. DJ, nipatie ile ngoma acheze kidogo. Nimeambiwa kuna wimbo unaweza hata ukadance. Tuna dance na Dennis, sawa? Tunasimama tuna dance na Dennis pamoja. Hata nikushikie microphone. Twende sasa. Tunacheza wote. Tunaenda pamoja. Twende sasa.
My hands, your waist, my heart. Awe kuna. My lips, your lips, they touch. We kiss
Thank you. Denise, that was very spot on, very surreal. Asante sana. Yes, we need such honesty when we are having these conversations, so that the message is driven home quick, fast, straight and direct. Without further ado, I want to welcome Patrick from LVCT to also unpack for us one session that I know most of us are eager to listen to and also to learn. Patrick, karibu sana.
Asante sana mkuu. Deno, niko na swali. Is erectile dysfunction, is it a disability? Utajitetea ukiwa happy hapo ulipokaa ama amesema ni asana na yeye. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have a disclaimer. Number one, I'm going to be a bit vulgar. Where is HR? Tuko na under 18. Hakuna. Tuendelee. Number two, I'm going to be as brief as a miniskirt. You know a miniskirt?
Yes.
A miniskirt is too long to cover the subject area, but too brief to expose the vital contents. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, so my name is Patrick Ndeda. I'm here on behalf of LVCT Health, and we are going to speak matters to do with HIV and AIDS.
Twende nalo.
Asante sana. Oh, thank you. All right, I have 26 slides, PowerPoint slides. But just like I said, I'm going to be as brief as a what? As a miniskirt. Kitrako, one thing I have learned, mukona to find babes. I almost sent my wife on unpaid leave.
Find babes, say hi. Hey, fine babes.
So my presentation is going to be divided into 3 segments. I have 45 minutes. So the first segment is a practical, the second segment is a theoretical, and the third segment is again practical. Hello? So number one, if you have a phone with you, and you know that you have a sexual partner or a sexual partner, kindly pick up your phone. Let me get mine.
Get your phones.
Get your phones, please, and let's all comply.
There we are.
Let's all comply. You have a phone with you? We are going to comply, isn't it? Okay, either get to WhatsApp or message ya kawaida and send them this message. Just send them this message.
1 second.
To your sexual partner. You are not sending it to me. To your sexual partner. Sijui umemsave aje your sexual partner.
Munchkin.
Sijui umemsave aje. No, choose one. Choose one. Choose one. Don't send to all. Hey, choose one. Choose one. Wacha mimi nichague huyu. Huyu. Let me send her text. Send us. Okay, tell her. The message is I love you. Hivyo tu. Send. Okay, after you've sent, keep away your phone. Just keep away your phone. We'll come back to it. Hivyo tu tuma basi send basi we'll get back to it. Comply. So yeah, so just like I was saying, Ketrako has some fine babes. Hello somebody. MC, I beg the attention, eh? I know we are so rich we can afford to pay attention.
Yes.
Yes, so I saw some to find
maybe
babes.
responses have started coming from I love you.
Just relax.
So put the phone down now.
Relax. Hello somebody.
Hello.
Okay, let me pick up on this one. Please come. Kindly come. Nilisema tuko na to find babes.
Hey, fine girl.
Hello somebody.
Hello. Yeah?
Relax.
Ati nini? Imeenda wapi?
What's your name?
Salvata.
Your Gina.
Salvata.
Yeah. So now we're going to have a 5-minute skit. And this 5-minute skit is going to lead us to now the theoretical presentation that I'm going to have. So now let's assume, tell me the other name, ile naweza shika. You know, see what Western vitu zingine tushikange. What is your other name? Chepchumba. Oh yeah, Chep. So Chep here, let's assume Chep, is recently employed at Ketrako, or she must be, or internship. Inaitwa internship. Yeah, or a tachi. So Chep here is new in town in Nairobi. But for her to fit into the culture, the organizational culture, she has to comply with a couple of things. Number one, kuna yule mkubwa, yule boss, anamwambia Chef, we relax. Nitalipa rent. Isn't it? Nitalipa rent. Na hapa Ketrako, pia ndio uweze kuvuka from one bridge to the other. I'll also, facilitate that. Eh? So Chep gets, a mubaba. Mubabas, isn't it? So let's assume this mubabas here is one senior person in Ketrako. Mubaba. It's a kid. Okay, let's have someone else who will volunteer. Yeah?
Volunteers.
I need a volunteer. Let's have him. Come. Kuja. Yeah? No, just come.
Wakili, mbona unataka kutuangusha?
So, he is a mubaba, isn't it? So, Chef here gets a mubaba, and this gentleman here is a mubaba. Anasema ye bado hajafika hiyo age, but you can be a mubaba provided you have money, isn't it? Ile kitu tu kidogo unaongeza ni kitambi kama hii yangu. You become a mubabes, isn't it? So now, Chef here is not in love with the mubaba, but she wants to fit into the system. So the mubabas will be paying rent and at the same time facilitating other things, isn't it? But again, Chep here, she looks young. Are you 22 or 16? So again, Chep here would want to fit in the society. So she has to date someone who is again of the same age like her, isn't it? So wacha tumtafutie kijana barubaru yule mwenye wako in almost the same age. Eh? Do you? Come, Baba. Kuja. Yeah, just come. Just come. No one is victimizing you. It's just a skit. Come. Thank you. You know, they say the work of one volunteer is equivalent to 10 forced men, isn't it? Yeah, so this young man becomes the boyfriend. He's the boyfriend of Chep here. Are we together? Are they siblings? They are not siblings, isn't it? So what it means is that Chep, this is a skit. Chep is having a sexual affair with him, and at the same time, Chep is having a sexual affair with Mubaba, isn't it? Now, is Mubaba married? So tutafutie Mubaba bibi, si ndio? Who is bibi ya Mubaba? Hapa Ketrako, I want people to volunteer. So let's get wife wa Mubaba. Someone to volunteer. Eh? Mso, they have volunteered you. It's okay, just come. Age is just, Mso, age is just but a number, isn't it? Makofi. Yeah, Makofi.
Wewe.
All right. Now, Mso is married to Mubaba. Yeah? But Mubaba is having an affair with Chep, isn't it? So when it comes to sex, Muso anapata kama salary. Once a month, na Kenyan salary huwa inakaa kweli. Kwanza ikishatolewa ile pesa ya house. Ile house tunaenda kujengewa, si ndio? So, because Mubaba amejienjoy daily, atapeana sex hapa once in a month, na inakuja kama imeenda. At 3%, inakuja kama imefanya nini? Imeenda. So, Muso hapa is starved, isn't it? Muso here gets starved, isn't it? And now, she has to sort herself, isn't it? And especially, especially women, when they get, 40 years and above, their sexual urge goes so high. As compared to men, when they are in their young ages, their sexual urge is up. Whereas they age, the sexual urge goes down. But the women are vice versa. Are we together? And so, what does Muso does? She identifies someone, isn't it? And how do they, women are very, very clever. So how will she identify? Anaenda kwa street anatafuta Ben 10? Hapana. Women are very clever than sisi wanaume. So, no, what she does, anaambia mzee, angalia, hii boma iko na nyasi kila mahali. Tunatafuta mtu wa kuwa na fieka hii boma, si ndio? Dera anacheka. Tunatafuta mtu wa kufieka nini? Boma. But again, the man will ask, kwani huyo mtu tutamtoa wapi? The lady atasema nini? I know someone, isn't it? So anatafuta kamutu kale katakuja kufieka boma. Muso, nani atakuwa anafieka boma vizuri? Haman. Haman, keep distance. We kazi yako tunajua. You are JD, we know you're JD. Kazi yako ni kufieka boma, isn't it? But while your name is that? Haman. Wakati Haman anafieka boma huko nje, mzee anakuanga wapi? Si ameenda kazi? Si Haman anajua kufieka? Si anafieka kila mahali? Yeah, so mzee akikuja nyumbani amechoka, anasema mimi nataka tu kulala kwa sababu amejienjoy. Anasikia bibi anaosha vyombo akimtengenezea chakula, anasema nimedungwa sindano na bwana, nimedungwa sindano na sasa nimepo. Hello somebody. Now the Bible in the book that I have forgotten says, before you find your king or queen, you have to kiss 1,000,000 frogs, isn't it? So now with this gentleman, sorry, they know. Yeah. So with this gentleman, he has this girlfriend. But again, hajasettle, isn't it? Yeah, hajasettle. So maybe akona aka girlfriend kengine, isn't it? Anajaribu compare notes. You know, for women, a woman would say, nataka mwanaume yule mwenye atanipea watoto wazuri, mwanaume yule mwenye atakuwa nilipia rent, mwanaume mwenye atakuwa nanunulia makeup, mwanaume mwenye atakuwa ananipea pesa ya kwenda out. Au ni wanaume wangapi? Those are 5 different men, isn't it? Now, but for him, he'll identify one more girl. I'm just saying the reality on the ground. So now, perhaps, wakati anaonja huku nje, he ends up getting infected with HIV. Isn't it? Now, if he gets infected, what happens? He will infect Chep, isn't it? Once Chep gets infected, what happens to Mubabes? Our Mubabes gets infected, isn't it? Because naturally, wababa huwa watumii mpira. Isn't it? Wababa sasa, hiyo kitu mimi niko allergic. Acha mimi nifanye vile mimi nafanya. Sipe shida yako ni rent. Na si resident mimi nisha deal na caretaker, nipe namba ya caretaker. Now what happens? Ile moja kama ya mshahara, maybe she may get infected, isn't it? If she gets infected, he gets infected. Now this becomes a vicious cycle, isn't it? So are we safe? We are not safe, isn't it? So a minute. Where is a boyfriend ya huyu? And you cannot get infected. You are not that gentleman. Thank you very much. Chef, thank you so much. Wewe hata hauna mubaba. Hata huwezi identify and you are not that lady. Thank you so much. Wewe tunakujua. Hata ulituombea vizuri. Hauwezi kuwa mubabes, isn't it? Yeah, we know you and we respect you. We know you, we respect you.
Mimi wa CWA.
Wewe ni wa CWA. Hata ufanye nini? Hata ufanye nini Wafula? Hiyo shamba huwezi fieka. My name is Patrick Ndeda. I'm from LVCT. So, beginning of my presentation, we have already done 3 slides out of the 26. Hello, somebody. So now, back to my slides. My colleague had mentioned to us who we are, LVCT, what we do, our philosophy, and when we started. Actually, LVCT started several years ago, before some of us were born. And it started because of a need. When Moi, the then president, declared HIV a national disaster, there was a lot that was happening. In my community, we used to bury people uko mbali uko kwa shamba in black polythene bags, isn't it? Because the stigma, there was a lot of stigma that was associated with HIV. And I see a similar stigma being associated with the sexually transmitted infections. In town here, we have a clinic, a very special clinic in town that used to deal with matters to do with the sexually transmitted infections. Kama unajua hiyo clinic, inue mkono juu. Nitakupea zawadi. Lazima uwe umetembelea hiyo clinic. No. So STC Casino, yes, STC Casino, otherwise known as Special Treatment Center, was treating only sexually transmitted infections. And that clinic was highly stigmatized because this disease goes somewhere mahali watu tunaogopa, isn't it? The nyeti places, and no one would want to be associated with a disease that comes through the nyeti place. And in my community, sexually transmitted infections inaitwa ugonjwa wa wanawake. The reason as to why inaitwa ugonjwa wa wanawake, I don't know. I'll ask my forefathers. Pole. Yeah. With a lot of respect to our women, I don't know, but I'll ask my fathers. Now, HIV was again associated with something to do with the nyeti places. And the reason as to why it got a lot of stigma. I am happy that the stigma has gone down several years down the line. Hello, somebody. Hello. However, most stigma associated with HIV starts from oneself, an individual. And that's the reason as to why even after we promoting HIV testing there, no one wants to get to the tent to get tested. Hello, shun away self-stigma before you're stigmatized by someone else. Go get tested. It is the first step towards knowing your HIV status and preventing it from affecting you. So now, my second slide. LVCT is a group of subsidiary of, he had talked about it. Our philosophy is to build prosperous companies and prosperous employees, and our objective is to promote healthy lifestyle. And so we do a lot as a LVCT Health, and one of them is, we do a lot of counseling. And I want to say that there is a relationship, a correlationship between HIV and workplace. There is a correlationship between HIV and relationship. And there is a correlationship between HIV and mental health. And the reason that's why we really need to seek a lot of counseling. How? At workplace. We have a lot of work that goes on. But in the Luos they say, Tichka pesa kapuoyo tichka liech, pesa kapuoyo tichka kaliech. As in, there is a lot of work that we are doing, but the monies we are earning is very, very little, isn't it? So there is a lot of stressors at work. One of the other things that stresses people at work is matters to do with the gender-based violence, like the skit that we've had here. And so people will always want to seek, people will get into some sort of depression. The other thing is, now, when we are affected at home, at times we take all those issues at workplace, and thereby they affect us. The reason as why we need to seek a lot of counseling. So LVCT Health provides a platform where you can seek counseling. Now, the other thing is, we are earning very little. But the boss has told you, look here, if you sleep with me, there is a possibility of me promoting you. And there could be some truth in it. Now take yourself from here, take a journey to Kericho in the tea plantations, isn't it? There was that BBC expose about what was happening at workplace. And so someone ends up getting HIV from workplace. Now, get back here. A relationship. People fall in love. They get into intimate relationship with the people that they love. They end up getting infected by virtue of trust. And number 3, someone is having personal issues, and then they seek support or they seek counseling from someone else. So perhaps anaendea they know mimi nataka unikaishi chini uni support. They know takes advantage and then ends up having sexual intercourse with this person. Now there is a lot of challenges that would come in this person. You end up hating your workplace. You end up hating this person you confided in. You end up hating that person you fell in love with because of what has happened. And that's the reason as why, in addition to providing services related to HIV, LVCT provides counseling, general counseling, mental health, and so on and so forth. We do a lot of sensitization and workplace, supporting institution-developed workplace policies, and the more reasons as to why we are here. So now, last year we had a global theme, and the global theme was known as Equalize. And it was, a call to end inequalities that impact access to HIV treatment and prevention services. And with that, there was a mantra that was born, and the mantra is end the triple threat. It's called triple threat. End teen pregnancies, end gender-based violence, and end new HIV infections. And now taking a journey back to the story, or rather to the skit that we've had here, a lot of HIV new infections are emanating from adolescent girls and young women, especially the ones who are aged between 15 years to 24. And that is one of the reasons as to why I chose that young girl to come and represent what is now currently happening. And we have a responsibility as, institution like a TRACO, if we could have a workplace policy on matters to do with HIV prevention, care and treatment, support those people living with HIV, they know a little funza, people with HIV, and also prevent matters to do with the sexual harassment and gender-based violence at workplace. So if we could have, such systems. Now, what happens? These young girls are not empowered. And so we need to start empowering our young people at home. These people are exploited because of their vulnerabilities. And these people are not so informed. And so we have a moral responsibility of informing the young people on how to take care of themselves, so that once they take care of themselves, they're going to take care of the entire society. Just like Dennis was saying, anyone is prone to disability. And so for HIV, anyone is also prone to HIV. You might think you are safe, but you don't know where HIV will come from, isn't it? Look at this story where, this family was talking about, how they didn't know how HIV got into their household, because all the children got HIV, only to come and realize that, the house help was sleeping with the son of the house. And the son of the house was sleeping with the girl next door. And the girl next door was sleeping with the shamba boy of this house. And the shamba boy of this house was sleeping with the daughter of this house, only for all the children in that household to get infected. So you never know where it will come from. You know the story that says, this girl, the mother of the house alikuwa anapoteza panties zinapotea, and then akauliza house help, my panties zinapotea kwa hii nyumba, could you be knowing mahali zinaenda? Answer like a house help.
I don't know.
Okay, umejaribu. Answer like a house help. Hata ukiuliza baba nani anajua mimi sivaangi panty. So mimi sijui mahali panty zako zinafanya nini? Zinaenda. For a long period of time, HIV has been known to be a killer disease, but we are managing it, isn't it? But just like someone was saying, safety starts with all of us. So HIV again starts with an individual. You need to take care of yourself. Once you take care of yourself, you'll be able to take care of the others. We all know the modes of HIV transmission, but one thing that we really need to know is that more than 83% of HIV infections, they come through sexual intercourse. And so there are a couple of things that we need to do. One of them is condom. Use a condom, because one question that we asked ourselves here is, or rather, someone asked me a question. Nitumie hiyo message watu wangapi? Because it is a fact that people are having multiple sexual relationships. And so if people are having multiple sexual relationships, you may not know who is infected and who is not infected. And so endeavor to use condoms always, get tested, get your partner to get tested to know their HIV status, and with that you will have promoted another generation from HIV. Our healthcare workers are doing an excellent job in terms of prevention of mother-to-child transmission, and we really appreciate, because looking at, I wish I was having a screen so that you could see what I'm presenting. Yeah. So, like for instance, in 2010, we had an estimated, more than 1.5 million people living with HIV. And there has been about 30% decline in new HIV infections as we progress. That's a very good, very good progress. Looking at where we've come from, looking at the prevalence rate that we had of more than 10%, and at the moment we are having less than 5% prevalence rate of HIV, then we are making very, very good progress. But if we don't close the tap, then we might not have a generation that is free from HIV, because people are relaxed. Like for instance, let me just pick up on Corona. How many people nowadays put on a mask? Very few, isn't it? We went back to everything, sitting so many in a matatu. We no longer wash hands. I only saw our MC trying to satanize. They say satanize. That one, eh? Yeah, but you know, with HIV, people are now getting back into, you know, the previous norm. People are having, you know, multiple sexual relationships. People are indulging in unprotected sex. Nowadays, if you get to the pharmacy and ask the pharmacist, which product is selling so much, they will tell you Postina 2 is selling more than the condoms. You know Postina 2? The gentleman must be knowing Postina 2, otherwise known as P2. Yeah? P2 nile dawa, the emergency contraceptive. Eh? I have a story. My sister was in the university in Kabete, and one day she came to me and told me, Patrick, just buy me 3 packets of Postina 2, and then you will have started an income-generating activity for me. I'm like, heck no. See, you are indulging in unprotected sex with the multiple persons. And she was like, no, hold on your horse. It's not me, but I want to turn this into an IGA. And okay, on a second thought, I went to the pharmacy and bought her 5 packets of Postina 2. After 2 days, she's sending me money. I bought 5 packets. After 2 days, she's sending me 1,000. Go get me additional stock. And I'm like, okay. So I go buy, 10 packets. And I send to her. After 2 days, she's sending me 2,000 shillings. Niongeze stock. Because now, what now the youth are fearing most, and not only even the youth, even the wababas, what they are fearing most nowadays is a pregnancy than HIV. Are we together? And so what we are appealing for is we have made very, very good progress over time, and so we need to continuously close the tap so that we bring HIV on its knees. I'm trying to be very, very fast. Looking at the transition that we've made over time from the year 2013 to perhaps the year 2020, we've had a downward trajectory. By 2013, we had about 23.6% reduction. By the year 2015, we had about 32% reduction, and 2020 about 21%. So we are actually on the right path towards mitigating HIV. However, you and I need to hold hands in order, again, to bring HIV on its knees. Now, I'm skipping a couple of slides because I was given a few minutes and I have really eaten into my time. They say that HIV is assuming a certain pathway, and it is geographically okay. We have a certain population that is prone to HIV, and again certain geographic areas that HIV really concentrates. If you look at some of the counties like Nyanza, we have Homa Bay, we have Siaya, we have Migori, they have reported high incidences of HIV. But again, in the recent past, they have reported a decline in new HIV infections, meaning that some of the evidence-based interventions that are being run there are actually bearing fruits. But we have a couple of other counties like Kakamega, like Vihiga, and Nairobi that have reported an increase in new HIV infections. Reasons are some of the things that are well known to you and me. One of the reasons is matters to do with multiple sexual partners, and we have my colleague here will be talking about some men buying sex on the streets. So we have the key population, and the key population are contributing towards new HIV infections. Some of them being men who have sex with men and sex workers, and my friend here will be speaking a little more about that. And then now the new trend, leave alone the key population, now we have what we call the vulnerable population. And this vulnerable population are the young people. And so we again may need to do a lot in terms of evidence-based intervention to really curb HIV within these populations. So some of the things that we might want to really focus on are the ABCD of, HIV prevention, and one of it being abstinence. I don't think I will speak about abstinence here. Do we have any person who is a virgin here apart from me? Thank you very much for being honest, because I have a gadget in my bag. It's called a virginometer. We will have actually confirmed. And number 2 is just being faithful to your partner or partners. And sorry, nimesema kitu mbaya gani deno? Pole. Yeah, so being very, very faithful. But you can only be faithful to a person that you know the HIV status, isn't it? And so at the moment, life imekuwa rahisi. Mambo ni rahisi. If you can't get into a VCT center like the one we have brought here, get to the pharmacy. Buy yourself a self-test kit. Test yourself. Test your partner. Agree with that partner. Umesema unanipenda. Okay, let's get tested. So know your HIV status. Know the HIV status of your partner. Use condoms correctly. Suti nisaidie zile mipira. Ziko hapa. And so we have huyu jamaa juu mimi ni Mluya. Unajua Waluya huwa tumalizi haraka. Yani kuongea. What? Yeah, so MC, please come. please come. Atumaliza ingi haraka. And so use condoms any other time. It's not wrong for girls or ladies to carry condoms in their bags. Just like you carry an umbrella na chupa ya bia kwa nini kwa handbag, you can also carry condoms in your bag, isn't it? And so we have the male condom, and again we have the female condom. It depends on which one you would want to use. But when you're using a male condom, please don't use a female condom and vice versa. So the female condom is not worn by men. However, there is a possibility that gay men who are having anal sex can use female condom. Are we together? Now, I will start by demonstrating the use of pole. Poleni basi. Nishikilia nini?
Una machezo sana wewe. Nishike wapi? Ona anavyonifanyisha hii kazi. Sasa nimeshika nini hii? Kaka Patrick wewe bana. Una machezo.
Just follow instructions.
I am.
So, before you use a condom, before using a condom, what do you need to have? Ukipata hii swali nitakununulia zawadi. Before you use a condom, what should you have? Yes, sir.
An erection.
Amejaribu an erection. Expiry date.
Lazima ukuwe na dem. Ukuwe na partner.
Exactly. You have a unakunywa soda gani? Maziwa. But you have a packet of milk from me. So before using a condom, you need to have a sexual partner, isn't it? Because you cannot use a condom on yourself. You need to have a sexual partner. And before using a condom, start communicating with this partner. Like at the moment, we started communicating with our partners, isn't it? Usichukue partner unamurukia tu kama baiskeli ya kuibiwa. That's where issues zinaanzia, isn't it? And she will be telling us that at times men run away from their relationship because of a couple of things. And the women too, they run away because of a couple of things. Sasa anza mapema. Tuma message. Sweetie, when I see you, it reminds me of, the song I saw on Celine Dion. I love you from the moon and back, even if you have never gone to the moon. Anza mapema. By the time you're getting home, she's already in the mood. Now start, with telling them they're good nothing. The Bible, again, in the book that I have forgotten, says, a man who does not tell a lie to his woman is not sensitive to her feelings. So even if she looks like me, I'm the most beautiful man from where I come from. So even if she looks like me, just tell her how beautiful she is. Sweetie, you are so beautiful. Yeah? Touch those, all those things, isn't it? We can have a Ketrako, you can invite me for a sex session. So because now I'm running out of time. So look at the expiry date. Hii yangu ina expire lini? Hii yangu ina expire 2027 March, isn't it?
Yes, March
2027. So tunaweza tumia, isn't it? Now fill the packet if there is some air in it. If it is flat, just like Coke ukifungua na isifanye pss, it means it's not good for human consumption, isn't it? So for condom, feel if there is some pressure in the packet. Now we have the rugged side and we have the smooth side. Use the rugged side kufungua. Fungua tu kwa raha zako na unaendelea na kupiga story. As I'm putting on this condom, I'm reminded, yes, talk. Sometimes we get into, a sexual whatever, as if you're getting into a war zone. Pukuru, umemaliza, umetoka, umelala kama sungura. No, talk. As I'm putting on this condom, I'm reminded that you are the most beautiful thing that God ever gave to me. Yeah, I can't wait, to satisfy you. I can't wait. And as you are doing this, remember the lights are on. Do not put on a condom in darkness. Wengine wetu tunaingia ndani ya blanketi, even living with your sexual partner 20 years down the line, hajai kuona ukiwa uchi. Hajai iona the good things. Hajui kama unanyoa ama unakuwa na dreadlocks. So, speak, talk. Now, get hold of the condom on the tip. You can twist it once. And then now, just like the gentleman here said, do not put on a condom on a penis that is not erect. Ensure that you have a good erection. Are we together? Now, roll it down. Yeah, roll it down. It becomes so good and romantic when the lady is doing it, rolling it down for you. Angalia wengine vile wanameza mate. Now roll it down. Sipole bas. Yeah, until now to the tip. Now you are ready. You are not ready to fight. You are ready to make love, isn't it? There is a difference between sexing and making love. Sex ni ile ya pukuru. At times I try to imagine, what if kulikuwa na cameras zinachukua video and then mchana God anatuonyesha vile watu walikuwa wanafanya usiku. Utashangaa. Do it with love. Do it with love. Start with the periphery before you get into the core. Are we together? Now, do we have a tissue paper? Now again, when you want to remove the condom, ensure you have a tissue paper. So, si kuchomoa tu. Now, wrap the tissue paper around, remove gently. I know the gadget itakuwa flaccid. Remove slowly. Ensure that, the contents don't spill. Wrap it in the tissue paper and throw it in a pit latrine, or you can burn them. Do not throw them anyhowly, because when you throw them anyhowly, our children who are playing out there will get them and they will blow. They will start blowing them. And they will tell you, Mama, tulipatana na vitu zingine huko nje ziko na yogurt, isn't it? Yeah, so throw them in a dustbin or a pit latrine. Now, very, very fast, to a female condom. When you are using a male condom, please don't use a female condom. Now, this is the female condom. Again, the process is the same. Before before using a condom, ensure you have a sexual partner. And have a sexual partner who is willing. Are we together? Yeah, even if it is your wife. I know there is someone who will be speaking about matters to do with the gender, and she will be telling us that there is, again, rape in marriage. And so ensure that the partner is willing. Now, on this condom, there is a segment where you have to rarua and get the condom. So the female condom, this is how it looks like. For some of us who have never seen it, it's so good, and it has 2 rings. There is the inner ring and the outer ring. So with the inner ring, this is you know how you hold it. Let's assume that this is the female genitalia. Yeah, let's assume that this is the female genitalia. Again, it is so good. It feels so good when you touch these you know, these places. The women feel so good when you touch. Ensure that you do not have longer nails while you know, while touching this place. And hello somebody, when you touch this place, the woman will call you all sorts of names.
Welcome, MD. We acknowledge your presence. We are glad. Makofi ya MD kwa wapi tafadhali? Makofi. Karibu sana, tunafurahi uwepo wako. Asante. We are on, don't be surprised, we are on LVCT Manenos, and they are teaching us some practical things.
MD utanisamee tu. This is what puts ugali on my table. Now, we were saying you touch these places, touch them nicely. Not like, you know, you are needing a fly, no, touch them nicely. And the women will call you all sorts of names. They are from my king, even if you don't know how a king looks like. And now, contrary to a male condom, a female condom will be worn by the female themselves. Hapa wasaidiwi. So, what the lady would do, you can step on a chair. You can sleep on your back na uinue miguu juu kama mende ile imekufa, and then you insert. We are assuming that this is the female genitalia. Wanaume, tafadhali inakaanga hivi kwa wale wajaiona. And so you hold the inner ring and then you insert slowly. Then using your 2 fingers, you push the inner ring. You push. Yeah, I will pull from this side in the ikae vizuri. It doesn't mean that a lady at a pull na this side, no.
Patrick.
Now, you can put on a condom, a female condom. You can put it, you know, 2 hours before the intercourse, and then someone will ask me, "Na watakojoa aje?" And so, the women wako na shimo mbili. There is hii ya utamu na kuna ya mkojo. Yeah. So ya mkojo wakati anataka kususu ataweka tu sideway. Unajua kale ka sex ka kuiba Kenya wanaeka suruali kando hivi.
Sorry.
Now you're not helping me. Go sit down. So when it comes to susuing, they will just susu without a problem. But you know, the longer it stays into the female genitalia, the better it attaches. So it attaches itself onto the vaginal walls, giving it, preventing the woman from getting infection and you from, getting infected if the woman is HIV positive. Now, in the event that, the lady wants to remove the condom, atashika hapa, definitely with the tissue paper, na anavuta tu, na inatoka tu smoothly. And again, just like we said, a condom has to be disposed of very, very well. Hello, somebody. Last but not least, discuss about HIV testing with your partner. And just like we said, we have a self-testing, gadgets. Ensure that, if you cannot get into a place like, like a VCT where you can get tested, you can either use a blood test, self-test, or an oral test kit. So like this one is an oral testing device. So you just take it, you swab your hii ni mpya ama ni yenye tulikuwa tumetumia nisitumie? Yeah, so this is just one of the self-testing device, the oral testing device. You just swab it, in your gums, and you are doing it 3 hours before eating or 3 hours after eating. Usiswab hivi inatoka na sukuma ama na maganda ya maharagwe, especially kama ulikula nyoyo, inaitwa aje, githeri, yeah, because now it will pick the food and it will not give you satisfactory results. Yeah, so sugua, brush meno vizuri, susutua vizuri, kaa like an hour or 2. Now you can swab, and then once you swab, you put it in the hey, kuja ama tukufute kazi saa hii. Kwanza saa hii vile CEO amekuja, niko na kierere. Yeah, so once you have swab, now you put it in the developer. This one is a developer, and every kit comes with this gadget. So you put it on this gadget, and then you let it rest for 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. So you just let it stay for 15 to 20 minutes, and then you come and read your results. So 1 line at C, it means you're not infected. 2 lines at C and T, it means you are infected. Hello, somebody.
Hello. Good. Patrick?
I'm almost yeah. So again, for young people, we are talking about delaying sexual debut. So let's speak to our young people so that they can delay the age at which they can start having sexual intercourse. Delaying sexual debut, especially to girls, it means 2 things. 1, it means they are not going to get infected with HIV. They are not getting teen pregnancy. And again, it prevents them from human papilloma virus. Men are carriers of human papilloma virus, but it does not affect them in any way. But if a young girl starts having sexual intercourse with the mubabas like you saw here at a tender age, then they are prone. There is a possibility that they might be prone towards getting cervical cancer. Are we together? So let's support our young people to delay the age of sexual debut, and then empowerment in negotiating for sex. Yeah, so finally, there is something known as oral PrEP. And oral PrEP, this is a drug. It's a part of, one of the ARVs that someone would take in order to prevent them from getting infected, before they indulge, especially in sexual activity. So you take it before indulging in a sexual activity. So the drug will prevent you from getting infected. But we have what is called the PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis. And with the PEP, someone takes after the exposure, especially something like rape and maybe an accident or occupational hazard, like you are in a lab and accidentally you pricked yourself. But with the PrEP, you take ahead of time. So for instance, I can take PrEP today, and then after 72 hours, I go have sexual intercourse with my partner. Maybe my partner, like the skit we're having, the mobabas, doesn't want to use a condom. So I take PrEP ahead of time. You cannot take PrEP or PEP if you're HIV infected. So first things first, you have to get to know your HIV status before you take PrEP. And then the other thing is we have something known as a treatment for prevention, otherwise known as TASP. And a treatment for prevention, it means that if someone is infected, if for instance you got tested, but you realize you are HIV infected, tunasema usitense, noma, achia ARVs. Take ARVs consistently and as prescribed by the doctor. And that will reduce the viral load to what is called undetectable levels. Something known as U is equals to U. So when the viral load is reduced to undetectable levels, it means that this person
will not infect other people. And this person will continue living their lives as usual, as normal. Are we together? So in the event that you realize you are HIV infected, kindly get yourself to a facility and you will be introduced to an ARV that will reduce the amount of HIV in your body. Yeah, I think I would want to end my presentation there, unless someone has a question.
As I invite my friend here just to speak to us for 3 minutes and tell you who she is and what she does and what puts ugali on the table. But before I go, can we also ask MD to do ile kitu? Ile ya simu.
Ushatetewa. MD ametetewa.
Okay. Before I invite my partner, let's look at our phones.
Okay, now go back to the message.
Let's get to the messages.
Okay.
And we can have a few volunteers. Just reading for us the responses. I sent mine. Let me be number 1.
Okay.
And up to now, I've not gotten a response.
Okay, maybe two people who got responses.
2 or 3 people who got responses. Let's be honest. Yes.
Wangu alinipigia nikiwa hapo. Kuniuliza uko wapi?
Great. Any other person? Let's hear from her.
Wangu ameniuliza unataka nini?
The last person, especially a man, let's hear from him.
Alinitumia emoji ya love.
Oh. Fantastic.
Okay, thank you so much.
Makofi, Mr. Patrick, Makofi.
As she comes,
she will come later.
Yeah, we had a similar exercise, with the Kisii County, and the responses were amazing. One of the responses was, ninajua leo unaenda kuhanya. Nimeondoka.
Umeondoka. Makofi kwa wapi? Okay. Right about now, we want to say thank you for sharing. Of course, that was very, very necessary, especially in times like this. And this refresher is very, very necessary so that we, of course, remain safe and we remain healthy as well. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Lawrence, GM Strategy, to come and officially welcome our MD. Dr. Lawrence, karibu sana, talk to us.
Thank you, MC. MD, welcome, and allow me to recognize the presence of General Manager, Legal Services and Company Secretary, Radia.
Big up for makofi yake vizuri. Yeah. Karibu sana, tunafurahi uwepo wako vile vile.
Yeah, I know I'm standing between you and your lunch. I don't want to take long. Dr. Engineer Mativo, our MD, welcome. Speak to your people. Karibu.
Makofi ya kumtosha MD. Makofi kabisa. Karibu sana. Welcome. We are glad to have you here.
Thank you. Mine have been informed. Unfortunately, I came at the wrong time when you have not eaten lunch, so I'm right in the middle of your lunch, and I'm in the middle of a time when people are being excited. So I want to spend the minimum time possible, but definitely to appreciate everybody for taking time to attend this forum, because we learn a lot, all of us, but we also learn a lot that we can share with our families and people around us, because we know whatever has been talked to is the plain truth, but it's also a tool that we can use to educate our children in the neighborhood, families and friends. So to me that was positive. So it's just to encourage you to continue enjoying your day. Let us be more interactive. I thought we were going to ask questions, but because maybe of lunch, I know somebody seated next to me was asking me whether there are different sizes. Ama is only one size, but that's a question for another day. That's for another day, but I really appreciate. We were meeting Senate in the morning, and one of the things definitely I appreciate were the positive remarks that talk about what you're doing as Ketraco. We need to make more people know about it. So many people appreciate what you're doing. We still have a lot to be done, but let's continue working as a team. and as a family, and to deliver a lot for this country. So me and Lydia have eaten our lunch, so we'll not hold you for long. So you'll go and eat your lunch. We'll spend as much time as possible before we go to our next session. So Bwana MC, asante sana.
Makofi tena. Thank you, MD. We are honored by your presence. Thank you for being brief as well. You must have read the mood. They are just looking at that direction. Asante sana. Engineer Kuto, come and also talk to us. Big hand for Engineer Kuto. I've been advised to allow him to also say something very briefly.
Hello, I had been informed to pray for lunch, so I'm not going to say anything. So I think
You cannot rise as we get ready for lunch.
Okay, let's pray. Our Father and our God, as we face the direction of lunch, we know that we are very grateful because of your love and care, bonding, teamwork, and even today's talk. May you cause us to bond even the more. We thank you and bless you. We pray for the food before us as we partake, for we pray this trusting and believing in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you. Ni lunch time, imechelewa kidogo lakini tujienjoy. Sasa ni lunch time. Place where we took the break before. DJ Space, give us some good vibes to take us to lunch. While we are taking the lunch, still we'll be able to have the visits to the various service providers who are here. At 3:30 we start the final session, so we are having like an hour for the lunch break. At 3:30 we proceed, so also find time to visit the various tents of the different service providers who are here with us. Let's enjoy. Bon appetit. Thank you, DJ Space.
wanga Nyambura ukano murata wakwa wangoro
Twende sasa
Nyambura yo atero emesiria
Okay Sasa twende
Weko 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 weko
Wewe Haya
Kenene Rwanda
kuwa tayari
Yani the international band
Twende sasa Twende sasa
Wesas production
Wanja mieke ginewe
Wekelea
Wanja mieke
Naingia ndani
Uwi Niga tena mi Facebook
Uwi
Niga tena mi Facebook
Uwi
Enga nyeke zamando
Uwi
Enga nyeke zamando
Uwi
Mengune ngarandito
Uwi
Mengune ngarandito
Uwi
Acha minja masiri
Uwi
Acha minja masiri
Twende DJ to the next region
Igaranu kwinja samanda
Che
na mole luma
Che Hakuna kupoa
Heshimiwa
Hakuna kupoa DJ to the next region
Sini Yesu ni papa Yesu Yesu ni yodanga Ewabire na robi yose mairo Omwami wanje Yesu ni wodwanda Ewabire mishalo shose mairo Omwami wanje Yesu ni wodwanda Abana batoro amakofu nenda bashere Wanyona mulembe nibesika mudwanda
Tuangaliane
Lwanda Omwami wanje Yesu ni wodwanda
Ruka kidogo
Remix Yeseriana Tavenana Masara Nahamanya Rajado Wanganga Naro Seriana
Okay
Songo
DJ shikilia Get a partner hiyo lazima ukuwe na sparring partner munaruka ra shikilia hapo GM twende DJ twende na mwenzako mwangaliane geuka hivyo
Remix Yeseriana Tavenana Masara
Ruka vizuri wewe Ruka vizuri Kuja utuonyeshe wewe Kuja hapa ndani waonyeshe unafaa twende
Seriana Maria Talega Yamana
Okay, tazama angalia twende ruka kitu twende sasa DJ badilisha kitu last region Wacha muone venye inafanywa. Waonyeshe. Twende sasa. Wewe tutakuja baadaye, twende tuketi sasa bwana. Hiyo kasi ya Easter na tuiwezi. Thank you guys. Take a seat, take a seat. Take some breath. Thank you MD, thank you all of us. Thank you all the GMs here. Kunywa maji tuendelee.
Aganes chongo, aganas wege, aganes indugutwa. Yanza welinde mama wechunge nenda banduba. Tumalizana hiyo. Yanza welinde mama wechunge nenda banduba tama. Yanza uninde na njelele titi kalundo. Yanza uninde na njelele titi kalundo. Faida, faida, mwana inyanya, mwana mabele, mwana indumbu. Yanzo mudara mukato, mudara mupango, mudara mubwaba. Numisa kubezimu, unange kuwebindu. Numisa kubezimu, unange kuwebindu. Manyilenda kulenda mitala, na makaru kanyazinga. Manyilenda kulenda mitala, na matengu kanyazinga. Numisa kubezimu, unange kuwebindu.
Shikilia hizo wewe, vitu ni baadaye, vitu ni baadaye. Sio sahi. Sahi imetosha. Very well. Great people, great vibes. Ketrako in the house. Yes, about wellness. Yes, yes. Yes. Angalia mwenzako kama yuko fiti, muulize upo fiti? Muulize upo fiti? Kama uko fiti? Mko fiti? Safi kabisa. Yes, now take a calm down, then we go forward. Ama DJ unataka tuende calm down, calm down. Oh, naambia MD anataka kwenda, weka calm down kwa queue, tutakuja hapo. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our next speaker for gender mainstreaming, then we'll finalize on the LVCT. There was a bit that was not done. I want to appreciate the patience of our ladies who have waited for this. Right about now, Evelyn, to talk to us on gender mainstreaming, then we'll come back to LVCT to finalize. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Tanui, and I work with the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, which is under the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action. So receive greetings from our PS, Madam Veronica Nduva, who has given me her blessings to come here and speak to you on issues of gender mainstreaming, gender-based, because already you have mainstreamed gender. This is actually what we expect organizations to do in terms of promoting wellness of staff. This is a very good forum for staff to interact and share, both men and women. I've not seen one-sided. I've seen both men and women interacting and participating in the exercises you've had, though I came late, but I say congratulations. And I apologize for coming with the wrong attire. I didn't know it was a wellness day, but next time, God willing, we will still partake in it together. So because of a very short time, which I've been given, and my presentations are too long, but I'll actually try to condense so that we're able to cover what is very critical for us today. And then the rest will still maybe get in touch later. So gender mainstreaming is actually a tool which has been initiated by the government of Kenya, and it didn't start yesterday. It started in 2006 when the State Department for Gender, then it was domiciled in Treasury, and it was a very small unit. It had very few staff, so they started in a very small way. And in 2009 is when vocal points were established across all the ministries. When I say vocal points, they are like our eyes. They are the people whom we communicate to anytime we have issues gender, which we need to be addressed in different sectors. Don't forget that gender is not just an issue which we say, yeah, issues of, I know people still define it as issues of women, but gender is a development issue, whereby we are expected to take care of all the things we do as organizations and ensure that we don't create inequalities when we're implementing our programs and projects, but at the end of the day, we become sensitive and ensure that we reduce those gaps of inequality between men, women, boys, and girls. So today, I expect us to, at the end of this session, to understand what is gender. Also, to understand and appreciate the importance of gender in development, and in that aspect, your sector, because you have programs which you implement as KETRACO. I was asking one of you about your CSR programs, and I also Googled in the morning to try and see what is your mandate. And your mandate mainly is to lay down the infrastructure for connection of power grids to the citizens of this country. So my question is, when you are doing those programs, I know most of the people who are actually involved in this are engineers, who are the most technical people. Do you look at how you distribute this to men and women? Because at the end of the day, when you look at it in long term or in gender lenses, we should be able to tell how many women in this country and how many men, not forgetting the other issues like people with disability, people with other social issues, even people living with HIV/AIDS. Sorry, people with HIV/AIDS. We've been corrected not to say people living with. So, are you able to give or elaborate that data after going to a certain region? Are you able to give that data so that it can inform your way forward and say, here are the gaps. We still have maybe men are more connected, maybe because they are empowered economically, they're able to raise those fees, connection fees. What about women? What are you going to tell the government at the end of the day when they are making budgets so that they can enhance and even enable you maybe to still provide for those who are not able, especially the vulnerable groups? So that is something for you to think about as we go along, and it is because of the sector which you are dealing with. So what is gender? Over the years, we've been defining gender in different ways. And I know most people know gender as women, right? What is gender? Any volunteer to tell me what is gender? Madam, what is gender?
Check. Gender.
Male or female.
Okay. Now, select one gentleman to define. She's saying male or female. That is a definition. I want to hear from a different sex.
Gender. I will echo the same, male or female.
Okay, thank you. I'm really sorry because we've all gotten it wrong. So gender, all of us are experts in our own rights, in whatever fields we've actually pursued. But gender are the socially ascribed roles for men, women, boys, and girls in every given society. And it is what is valued, accepted by the society. For example, we all come from different societies in this country. Like me, I'm a Kalenjin. In Kalenjin land, there are those things which a woman should do, and there are those things which a man should do. In Turkana community, there are those things which women do and those things which men do. For example, in Turkana, it is a woman who builds a house. In Kalenjin, if a woman builds a house, but nowadays things have changed, we build houses, they say you are bringing bad omen, or maybe you are praying for your husband maybe to die or such like things. So those are the social ascribed issues. It is the society which is dictating, and they change from time to time. They change in one culture to one culture, and also the context which one is in at a particular time. So it is good to understand that gender is not women or men. It is the socially ascribed roles to a given society, and they are accepted and valued. So I hope we have understood that. And when we look at that deeply as we go to understand issues of gender mainstreaming, we will learn how these gender, the socially ascribed roles really dictate so much on men and women, even in the workplace. And that's why I'm so happy for you as KETRACO, because your leadership is here and is supporting such things. For example, the wellness program which you have today. So when you are able to raise issues which are affecting men and women in the workplace, and the leadership is actually able to support, then you are good to go. The next term, which I want us to define, I'm sorry because someone will ask, why are you just taking us through definition of things? But these are very critical because they form the basics of us going forward and even trying to integrate these things in what we do every day. So sex is actually what you have just defined. Sex is either, means you are either a man or a woman. And this is very biological. You are born a man and you can never change. You are born a woman and you can never change. There are those features which either a man or a woman has and you can't change. I know we have stories which are coming up of these people, they call themselves transgender, but currently, like in this country, we don't have laws protecting such people, but we stick to what we have, which is very biological and we cannot change. For example, we have those features. For example, a woman can get pregnant, a man cannot get pregnant. We have those biological, I call them assets. A man has a testicle, a woman has ovary, such things. So you can actually define based on such examples. So because of time, I'll not belabor on that, so long as we have understood. There is also another term, which is gender equality. Gender equality is a term also which has always been used, and people use it wrongly. So because we are actually program-based people and we are implementing programs, it is good to understand. I've given an example of how you people transmit or put in place infrastructure for power in this country. So when you want to use equality, for example, equality doesn't mean having people, it means having people treated the same. I come to this place and I find you as employees of Ketraco, I'll not actually say this is a lady and this is a man. If I'm giving out, for example, cables for power extension, I'll give you both equally without going down and see what are the other vulnerabilities with you. Maybe you live with disability, but it will not be my concern at that time. So gender equality means treating people with sameness. You treat people the same. I don't care whether you are a man or a woman. I don't care whether you are poor or disadvantaged in any way. That is equality. And that is actually the ultimate goal of gender mainstreaming. As I'm going to define gender mainstreaming, you are going to understand how this issue of equality is applied. Then we have gender equity. Gender equity means treating people with fairness. And that is where now you need to go deeper and understand about the population you are dealing with. For example, I like using this example of bursaries. When these MCAs and the members of parliament are giving out bursaries in Uko Mashinani, they are always advised to look at issues of equity because those populations have children maybe who are orphaned from completely poor backgrounds who cannot raise school fees. So you cannot treat them like children who at least have a dependent maybe who is able to pay school fees. So that's why you are now required in whatever you do, right from the workplace, even the HR people who are here. Your HR managers and the leadership in its entirety should ensure that there is equity even in those programs which we do in the workplace, even to the outside clients which we deal with, so that we don't create inequalities in what we do at the end of the day. So I've explained that. Also another example, like in our political systems in Kenya, have you seen the nominated MPs, the nominated senators, and the nominated MCAs? So tumeona. So that is a way of bringing in equity because we need representation of both men and women. But because now our citizens are not yet enlightened to be able to elect men in equal numbers to women, then we bring in that affirmative action, which we call it positive affirmative action, so that we can have equal representation of men and women in leadership. So that is well understood. So I've given you the background of gender mainstreaming, that it started in 2006 and it was implemented in 2009 to the respective ministries and also state corporations. Now let's look at gender mainstreaming. Who has a clue on what is gender mainstreaming?
Any clue on gender mainstreaming? Na hii tusianguke, tulianguka gender definition.
Where is the chair for the gender mainstreaming committee for Ketraco? Bring the microphone here.
Chair is here. Okay. Imekuja karibu.
Thank you. I kept quiet deliberately because I wanted to allow others to comment. But basically, this is inculcating the principles that you have basically underscored into everything that we do within the organization, from our processes, from our practices, from our culture, mainstreaming gender basically throughout our practice, so that you're able to gauge this organization and say you have mainstream. So it starts with policy pronouncements in terms of determining those principles and seeing how you will practice that within the organization, and then living it throughout the way we do things. I think in a nutshell, that's what gender mainstreaming means.
Congratulations, madam. Can you help me give her a clap?
Makofi, makofi, makofi mazuri.
She has answered very well, and I don't want even to repeat it. But in simple terms, gender mainstreaming is assessing the impacts of the planned action of what she has said, the budgets, the policies, the procedures, the methodologies of how you do things on men, women, boys, and girls. So someone will ask me, why are you talking about boys and girls? Through your CSR programs, you will interact with boys and girls. Maybe you have a program with schools whereby your projects are being implemented in. So you should be able to analyze at the end of the day, did this CSR impacted on boys and girls, or we created more inequalities? So even with your policies for HR, any other policy, you should ensure that they are engendered, so that at the end of it all, it is speaking to the needs of men and women in the workplace. So I'm not going to belabor on that. I'll move because of time. And I want us to look at the areas which still Madam has mentioned, which gender mainstreaming covers. We have policies, she has mentioned that, decision-making structures, and that's why in the reporting template for the performance contracts, which we report quarterly, we require you to show us the number of staff who are in job group P and above. You know what is P, you are equal. For us in public service, P and above are those people who are able to sit on those management meetings and make decisions. So the equivalent of P to you, so that we are able to know where there is only one sex represented. That means issues of GBV are so many. We are going to see how that comes about. And issues of inequalities are so much in such organizations. So when you show us that you have 50-50, or you've met the 2/3 gender principle, then we are okay, and also your staff will be okay, because when men and women sit on that table of decision making, the men are able to bring out their issues, and women are able to bring out their issues, and they're able to be captured in those policies, and inequalities will not be created. Another one is access to and control of resources, and someone will ask how in offices we have these programs. For example, let me talk in the context of employees, not your external clients. At times we go for per diems. Sinikweli. When we go for per diems, in most government institutions, you find at times you find the boss kuna wale wako favorable, and they are the ones who go most of the time. Wengine wanabaki kwa ofisi. So those are the issues. If you have policies which you've stipulated to enhance equity and equality, then everyone will be able to access those small benefits in the workplace. And that is very critical, because if you ensure that those things are well managed, there'll be no GBV in the workplace. People will not be complaining. People will be coming to such forums and laugh and enjoy themselves and live as a family. Another area is the procedures and practices, which we've mentioned. And then monitoring and evaluation. Do you monitor your projects? I know you monitor. So you should be able to ensure that in the monitoring and evaluation templates, ensure you have the indicators, the gender responsive indicators. So that you can't report and say, in, for example, North Rift, 100 people were connected with power. We should be able to see how many men, how many women, how many people with disability and such, so that it can inform your next action, and you can be able to know who are the people who are left behind in the program I'm implementing. So that is basically what we mean. I'll not go to the history of gender mainstreaming, because at now it is not critical for us, but I want us to see why we should mainstream gender. We mainstream gender because we want to enhance equal rights and opportunities for everyone, and also this one is well articulated even in our constitution of 2010. The reason why also we mainstream gender is to ensure that we address the issues of underrepresentation. Most of the times, these things happen blindly without people knowing. So when we mainstream gender, we are able to know which sector is underrepresented. For example, even in your directorates in the workplace, when you mainstream gender in holistically, you are able to know this section is underrepresented by men or women, and you are able to bridge the gaps. Every time you place advertisements for employment, you are able to know who are you to bring on board so that you're able to bridge those gaps. Another issue why we mainstream gender is because women have unique biological issues. Someone will ask how. Naturally, when you go even to the villages, when these women and men are having barazas, you will find that women sit in the periphery. Wanakaanga huko karibu na fence. Wababa wanakaa hapa mbele, hawa ndio wana make decisions on behalf of them. So because of the socialization which we have with us, then this issue of gender mainstreaming has been deliberately been put in place by government to ensure that both men and women actually participate in any government activity, so that everyone is not or no one is actually disadvantaged in one way or another. Another issue is because women climb the hierarchical ladder of professionalism very slowly, unlike men. Is that true? Sini kweli? When I'm employed with my brother here, mi kuna wakati nitaenda maternity nizae nilee watoto wafikishe 3 years, ndio nitaanza kwenda hata hizi professional courses za Kenya School of Government which are required for promotion. But my brother yeye hana kazi mingi, bora yeye ameoga amekuja kazini, akitumwa hata sahi ambiwe you are supposed to go to Nakuru for an assignment, is very ready to go. So the reason why this gender mainstreaming has been brought in is to bridge the gap between the way men and women also progress in civil service, so that the employers are able to provide those conducive instruments and programs which are able to support women. For example, today, if this wellness program had been taken to Machakos, the young mothers who are here, by now, they could be so much in a hurry because they want to run home to pick the children. They want to go home and ensure that everything is in order. So those are the lenses which we need, all of us who are actually making decisions, to wear every time you are planning anything, so that you don't create inequalities in the process. Not just scheduling meetings anywhere without looking at your people and knowing who is actually involved in what and who needs support in what area. So those are the issues which we need to understand so that we actually support one another. So I'll not belabor much on that because we have understand. In the workplace, there are areas which we need to ensure that gender has been mainstream, and I know most of them because we are a country governed by laws. I know most areas we are not badly off. For example, remuneration and grading. I know anyone, for people, if you have a degree, a man and a woman will get the same position, equal work for equal pay. So that one I know it's okay. Then this issue of promotion and advancement in the workplace. This is very critical. I know we have HR manuals and laws, but still no one will penalize any organization if you go a step forward and even develop a guideline which is going to guide your organization to ensure that promotions are given equitably without maybe leaving others who are qualified and also they deserve to be given such promotions. There is also this area of training and development. You people have specialized trainings which are required for you to perform a certain task, apart from the degrees and the masters and the diplomas. You have them. So how are they awarded? Inapeanwa aje? Do I apply? Then there is a committee which sits and then you are told you qualify or you wait for some time. How does it happen at Ketraco?
Chairman,
I'm saying you are training and development courses, which are way different from the masters and the PhDs and the degrees people have. These promotional courses or these basic courses or skilled courses, which one needs to have to perform a certain duty? How do you allocate to staff, especially the ones which are sponsored by the employer?
Thank you. What we normally do is that we get training needs from each and every directorate. Say HR, they have their training needs. Then they are brought to what we call the HLAC, that is Human Resource Advisory Committee. From there now we prioritize, and then we sponsor our staff to go for those training. Yes, without any discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. From your talk, it's clear that you have a structure which handles that, and that is good. So another area is the family-friendly practices. For example, this one is an example, the one you've had today. In some organization, you find people come along with their families, but even if this one of yours is just for staff, it is still okay, because people are able to interact and share. Someone is able to feel free. The MD is here. Someone can come and tell the MD there is something here. So there are no barriers between the top management and even the lower cadre. So that is okay. I don't know if you have a lactation room back in office. That is nice. Congratulations. So that you don't find people coming, lactating mothers, ikifika lunchtime, mtu anaenda toilet kwenda kupump maziwa. You know, toilet has all sorts of bacteria, which is very unhealthy. So if you have a place where women can actually pump the milk, a small fridge, so that at the end of the day, they go home with the milk. Wakiacha watoto nyumbani, the children can be fed with the milk, with the mother pumped during the day. So that is good, because as an employer also, you are enhancing the productivity from these officers, because they are not in a hurry. Their needs are well met. Then we have the working environment, culture, and practices. From what I've seen, you people are good to go. I've not seen people fearing to engage, or also those things which you normally see at a glance and get to know there is a problem. So maybe for your furnitures in office, I hope they are gender responsive. We always expect those workstations, even if it's not a workstation, the table should be having a barrier for the ladies. We are not encouraging ati ladies wakuja na miniskirt ndio wakuwe na hizo meza ziko na barriers, but for their own sake, maybe someone wants to get a pad to the toilet and we are sharing the office with male colleagues. Should you see me removing that thing from the bag and put it in my pocket? So it helps women to sort their issues with dignity without any fear. So those are the examples of things we state that they should be enhanced so that we have a gender responsive workplace. So without much ado, I've explained. I'm not going to details because of time, but allow me to state the challenges to gender mainstreaming in Kenya and also to many government offices, and then you will tell me what are your challenges. One is inadequate political goodwill. So you find organizations which don't have goodwill from top management, because this gender mainstreaming thing can never be successful if one person is standing. Madam here, if she's alone, hakuna kitu utafanya, because you need support from top mpaka uko chini. Then we have these are just global challenges across the sectors. Inadequate funding for gender activities. I don't know how your gender activities are funded. Do you have a budget, or you ride on budgets of other programs? You are okay? Fine. I've seen what you've done. It's not small money which you've spent here, so let me not ask much about that, but it is good to ensure that you have something so that you can also engage and cascade the same. You see, this committee which you have should be able to speak to everybody, because like here today, I know you have regions, you have regional offices, so you should be able to cascade the same to the smallest unit so that everybody is aware of what is expected of them. And then another issue is inadequate skilled manpower to actually implement issues of gender mainstreaming. But this one is not an issue, because once you are trained as a committee, you can always call upon the State Department to support you so that You ensure that you do things the way they are required. Then we have lack of gender sensitive indicators and plans. So make sure those plans and policies have responsive indicators, because you will find yourself implementing, doing so much. But when you come to evaluate from gender perspective, you will find you've created even more inequalities without knowing. So it is very critical right from the beginning. We call it agenda setting. You ensure that your agendas for the policies or your needs which are triggering you to make a policy have those gender lenses. Otherwise, it can be very difficult to reverse issues when you are already at the tail end. So those are basically the challenges which are experienced by most people, but I know with the commitment and the willingness to always push for improvement, then things will always work right for everyone. So without much ado, I want us to look at GBV, unless there is any question on gender mainstreaming. Forgive me because I'm skipping so many things because of time. Yeah. Yes, please.
Maybe just a general comment. The financials who finance most of our projects now are demanding gender mainstreaming in the whole project. So I'm just giving an announcement to you, but also to staff. So the next set of projects we're having with Africa Development Bank and ADB that and the Koreans starting this year, they need gender mainstreaming indicators. Unfortunately, we don't do the last mile, so we cannot tell you how many women got power and everything else out there. So for the bank and ourselves, definitely we're struggling to come out with proper indicators. But what I just tell the whole team is that now the financial demanding that, okay, apart from Ketraco, but what we do, how we're ensuring gender mainstreaming. So it's going to be part of our life as we make decisions, as we go forward in our infrastructure, that gender mainstreaming is key to every financial and also key to Ketraco. So thank you. Just general comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MD. That is quite good because it is already part of the work you are doing. And you will actually be happy because you will impact on the real people who need to be supported when those lenses are put in place. So thank you so much. Allow me to go to GBV in the workplace. So as I mentioned, when you fail to mainstream gender, you are actually creating a fertile ground for gender-based violence in the workplace. And I've given you examples. For example, if you don't apply equity and equality, with the smallest things in office, you are likely to make people create a very hostile environment for one another. And within no time, you will start hearing cases of people fighting or all manner of things which are not good to happen in the workplace. So GBV is actually something which has been talked about, and the government is very serious in this issue because it has actually costed lives and it has also costed the government a lot of money. Someone will ask how. Evelyn akichapwa ama akatwe mkono leo, nani anapoteza? But when you look at it critically, I'll go to the hospital. The amount of money which I'll spend in the hospital, even the government itself, the money which we'll use to make sure that I get cured. Like if I'm a government employee, I have a cover. Siyo ni pesa ya serikali inanitibu. So if we have so many cases of such, so when you cost, like for example, 100,000 people every month, that is a lot of money. When it comes to seeking for justice, when you go to the courts, there are costs which are actually charged when you are seeking for justice. When you cost all that, it is a lot of money. And also now the impact it has on families is actually unquantifiable. And that's why we should take it seriously. And that's why it is also now required that all state corporations and ministries should be reporting on this in the PC and should have policies in place. I don't know, you have a GBV policy in place? Gender-based violence and sexual harassment workplace policy, yes. So it is very critical to make sure that the same policy is cascaded. Kila mtu ajue tuko na policy na hiyo policy inasema nini. Mtu akikuchapa huko mkiwa kwa msitu mkiweka waya mkifanya hiyo kazi, you should know who you are to report to. So you report to the point person in the organization, then they know what to do. If it is calling them, there are cases which go beyond the committee in the organization. Maybe it will involve the police, the hospital, and such things. But the organization is the point link first, because you are an employee, then they can escalate and ensure that justice is served to the survivor and the perpetrator. So GBV, the definition of GBV, GBV is any act that results in or is likely to result to psychological, sexual or physical harm. So tumeona hiyo maneno, tumeona wengine wamekatwa mikono, miguu, kichwa, others have even died. So it is a very critical thing, and we cannot assume, because kama mimi Evelyn nachapwa na bwana nyumbani, rest assured that the impacts will be felt in the workplace. I'll come in the morning, I'll be very emotional, I'll start crying, and my immediate colleague will start empathizing with me. I'll be defeated to work, and I'll start loading her or him with my work. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yes, low productivity, because she will start struggling with the job I'm doing. So that's why in the workplace, with such programs which you have for wellness, you should be able to identify those early signs of maybe your friend or your colleague has an issue. Don't say it is a private issue. Try to engage so that you can see how to support them. Otherwise, all of you will feel the impacts if you don't take a step. Now, types of GBV or types of gender-based violence. We have sexual violence, which entails sexual harassment, defilement, incest, rape, sodomy, forced prostitution, sex slavery, trafficking, and also sex tourism. I hope all of us understand the definition of those forms of sexual violence. Then we have physical violence. Hii ni ile kuchapana mangumi na makofi. You understand that, physical violence. And this is very common between men and women because of the power relations. We all know men overpower women, and also women can overpower men. It is two-way. So because of the power relations, I think this is the most common one in this country. Hii ya kupigana, and we should try to see how we can address it. Then we have the psychological or emotional violence, and this is the worst. To me, this is the worst, because this is the one which someone abuses you, humiliates you, gives you threats, na yote unaweka kwa roho, until when it bursts, you find someone has been hit by stroke and you can't do nothing about it. So it is good to engage and socialize through such programs and know who has a problem and how do we help. And be a confidant of your colleague. Isikue nimekupea siri kuwa mimi niko na shida, then the next minute unaenda kukunywa chai na story yangu. You are killing me. So learn to be confidential and accommodate one another. Then we have the harmful cultural practices, including, for example, FGM and infanticide. We have economic discrimination. Economic discrimination also is so common in many workplaces, and I've given an example. We have neglect, and then trafficking of persons. Consequences of GBV are so much, and I think I'll share the slides, then you can read for yourselves because they are self-explanatory. I only want to look at, and another area which I want you to read on is the KDHS report of 2022, which is showing the statistics on the types of GBV and the impacts it has had on the different categories of the population in this country. It is very important for you to read. Just Google KDHS, Kenya Health Demographic Survey of 2022. Now, we have forms of discrimination in the workplace. We have direct discrimination and indirect discrimination, and then we have sexual harassment. This will be the last three for me to explain because of time. This direct discrimination is where your employer treats you favorably. Underline the term favorably. More than someone else who works for them because of your sex. So I look at her because she is a woman, and I start developing feelings. Kuwa mimi sifanyi kazi na wanawake if I'm the boss, or I don't work with women, the men if I'm a man. So those are some of the things which happen, and these things happen and without people understanding because of lack of sensitization and knowledge. So it is good to always understand and even try to know how these things manifest themselves so that you don't become amongst the perpetrators who actually cause these things in the workplace. An example for this would be not promoting you to a management position because you are a woman. Someone just says, "Uyo ni mwanamke siwezi promote." So those are examples of direct discrimination because of your sex. Either you are a man or a woman. Then we have indirect discrimination. This is where an employer has a rule to discriminate against you because of your sex roles. And these sex roles are so critical, especially to women. I become pregnant today, ninaanza kuchoka, and my boss will start sidelining me and pay kazi. They'll even say, huyo na hiyo tumbo yake sasa tutangangana na yeye kutembea atafika saa ngapi mahali tunaenda. So those are the things. We talk these things without knowing. So it is good to be sensitive because in one way or another, mtu kama kona hiyo kuelewa that this is actually a form of discrimination, then utapata mtu ametake action against you without you knowing. Then we have sexual harassment in the workplace. I'm talking about these things because they are very common and they happen without us knowing. I know a survey was done, and when you look at, there is a report which was done by Nairobi, it is called WeHub, Nairobi Women Empowerment Program, Nairobi University Women Empowerment Program, whereby it was shown that women are the ones who have undergone this sexual harassment form of GBV because of fears. Nikiwa kazi, if my boss gives me sexual advances and I refuse, I'll not talk about it because I'll fear for him to transfer me or even sack me. You see? So those are the things which we need to empower our officers so that you don't have to fear. If someone advances or gives sexual advances to you and you've said no, and they continue repeating the same, then you should be able to report. And I hope the policy is speaking about that so that people can understand and always have a place to run to when such happens. Because in the workplace, we come from different backgrounds and we have different personalities. So you can't assume and say it will not happen to me. So for this sexual harassment, it is defined as unwelcome behavior of a sexual nature. And the key word there is unwelcomed. So mtu akikuambia kila saa, I want you to be my boyfriend, my girlfriend, leo ukasema no, kesho anarudia, that qualifies to be sexual harassment. And you should be able to take action because it disturbs you. Utakosa hata kukuja kazi because unajua tu nikifika leo, ameingia kwa ofisi yangu, ameniambia niaje, ulifikiria nini na maneno yangu. So without much ado, this thing is too long and it's so interesting. I've just felt that I should go through the basics for us maybe to plan and catch up next time so that we can go through it in detail. So without much ado, I'm very happy and I request that I stop there. Thank you so much.
Makofi, 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 makofi. Nyoshee mkono, tunyoshee mkono, nyoshee mikono. Mikono yote mbili, tumnyoshee mikono, tumpatie baraka, patie baraka, 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 baraka. Ongezea wisdom. Very articulate on matters gender mainstreaming. Ongezea angushie moja. Ingine. Thank you very much, Evelyn. That was well unpacked. Sorry for the time. Actually, this was a very interesting conversation that we needed to unpack even deeper. But as you've mentioned, you've given us the overview. You'll share the slides, and I believe our staff will be committed to ensure that they practice what is needed. And thank you for the committees that are ensuring that gender mainstreaming is actually at the core of KETRACO as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be unfair not to allow our lady from LVCT kuja tu malize dakika tatu share with us that final bit that we had not completed. Nadhani tutakuwa tumekuwa na wellness day ambao is very educative, ambao inatujenga sisi sote. Okay, haya, mic gani itakuweza? Iko sawa?
Iko sawa. Habari zenu? Naona nyinyi mnaitwa KETRACO na sisi tunaitwa sex worker wa Nairobi. Sisi ndio mama yao. Wewe saa ile unaua ango hapa, ukate shingo, ukate mkono, utupe. si tuko na haja na yeye sana. Tukilipa fees, madam ukisimama kwa laini ulipe fees, KCB tunasimama pamoja tulipe fees tusomeshe watoto. So ukiwa business pale Ketrako ukitafutia watoto wako, sisi tuko kwa baro. From LVCT wametusaidia, wameniebawa, sababu kwa barabara tuko wengi na mabwana zetu ndio hao tunashare. By the way, these are husbands. Unajua mimi nataka tuambiane ukweli, tunashare madam, tunashare. But the fact is, ile kitu nakwambia ufanye madam, chunga bwana yako, muite sweetie, muite my dear, na umupulise kichwa kidogo, because sisi tutamuita sweetheart, tutamupuliza kichwa na atatupea do. By the way, ni kuuza tu. Sisi tunauza, tutauza, taipe imani, tunalipa fees, tunanunua plot, na wewe unaniangalia ukistuka, si ndio? Wewe uko na shamba ya eka ngapi? Wacha ile ya bwana yako. Wewe uko na shamba? Umenunua wapi? Kununua, wacha ile ya baba yako. Wacha ya bwana. Okay, thank you. Hata mimi nimenunua. Niko na land kubwa, Makueni, 6 acres. Sitakosa plot na nasomesha. Sawa? Okay. Si mimi natoa kwako. Wewe sikukuja mimi nakuuzia. Na unanunua. Yes. Ukikosa kuchunga hii mzee, mimi namchunga. Hakuna mtu mwingine nitamchunga, na tuko wengi. Tokezezea tau uone. Watoto wenu wa university. Unasema utapea mtoto pesa, atatafuta. Kosa kuweka ikombe mko nyumba. Mtakoa nyinyi wote kwa nyumba mzima. Enda tu uwekelee mahali hapo. Mahali tu tafuta pale kuna manguo tupe hapo box moja. Because umesikia kuna house girl, si ndio? Sababu hutaki wale watoto wako wachoke, unataka wa watch, wa swim, si ndio? The time wameenda kupati huko, utajipata matatani uanze kujirusha kwa ngorofa ya Nasikia alikuwa university, amejirusha juu. Kwa nini? Simujijibu. Kwa nini wanajiua? Hawafanyi sex, hamfanyangi sex. Sex ni kitu mbaya, mkiona wasichana pale hawa ni malaya, si ndio? Malaya ni nani? Kiulizwa. Sex worker sisi tunauza, lakini tunacheza safe. So mimi nasema hivi, nimeona hapa kwenu wanawake wanastuka sana mpaka mama yao. Nimekuwa nikiwatch tu, wengine wanaangalia. Mimi ni mama wa watoto 4. Watu wanasoma. Form 1, Form 3, mwingine amemaliza. Niko na mjukuu. Na hii kazi nitawacha at my own time. Sawa? Because tuseme for example today ukutane bahati mbaya utekwe na usi. Usi ni gani? Ukosa kutumia hii, anakuja ananiambia, "Hey, madam, mimi I have cash. Hii kitu situmii. Nipe hivyo. This 50k nitachukua." Alafu usiku anakuja wapi? Nyumbani. Hata ukikataa wiki mzima utakuja kukubali siku moja. Si unamtupia chakula hivi? Kosa kumpea chakula mzuri. Atakuja tupime kilo 1, tukule, tukunywe, alafu kaende. Mnacheka, endeleeni kucheka. Sawa? Alafu sex, kuna wanawake dry. Tunawa advise, nitawaonyesha tu, mtumie gel. Gel ni angava hii. Haya, tukienda chemist, tuko na hii. Msome, mimi sitaki kucheka. Sina saa mingi ya kucheka. Second, kama wewe unataka kuchukua manager ya Ketrako, kama wewe hujapimana na yeye, wachana na yeye. Futwa kazi hapo, uende ukafanye kazi valingi. Na sasa nitawaambia namna gani. Simuendelee kuuliza maswali haraka. Ulizeni maswali. Waendelee kustuka tu, hata ndio mzuri. Because tunashare. Mwanaume ni ule mmoja tu. Hakuna mwingine. Hao ndio mabwana zetu. Wewe saa ile unamwangalia namna hii, mimi akikuja na mbusu na mpulisa kidogo, anafungua wallet. Simu ikipotea namwambia, "My dear, imepotea." I'll come by 5 inaletwe. Okay? Okay? Sasa wewe nimeona mnaniangalia, mnastuka sana. Nauliza, hao watu wanaitwa sex worker. Unafikiri wanatoanga pesa wapi? Na unafikiri wanakuwa nangojea nani? Si mnijibu. Mkikosa kuwa treat mzuri hao wanaume, mnaenda unachukua ango, anakuwa friend yako, unaanza kutaka kumaliza hii kijana alikuwa wajuzi. Kuliko huyu kijana umuue. Sio hii kijana, sisi tunapenda boy shout sana. Ukituuia mabwana zetu sisi tutatoa bwana wapi? Kuliko umuue, wachana na yeye. Atatafuta bibi mwingine, na kama ni mtoto muachie. Tena kuna kitu kingine nawaambia nyinyi wa mama mnafanya kazi. Mnapenda sana kufinya wanaume ati nilipie school fees. Si tulitoka na tukatoka na watoto wetu na wanasoma. Na tunaona mkono ya Bwana. Kwanza ni God. Ni God. Because mama mwenye mtoto wako sangi, wewe utambaki tu hapo. Na wanawake wakombewa, gusa kamoja tau. Enda unguse mmoja. Na ukutana nao siwezi kamkunji ama sendro. Wewe ukiusiwa kama ni dhau, toa dhau peana. Pige mtu kofi. Ndio umesikia kuna gender based violence. Lazima ulipe. Si umekula, unalipa. Unalipa. So hatutaki pia au ukuje uchape mtu tukupeleke kamkunji. Because sisi tuko na hatutaita chama. Sisi tumesimamiwa vile umesikia kitu inaitwa GVV. Tunasema via stop violence. Uwezi chapa sex worker kwa ground. Uwezi chapa ukiona mwelewani chomoka mandia. Si ndio? Na via pia wao tumewaebawa wasibie customer, si ndio? Wasiwa drunk, unaona? Sababu tunawahitaji kesho. Unaona sasa? Ulizeni maswali. Alafu kama uko na friends wengi, si umesikia hivyo? Ndio tusisupply ugonjwa, si ndio? Unatumia PEP. Unatumia PrEP. Kuna PrEP na kuna PEP. In case umecheza weekend umelewa sana, umeenda bila condom, itisha emergency. Pali popote kwa ngava. Emergency utakunywa 20 days inaitwa PEP. Uifuatanishe mzuri utashikwa na hiyo ka ugonjwa. Kosa kukunywa hiyo madia utaenda kuchukua dawa usiku. Ambia daktari usifunge na kuja. Na bimweni sahihi. Wanaeni daktari fanya. Ni vizuri kujua hali yako mapema. Wacha kujifanya. Utachukua tu dawa. Sasa hivyo unasikia sasa hiyo ndivyo unasikia. Unaona hiyo kitu una feel? Itabidi tu wakati utafika Kenyatta ukonjeke leo na ujui unakuliwa na nini. Unaonyeshwa kitu ya kwanza. No more no less. Katika kumbe hivi nimearara ni hiyo. Kai. Mama yako anakuja kukuona, si ndio? Sister yako anakuja mtoto. Utasikia aje? Onekana saa hii uanze kunywa dawa. Kichwa ikume tu kufa. Hakuna mtu atajua ni nini ilikuua.
Makofi ya Jennifer, very blunt. Very blunt. I mean, hakuna kuficha. Hakuna kufanya nini? And I think she has just shot it straight so that tusidanganyane nini. I believe unataka kuongezea jambo Patrick?
Nataka kusummarize.
Summarize tafadhali.
Yeah, Jennifer.
Najua watu wameshtuka kidogo. Jennifer amekuja akaboom.
Yeah, Jennifer was here just to sensitize all of us that initially sex work was being condemned. And you see a sex worker out there, you are like you're pointing fingers, swallowing ndio malaya wa Nairobi. But who knew that we had a sex worker in our midst? No one knew that there was a sex worker in our midst, isn't it? So Jennifer is a sex worker, and she's here just to demonstrate that nowadays they are so empowered that they are protecting themselves from HIV, and they are protecting the entire community from HIV. So with the LVCT is actually leading a key populations program that is empowering the key population, including sex workers, female sex workers, male sex workers, men who have sex with men, or rather the entire LGBTQ community from HIV, spreading, or rather from new HIV infections. So they are so empowered and they are here, and that's the reason as why Jennifer is saying ana protect bwana yako. And in fact bwana yako akiendea Jennifer kama alikuwa na stress, anarudi akiwa stress free. Hello somebody.
Thank you. I think that has made it better. That has made it better because none of us, of course, knew this. Angalia mwenzako, angalia face gesture zake zikoje sahi. Ameshtuka bado? Ama dada bado kwa yeah? Tell somebody it is what it is. It is what it is. We are living in a real world. We cannot come here to sugarcoat things. The service providers have to call it as it is, so that you, at the end of the day, make a conscious choice. So Ketrako, we want to thank you for organizing this and bringing speakers who are very spot on to share on the real situation on the ground. Ili tusiende huko tuseme kwa ground vitu ni different. Nataka tupate kwa ground vitu ni vile tumeweza kufundishwa. I want to welcome Dr. Lawrence once again to speak, and probably you'll guide us towards the end. At the very end, we will be requesting Dr. Lawrence to do for us the closing honors, so that after we finish, we go to the pitch and we do the sports. Now we'll be able to do the football matches, and I've been advised there are some very good gifts that will be shared from the HR office on the teams that are going to win. We are going to do a 10 minute aside match. So basically it's not going to take a long time. And please, we request if all of us can remain to the very tail end of those matches, we will really appreciate. Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you, MC. Mine is very simple, just to pass a vote of thanks. First, I want to thank God for the good day. There was no injuries, so we give thanks to God. Jennifer, thank you so much. I've never met a sex worker, especially a person who is now willing to share the information with us. That was very bold, and thank you so much. And we'll be inviting you to other forums. To management, led by our MD, thank you so much for giving us this day. It is not always that we meet outside our offices. It has taken the goodwill of management through our MD that we are here today, and we have really enjoyed. So thank you so much. To the team that was organizing this function today, thank you so much. It was a very good, a good day. We have interacted. In fact, I have met more than 5 members of Ketrako for the first time today. Can't you see that when we have these programs, we are able to interact more? To our service providers, Zamara, CPF, and all those who provide services to us, we want to say thank you so much. The speakers, today we had wonderful speakers. And it is a challenge. And us, as Ketrako, we should really thank God each and every moment. When I was listening to Dennis, he said people living with disability. I counted myself to be very lucky that this guy was telling us he only knows that the grass is green. But if you ask him what green is, he doesn't know. Aren't we lucky ourselves? We are very lucky. So when we are given a chance now to work for this prestigious company, we should give all our best, considering that there are others who would want to see, but they are living with, they are people with disability. So we have really learned a lot, and that one calls for us to be humble. When you meet somebody like Dennis, it just reminds you of how God has been gracious to you. To our MC, thank you so much. We appreciate you. And as you alluded to this morning, we invited you because you did a good job last time. Today you have done an excellent one. And next year, God willing, we'll still invite you. To our staff members, this could not have been possible if you did not turn up. So we thank you most sincerely that, yes, it was a working day, but many choose to be here while others were out. So for us who attended this function, thank you so much. And as we go home, remember what we were told by this NTSA guy, Mr. Musumba, that let us make good choices, especially on the road. And you have to drink, because today is Friday and we are going to drink. If you have to drink, drink what? Water and milk. For some of us who cannot be comfortable with water and milk, take Uber, please. Take Uber. Ever? I'm not saying that you are going to drink, but if you happen to, Musembi, take Uber. If I happen to drink something else other than water and milk, I'll take Uber. May God bless you. Have a nice evening and a blessed weekend. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are requesting that because now we are going to the field, we can have the final player, then we go to the field. And we will request Omar afanye dua. Nasikia inaitwa dua, sijui, I don't know, please. Lakini nasikia ukuja ufanye dua. Thank you so much. Our MD, thank you for gracing the occasion. And we are humbled that you took time out of your schedule to be with us here. Thank you. Karibu Omar.
Shukran. Let's say thank you to the Almighty. Bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen.
Makofi kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. DJ tupatie, tumeuona mkono wa Bwana tunapomalizia. Thank you. Give somebody a hand and just congratulate them for staying till this time. Tell them something nice. Tell them you celebrate them. You are not tolerating them. We celebrate you indeed. Celebrate you. Celebrate you, our GM. Thank you.
Mengi mazuri tumeyaona.
Celebrate you.
Mungu umetenda.
Okay.
Ni kweli wewe muweza.
Twende wote kiwanjani sasa.
Vitu vikawa. Neno tulatosha. Ukisema umetenda.
Wewe. Kiwanjani, twende kiwanjani. Tumewapisha.
Kawatoa utumwani.
Twende kiwanjani sasa.
Watumishi
wako umewapa
yote
waombayo.
Ikiwa umependezwa.
Kiwanjani. I want my teams. Yeye ni Mungu wa yote.
Unatawala dunia
na ulimwengu.
Umewatenda
Jehova. Hakika na Bwana. Bwana ni makuu. Umetutoa mbali. Ukatushika mkono Baba. Na peke chini. Okay, I want my teams on the field. Tasifu jina lako Baba. My teams, both teams. Gonna mix them up. Tumeona. Kono wa Bwana. Peke chini. Tunawainua. Okay, can I get the teams very fast? Let me get the teams. Very fast. We get the teams ready. The teams are here. Here are the coaches.
We are We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who
Okay.
I am.
All right, let me have the first team. Let me have the first
We
team.
are a chosen generation. We've been called for to
Very
show
fast,
His
players, get to the
excellence.
pitch. Clear to the pitch. Ah, nihesabulie players, nihesabulie players. Nihesabulie players. Watoto tutoke. Boys and girls. Clear the field, please. Hey, hey. Where he says I'm not. I know. I know. Thank you, Katrako. Let me have the team. Let me have the team. Chop.
I'm working in power.
Walking in power. Walking miracle. Hey. Whoa. Walking in power. Walking miracle.
I live a life of favor, for I know who I am.
Can I have both teams at the center area? Both teams at the center area, please. Quick fast. Both teams. Okay. Are you guys having your ball? We can stand here. The other team, bring the ball, please. Bring the ball to the center. Bring the ball to the center. Ball it to the center. Okay, can I have the rapper?